Let me see. There we go. Yo, everybody. Good to see you. Hope you're all having a good day. Hi, my name is Lampy, small-time illustrator, football-sized Moth. I do a lot of drawing streams, occasional gaming streams, and sometimes some live 2D rigging streams. And I just realized there was no audio this entire time. Whoops. Anyway. And today, we're going to be, I know exactly what we're going to be drawing. I figured it out. Took me a bit of time, but I know what we're going to be drawing. If you look at the title, you'll understand. But yeah, hope you're all having a good day. All of that. Hope you all enjoyed your weekend. And welcome on in. Good to see you there, Zerites. Welcome on in there, Chaya. Speaking of which, for those of you that don't know, what you see on the screen right now was drawn by Chaya. This was amazing work. I greatly appreciate it. Normally, yeah, I don't usually get a lot of the fan art stuff, so when it does pop up, I honestly don't know what to say. So here's how I'm going to criticize it. No, I'm kidding. Oh god, that would be the worst possible thing to do. That would be horrible. But yeah, thank you there, Chaya. I greatly appreciate it. This is amazing. Honestly, I honestly don't know what to say. Like I said, anyone deciding to draw Lampy, I honestly, I can't thank you enough. And yo, Scott, welcome on in. How you be? I hope you're having a good day there, buddy. And good to see you there, Waddles. I'm late? Wait, late for what? Also, let's give a shout out to, a couple folks. One, we got to give a shout out to Zerites. They play a good variety of games. Go check them out when you get the chance. Let's also give a shout out to Chaya. We're working on their live 2D model. We're working on the rig, so it's real close, and they were the ones that drew this. So, yeah, we gotta show some support where we can. I spy a cozy moth. Where? Oh, yeah, that one. Yeah, that do be a cozy moth. Which also reminds me, someone mentioned that I should probably... Wait, I was gonna say, I should probably make an emote for that, but then I remembered, technically, that's what this is. It may not be cozy, but, close enough. Close enough. Nice job, Chaya. Yeah, nice job, Chaya. Can you draw my favorite Yu-Gi-Oh card? Koitsu. Is that the little guy on the paper airplane? I think that's the guy on the paper airplane. I've been drawing a lot. That's fair, that's fair. Also good to see you there, Spock. Hope you're having a good day as well. I thought the blanket would be a nice fit for you. Yeah. I think someone mentioned making, talking about blanket asset again. I probably should make another one of those one of these days. Oh, right, which also reminds me, yeah, you've probably been seeing that little blue thingy that's been flying in the sky this entire time. Yeah, time to bring that back down. There we go. All right, back to the project at hand. So what was I doing here again? I'll remember eventually. Anyway, we're just going to close this. Well, actually, let's put the gun away. We're going to close this. And now it's time to get to the Yu-Gi-Oh stuff that I was supposed to be doing today. Why? Because I've been working on way too much recently. It's time for me to just take a moment to relax. There are several on the paper airplane. Okay, so which one on the paper airplane are you talking about specifically? But yeah, today, there's a monster that I've been wanting to draw for a while. I have not once... Okay, I've only sketched this monster out once, but it's been one of my favorite monsters for years, and for some reason, I have never drawn it. And you want to know what's the funniest thing about this, monster? It's not an iconic Yu-Gi-Oh monster. It's from the older series, but it's not an iconic Yu-Gi-Oh monster. In fact, you only see it in one episode, and it only makes one attack. It only makes one attack through that entire episode, and then it immediately dies. And not only that, but it's from a filler arc. A freaking filler arc, which means it's not even canon. It's not even truly real. But, hold on, I'm gonna get the image of it. but it is one of the most awesome Yu-Gi-Oh monsters I have ever seen. One of the coolest creatures I've seen in quite a while. And ever since I saw that episode, even if it didn't do too much in that episode, the moment I saw this card, I was like, want that card. I want that freaking card. I don't care what it takes. I'm getting that card. So we're just going to toss this thing over here so you can see which one I'm talking about. This monster right over here. Berserk Dragon. It's just a giant zombie dragon. That's basically all it is. And so, I thought to myself, what on earth could I draw? There was a lot of ideas that came to mind. I could either draw like a character sheet, work on some assets, work on another live 2D model, you know, like something for the Etsy. There's a lot of things that came to mind, and I was like, you know what I haven't drawn? Thank you for the crab rave there, Fallen, and welcome on in there, Fallen, how you be? But yeah, I was thinking about a lot of ideas of what I could draw, and since I was overwhelmed, I thought, you know what? I should just draw whatever. I should just draw something that I just really feel like drawing. Yo, Scott, thank you for gifting Fallen a sub. I greatly appreciate it. Which also reminds me, I need to put that one thing back up. I need to set... You know what? I'll set it up tomorrow. It's fine today. I don't need to set it up today. I will, though it doesn't mean that I won't count everything that's popped up today. Trust me, I will count everything that's popped up today. But for right now, I'll leave the goal counter. Actually, where is it? Yeah, this thing. I'll leave this out of the way for now because it doesn't really count to... This one doesn't really count to what the game plan is. So I'll leave that one alone for now. And then I'll fix it later today while still counting everything that's popped up today. So do not worry. And for those of you that are wondering, we got at least one more month before I could throw the Marvel Rivals tournament goal away, and then I put something else. I don't know what I'm going to put for the next goal, but I got an idea. But for right now, we don't have to add anything else. Anyway, so yeah, we're going to hide the goal for now. Where's that goal? That's not it. That's not it. That's not it. Where's the other one? There it is, goal. No, wrong one. We're going to hide this. There we go. So, let's catch up with some things, because I saw a lot of stuff. So what happened when... Oh, so what happens when I gift 500 subs? That is a good question. That is a very good question. You know what? What should I do if you reach 500 subs? I mean, I could just draw another art piece of your request. Especially since I don't do a lot of the full art drawings anymore. I could probably just add that there. Give you that option. That's entirely up to you. Oh, okay, so let me try to catch up something. The guy doing the handstand. Wait, which guy doing the handstand? Is that the guy doing the handstand on the paper airplane? I'm still stuck on this paper airplane. Iconic monster equals only... Iconic monster equals only on the screen for a few seconds and then never seen again. Yeah, kind of like what's it called? I forgot I put that one back up. Welcome on in there, Shinzo. How you be? I hope you're having a good day there, buddy. I miss Dead Space. But yeah, let's see. But yeah, honestly, to be fair, you know what? You're not wrong there, Scott. There's a lot of iconic monsters that were from the anime that only saw play once. Or a lot of really amazing monsters from the old school days and the new school days where they just pop up for a moment and then they're never seen again as if they were never meant to be there. Yo, Scott, thank you for gifting Shinzo a sub. I greatly appreciate that. But yeah, did I give a shout out to Fallen? Yeah, I gave a shout out to Fallen. Folks, go check out Fallen. They play a good variety of games. They're absolutely wild on Repo. Absolutely phenomenal. But they do not just play Repo. They play all sorts of games. They play party games. They play horror games. They play just whatever comes to mind for them. And also, they're working on something new, something big. You want to find out what it is, go check out Fallen. Go check out the Fallen streams. Go check out Fallen Artesia. Alright. But yeah, Scott, what sort of ideas do you have in mind of what you should get if you reach 500? Also, good to see you there. Glass Shark, how ya be? I hope things are well. Also, how loud was the sound alert? Because I remember the last time I had that Necro sound alert. Okay, so here's the funny story behind the Necro sound alert. The idea was that it was supposed to be there to give me a jump scare when I was playing Dead Space. However, it was very, very low on my end, but very loud for the audience. So, it ended up doing the reverse. Well, I'm sitting here like, wait, did the jump scare go off? And everyone else in the oh yeah, what the? Anyway, for everyone else, it was like, wait, did the audio go off? While everyone else was just freaking out, like, what was that? Like, wait, so y'all heard it? Like, and it turns out it was way too loud. So I just shut it down. Okay. What's up, Lampy? How it goes? Hope all is well. If not, let the rat know, and they will do a crime. So far, so good. Also, let's give a shout out to Shinzo. They play a good variety of games. Also, go check out their emotes. They got some really fun emotes. Really awesome ideas. Like the little dance right there. Get those cult emotes out of here. It's cutting time? Oh, colting time. Wait, no colt. No colt. Hey. No colt. Also, I'm also very glad that Scott wasn't there yesterday, or else they would have saw that cult goal and would have probably considered something like, wait, no. Also, good to see you there, Corp. How you be? I hope you're having a good day there, buddy. Pretty good. Not bad volume at all. Okay, good. But I need to shut that one down, because I have really no purpose for it. Because if it doesn't spook me and it doesn't spook you, then what's the point of having that sound? Okay, also, let me see. What did Shinzo say? Yeah, what did Shinzo say? Hold on a minute. Lampy, I'm gonna need that Red Eyes deck. Ah, good to know. Alright, I will help you out with that Red Eyes deck. Just ask me all the questions and I will give you as many answers as I possibly can. There's 2 different ways you could build the Red Eyes deck. Actually, yeah, there's a lot of ways you could build that Red Eyes deck. One thing I recommend, which I do not play, mostly because I can't afford the cards, is the Bestial setup. They're level 6 dragons, but okay, so here's the good thing about the Bestials, or Bestials, however you want to call them. They're level 6 dragons, and you want to know what? Red Eyes has a fusion monster that requires level 6 dragons. Or 1 level 6 dragon. Anyway, speaking of dragons, this is what we're going to be drawing today. We're going to be drawing the Berserk Dragon. Why? Because I want to. So, look forward to that. So, we're actually going to be hiding this creature, because I already had the card on hand, for obvious reasons. I play too much Yu-Gi-Oh! So we're just going to be holding on to this thing while we figure everything out. Let's get a new layer. Let's actually delete this one here, get a new layer here, while we figure out how we're going to sketch this sucker. I got an idea how I want to sketch it too. There's the dogs. There we go. Okay, let's see. Wait, what's going on here? I'll burst out that seismic mine deck. Why? What's wrong with the seismic mine? Or what's wrong with the Red Eyes deck? Cult man, he's colting all over the place. Cult man. Oh, it's the song. No cult. I'll Nibiru if you dare. I mean, to be fair, Red Eyes doesn't have to worry about Nibiru. I swear, you could literally summon up that full metal dragon in like 2 summons. And then Nibiru's basically dead on arrival. You know you want to sing it. I will sing the Mothman song. I'm not singing the Cult Man. Alright, anyway, so let's get started on this dragon. So, let me see. How do I want to go about this? Well, luckily, this is the time where we just work on a sketch, so we don't really have to worry about how we're going to go about this. There's about 2 different ways I want to go about this. Either just have the dragon looming over in the distance, something like that. Give it all the hair sticking out in the back. That's one way I could go about this. I'm gonna test out a couple of ideas first before I dedicate myself to anything. But I got a couple of ideas on how I could go about this. We just need to test until we figure out exactly what the pose we're gonna stick with is. And in case you're wondering, yes, I'm looking at this too and thinking, that kind of looks like a horse. But let's be honest. What's a dragon other than a giantly scaled horse? Am I right? A dragon is just a horse with scales that breathes fire. And if I've learned one thing, you can figure out how to make a horse breathe fire. I mean, what? I didn't say any of that. Don't worry about it. Anyway. I can't stand Nibiru. The definition of yeet the cards. Yes, that's why I like Nibiru. Nibiru saved my bacon in a couple of duels. I cannot deny that one. Like, there was a deck that if I didn't Nibiru that sucker, they would have comboed off for years and years and years on end, and I would have just had to sit there and watch them do all of that. Instead, I was sitting there quietly tapping my finger every time I saw a summon. Like, as soon as they did one summon, tap, tap, tap. Waiting for that 5th tap. As soon as that 5th, as soon as that 5th monster was summoned, I was like, and not yet, not yet. As soon as I saw the monster that was about to extend the play and continue on, that's when I was like, and now. And you're done. Their turn ends, my turn starts, I summon the rest of my monsters, boom, game. I love Yu-Gi-Oh! Sometimes, but at the same time, on one hand, I love Yu-Gi-Oh! But on the other hand, it's a dumb game. Let me tell you, it's a really, really dumb game. But yeah, let me see. Hi, Lampy. How are Toy? Yo, Dino Seeker. My bad, wrong name. Yo, Dino Seeker, welcome on in. How you be? I hope you're having a good day there, buddy. I'm doing pretty well so far, mostly because, well, I'm done. I'm finished. It's over. Oh, right. For those of you who may be wondering, what do I mean by I'm done? It's finished. It's over. I finally got that big project that I was telling people a lot for months and months and months on end. Almost a full year now. It's, well, okay, almost over. I finally got it finished. It's finally done. The model reveal, the boss fight stream, all of it is finally finished, and I finally got to reveal the bird, or, you know, the bird 2.0. So all of that was done, all of that was set, and now I can just sit back and relax for a moment and just work on commissions and finish off those YouTube videos. Because for those of you that may not know, the main reason why I'm making this bird in the first place was for YouTube videos. And to have something going on in this channel other than just drawing, because I will definitely tell you this, sometimes to keep a channel fresh, you got to come up with something new. You got to bring something to the table to let folks know, hey, we got something planned, we got something big, look forward to it. Now, you don't always have to do that, but sometimes it helps. I could definitely tell you, sometimes it helps. But like I said, for the main thing, is for the YouTube channel. Gonna be doing some tutorials. And I asked people, what's the tutorial they want to see? And they said, how do you do live 2D model? How do you make live 2D model? How do you make the cartoon character do the puppet thing? So I was like, all right, that's the first thing we got to do. And then I went overboard. And now we're done. Now we can just focus back on the YouTube video and just doing whatever drawing. Because let me tell you, I am not making another big live 2D model anytime soon. But it doesn't mean that Lampy's not getting another live 2D model. Like I said, at the end of the weekend, I did say that look forward, because Lampy, now that the bird got a live 2D model, it's time for Lampy to get a live 2D model. but that might not be anytime soon. But I do have a plan for a new Live 2D model for Lampy. Is it a 3.0? No. Mostly because I honestly haven't had any reason to upgrade the Lampy model yet. Lampy with hair? Still no. Lampy's gonna be a fuzzy ball like a kiwi. We're not getting a fluffy Lampy. Maybe we can get a fluffy Lampy in the future, I don't know. But I like Lampy being like Fuzzy Wuzzy. Now Fuzzy Wuzzy was a bear, Fuzzy Wuzzy had no hair, but if that was the case, then Fuzzy Wuzzy wasn't really fuzzy, now was he? Interesting, makes sense? I'm glad that that makes sense. Once it's in play, you're not playing till you're dead. Which one, Nibiru? At least it's not magic using Chain Veil. What's Chain Veil? Oh, I guess that's the one. Ghost Peppers in the feed. Wait, what? Also, welcome on in there, question mark, how you be? Or Saito, you let me know. Thought you were making Made in Heaven after you said horse. Oh, no. We're making a Yu-Gi-Oh monster. We're making the Berserk Dragon. Very, very cursed creature. And I'm not even sure if I'm drawing it right, but you know what? We'll figure that part out later. Anyway. We're also going to shrink this down significantly, because like I said, I want this, or the idea that I have in mind is for this thing to be looming off in the distance. But you know what? I'm not liking the idea here. So what we're going to do is that we're going to take all of this. Well, actually, hold on a minute. We're going to take all of this. We're going to delete it. And I know how I want this to go now. I know how I want this to go. So instead, it's still going to be looming off in the distance. It's still going to be a monstrous behemoth of a creature because, yeah, this thing in that episode, though it only had 3,500 attack, this thing was looming over the field. This thing was a titan. Yeah, this thing was honestly a titan. Or a colossus of some sort. What you drawing? Yo, there. Yeah, yo, Milky Paws. Let's give a shout out to Milky. Let's give it yeah, there we go. Folks, it's a very chill streams over there. Go check out Milky Paws when you get the chance. Honestly, very chill streams. If I'm correct, they drew their own PNG. Go check them out when you get, or yeah, go check them out, yeah. But yeah, hope you're having a good day there, buddy. Hope things are well. I apologize. People are talking about a lot of Yu-Gi-Oh stuff. That's why I'm having trouble keeping up. Oh, you play Yu-Gi-Oh? Kind of, sort of, maybe. I like playing Yu-Gi-Oh, but currently, the current day and age of cards, they make it very, very difficult to play, because again, Yu-Gi-Oh has kind of become one of those games where you stop your opponent from having fun, or your opponent gets to do all of the moves while you just sit there and wait for them to end their turn. And when they end their turn, they may not even be finished. Because either their entire turn just says, yeah, no, you're not playing. Or, as soon as you draw your card, like, okay, I'm just going to play this one card. When you play that card, I activate this card. That card allows me to activate this card. When that card goes off, it drops something to the grave. And since that hit the graveyard, their effect goes off. And that allows me to search for this. And then I get to do that and here and there and blah, 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 blah. And the entire time while they're doing all of that, you're just sitting there like, hey, wait a minute. Isn't it my turn? Why are they doing all of this in my turn? Like, it's not your turn anymore. That's the problem. Alright. Why not the cool rad hairstyle? I mean, I could try drawing wig assets. Like wig PNGs. Yu-Gi-Oh! Anime was banger though. It was. Not gonna lie. Like, again, I've said it before and I'll say it again. Whether you watch the English version or the Japanese version, OG Yu-Gi-Oh! That was one heck of an anime. And like I said, the OG version gave some of the most iconic of moments. Or, you know, like some of the most iconic of lines. Like Shadow Realm or Heart of the Cards. Or Brooklyn Rage. No, wait, that was the I just realized Brooklyn Rage was the abridged series. Wrong one. I'm pretty sure they had more iconic stuff. You know what? You know what? This may not have been a phrase or a word, but you want to know what was one of the most iconic things of the OG Yu-Gi-Oh? The voice of Pegasus. You can't prove me, or yeah, you can't tell me otherwise. Anyone who played tunes, straight up, like off the bat, the first thing they thought was, or the first thing they did was do the Pegasus impression. Why? Because you're playing tunes. I mean, that was his whole gimmick. Which I also like the idea of tunes. Like literally a Japanese cartoon making one of their, okay, in anime, or anime-wise, a Japanese cartoon, or in their anime, the most busted of decks was a Western cartoon deck. Because they knew full well, Western cartoons, they're pretty busted. Like, if you ever tried doing if you ever tried doing power scaling when it comes to adding a Western cartoon into anything, you already know they're gonna be top of the top, especially the Looney Tunes sort of stuff. Why? As Dragon Ball once said, they're a gag character. They can literally do anything they want. They have the power to bend space and time. So, yeah. That's why nobody uses, Western cartoons for power scaling. Unless it's a superhero cartoon. If it's not a superhero cartoon, there's no power scaling to be done. Whatever they want to do, that's what... Yeah, basically, yeah, whatever they want to do, that's what they do. Those Western Looney Tune cartoons, or Bugs Bunny cartoons, they're literally god level. This is why you don't power scale them. Just like, what's his name? Felix the Cat? His magic bag of tricks. No matter what he needs, no matter what he wants, it's in that bag. Even if he had no intention of it being there. As soon as an idea pops to mind, like, hey, wait a minute. Nuke! And then pulls out a nuke out of his bag if he really wanted to. If he wanted to, he could pull a black hole out of the bag. And the entire, end his entire universe. But he doesn't. And even if he did, that bag would still exist. I think he just crawl out of the bag. And just pull the rest of the world out of it. This is why you don't power scale, gag character cartoons. This is why people's gotta stop power scaling Saitama. Stop power scaling the One Punch Man. It's not how it works. Even if their own anime is trying to, or actually, no, I take it back. Like, even if I feel like that's what that anime is all about. Stop the power scaling, people. Stop the power scaling, especially in One Punch Man. Doesn't mean anything. Hence the reason why Genos get so many power-ups, so many upgrades, and they don't amount to jack. I think that's what who knows, maybe that's the whole premise of the anime. Stop power scaling, people. It doesn't mean anything. All it does is get people angry. That's the message I'm getting from this anime, even if that's not supposed to be the message. Did this start with the Superman versus Goku debate? Whew. Probably. Dragon Ball was a mistake. Maybe not even that. Maybe it was just the Superman versus Batman debate. Because I'll be honest, I feel like Superman versus Batman was a debate long before Superman versus Goku. This is why you have so many Batman versus Superman fights. Like, they constantly put those two characters against each other just so whoever's writing the story could be like, see, this is how it actually goes down, and the fan base doesn't care. It's like what's his name said? The guy who made Spider-Man. Trying to remember his name. Marvel series dude. What's the guy's name? Stan Lee. Yeah, that's the one. I don't know why I thought Steve. I was thinking, like, the name Steve is in there somewhere, but I can't figure out why. Yeah, no, Stan Lee. Yeah, basically, what Stan Lee said. Stan Lee said one of the wisest things ever, and the fans never listened to that part. They never listen to that part, especially those that do the power scaling thing. They just look at it like, oh yeah, but that's a boring answer. Let's find a real answer. It's like, that is the real answer. Anyway, you want to know what he says? The debate is always, oh, Steve was Steve Rogers? Yeah, but anyway, his answer to those debates was this. Who wins between this hero and that hero, or this character and that villain, or this hero and that villain? Who wins? Whoever the writer chooses to win. Doesn't matter how powerful a villain is or how weak a hero is. If the writer wants this hero or villain to win, that's who's gonna win. That's basically how it works. They'll figure out a way to make it work. So if you ever wanted to know, out of these two characters, who do you think's gonna win? Who's writing it? Here's your answer. I know it's a boring question, but let's all be honest, it's a true answer. Also, let me switch these earphones out because they're about to die. But anyway, this is also why you don't pick gag characters, because let's be honest, gag characters aren't going to lose that easily. Whoever tossed the gag character into whatever world they're in, you already know that's the whole premise, is that that gag character is going to be causing some shenanigans. But yeah, let me try to catch up something. Also, Pixel, thank you for the raid. I greatly appreciate it. Also, let me fix this stuff up. Is it this one? It is not this one. Maybe this one? Nope, I still cannot hear. Give me a second, I'm gonna figure this out. One of these earphone thingies has gotta work. Either way, let's give a shout out to Pixelated Owl. I will figure that stuff out later. Folks, if you haven't checked them out, I highly recommend that you do. They also do art, and they also play a good variety of games. All of that crazy stuff. And if I'm correct, you were playing the Pocket Mirror today, right? How did that game go? I hope it went well. And everybody stopping by from Pixel Stream. Hi, my name is Lampy, small-time illustrator, football-sized Moth. Yes, the bug is the streamer. I do a lot of drawing streams, occasional gaming streams, and sometimes a live 2D rigging streams. And today is one of those drawing streams. Today, I'm just taking a minute to just draw some Yu-Gi-Oh monsters. Why? Because I feel like it. I've been working on way too many projects, way too many things. So I'm taking today to just sit back and chill for a minute. I hope y'all enjoy. Also, let me check on something. Why is this not working? Or did the music just stop on the other side? Nope, music seems to be fine there, so it's just on my end that I just can't hear anything. We're gonna wait for the earphones to pop back up. They did pop back up. And so why am I still deaf? Maybe I gotta do this again? Let me try this one more time. I'll figure it out. Also, everybody stopping by, if you gotta take care of things, go take care of those things. Never feel bad about raiding and running, because that's what raids are all about. But if you decide to stick around, I greatly appreciate that. I hope you enjoy your stay. Let's see. That's our favorite Moth. Yo, Pixel. I've been good. I've been doing alright. I finally finished off a lot of things. I finally got to reveal the 2.0 for the bird up there. And it comes with a lot of cool features. The wings are, you know, a given. That part's normal. But it also comes with a sword now. Bird's finally got a sword. Or Bird's finally got a weapon. But yeah, how about yourself? I hope things have been good. Let's see. Yes, it's good so far. It's going to be a fun one. Nice, glad to hear it. Okay, let me try something here. We're going to try something a little crazy. Okay, so let's switch these out again. Try this one more time. Because one of these earphones have got to work. Okay, I got the music back. I got the sound back. Thank God. My rival was so great it defended you. Wait, from what? Oh, let's see. It's good so far. It's going to be a fun one. Nice, nice, nice. I'm glad that you're liking the game so far. I hope yeah, I'm glad to hear that you're liking the game so far. Penspin? Penspin. Yo, Skittle Squad, welcome on in, and thank you for redeeming Penspin. Whew. But yeah, okay, let me see some things. Let me try to catch up with a lot of the readings here. Alright. Batman would lose because his superpower is being rich. Nah. See, here's what Batman has to do to beat Superman. Put a foreclosure on his house. Or, you know, buy out the bank that owns his house. Or, you know, buy out the bank that just buy out the land that's under his house. And just tell him, I'm not gonna do anything about it there, Superman. Don't worry there, Clark. I ain't doing jack about it. But if you cross me one time, you decide to overstep at any point, I'm moving that entire house of yours off that property, and I'm replacing it with a Starbucks. And that's how Batman beats Superman. That's how he does it. He doesn't do it with power. He doesn't do it with a green rock. He does it with said money. And that just holds that over him. Just basically that's how he would do it. Just holds it over him. Buy the Daily Planet? That too. Like, you know what? Just buy the Daily Planet. Just sit there up top there like, what's up, Clark? So, sounds like you got a busy day today. Like, yeah, I was actually going to, well, you would be. I'm assuming you were gonna, you know, take on that.
Tell me, Moth, do you bleed? You will.
Oh, we'll find out about that. We'll find out. Also, good to see you there, Ryu. Thank you for the bits. And Moyoto. Mayoto? I think it's Mayoto. You let me know. Yeah, feel free to correct me at any point. I know I can't pronounce things right. But yeah, thank you for stopping by. I greatly appreciate it. Same thing with you there, Ryu. But yeah, what was I talking about? Oh yeah, what question mark said. Just, get the Daily Planet. Oh, I meant deafen. Oh, my arrival was so great it deafened you. Oh, yeah. I lost all hearing once the birds arrived. Anyway, we're going to take this part back. I'm also going to remove this section a little bit. Actually, no. Let's not do it that way. Let's keep these where they are, but what I actually want to do is that we're actually going to remove this, make it a little bit shorter. And the reason why we're not erasing anything is because sometimes you want to keep the original parts that you had before. You want to keep them there so you know where you don't want it to be. Because originally I thought this would have been fine, but nah, I'm not quite liking it. But we're going to keep it there so we know where it is. Anyways, I'm alert to do some stuff. Hope you have a good stream. Yeah, no worries there, Pixel. And I thank you for stopping by. I greatly appreciate it. And I hope you have a good night, better tomorrow, and a great week. You take care now there, buddy, and you get all the rest and do whatever it is that you got to do, and I hope it goes well. And again, I thank you greatly for the raid. I hope, and a great, words. Yeah, you know what I mean. Let's see. It can be anything, so, let's see. It could be anything. So many people say it differently, and I like to cherish every one of them. You know what? That's honestly fair. That's honestly fair. And I can respect that. Mayoto it is. And thank you for the clarification. I greatly appreciate that. Alright, so here's what we're going to put there. Let's also look at this here monster. Let's look at this crazy dragon here. Alright, so we're actually going to keep the horns where they are, just so I know how far they go. But we actually need to bring these horns a lot further out, make them more narrow, make them thinner, a little sharper. We're also going to take this horn, make it a little bit higher up. It's going to look shorter, but we're going to try to get like some sort of perspective look going on here. Which, for shortening, always a tricky one. And thank you for the lurk there, Pixel. I greatly appreciate it. All right, we're going to figure this out. We're going to figure this out. But as soon as we figure it out, that is when... Well, actually, since we now know where the horns are going to be, we could actually take all of this away. Take this upper part of the... Yeah, take this upper part of the snout. Remove that part now that we know where everything is supposed to go. But also, this part needs to... Well, one, let's put this back. Make the head a little bit wider. Something along these lines. Oh, this is actually... We've been making the body... Or we've been making the head a little too high. That's where our problem is. Let's snag this part. Move it further up. Rotate a little bit. Move it a little bit closer. Just a little bit. That part should be good. And also, considering how this is a bit of a skeleton, we're going to need to add a bit of an arch to this here skeleton, as a matter of fact. So it's not going to have the regular snout like you normally would see. This has got to be a little more bone-shaped. A little more skeletal. We can also remove this part now. And then just add the rest of the teeth here. But yeah, after that, or yeah, now that all of that is done, the only thing to do is just finish off the remainder of my commissions, which is about 2 of them. I just got to finish off one more live 2D model. I got to finish off a PNG. But also, while I'm working on all of that, I'm going to be working on some of the whatchamacallit. Oh yeah, that reminds me. Since a lot of folks are here, I wanted to bring up, for those of you that were there last weekend, or this weekend. Yeah, last weekend. I think it's this one. For those of you that were there last weekend, I want to let you know, these are the goals that we reached, which was... By the way, yeah, the goals are done, so don't worry about that. Anyway, so the goals that we reached are the ones that we need to keep an eye on. Risk of Rain 2 reset stream. I'll give more information all about that on Friday. If I stream on Friday. I'm going to try to stream on Friday, but I'll get more information on that on Friday. Traditional art giveaway. That's going to be at the end of the month. Yu-Gi-Oh! Community Night. Next Sunday? I want to say next Sunday. Another traditional art giveaway. That's also going to be at the end of the month. Fortnite Community Night. I need to figure out what day that's going to be, but that's going to be a day. That's going to be on a Sunday. I want to try to aim for a Sunday. Maybe. Either that or maybe a Friday, I don't know. And the release of the Necro Sandwich, for those of you that don't know. This little critter right here. This cursed abomination. This was a fun project, and apparently people wanted this model. So, this was one of the goals. Where is it? This cursed abomination was one of the goals, and guess what, folks? For those of you that do not know, we reached the goal, and therefore this sandwich is now a public item. Which means, for any of you that may or may not be doing the live 2D, who may or may not be doing the what's the word I'm looking for? The streaming, the YouTube video makings, or some sort of video making, or anyone who just wants to dabble in VTube Studio. Or just see what live 2D models are all about. Guess what? This cursed sandwich right here is now available to anyone and everyone. Just put exclamation point coffee, and you will see that the sandwich model can now be used by everybody. So if you yourself wanted a very cursed sandwich model that does the flip, you can get that today or tomorrow, whichever. But anyway, just know that you can now get yourself your very own cursed sandwich. Oh, you know what? Yeah, you can get your very own cursed sandwich. Pick one up today. Anyway. Okay, so yeah, that was a bunch of other stuff, but the main thing I wanted to show is for everyone who supported. Sandwich out of the way. Hold on a minute. Anyway, for anyone who supported, guess what? If you feel like any of these goals have been reached on your, or yeah, if you feel like you have contributed to a certain amount, and any of these goals or any of these incentives have reached that, or yeah, and you feel like you've reached any of those incentives, feel free to message me whatever request you would like, based off of the amount that you contributed, if you would like to. You do not have to, or yeah, you are not pressured to do so. You don't have to if you don't want to. But I wanted to let you all know that you do have the option available if you contributed at some point of time, or yeah, if you contributed in any of the contributions that you had during the weekend. If you feel like you've reached any of those, or yeah, if you feel like you've contributed any amount of any of those kinds within the weekend and you want to redeem one of those requests, you could very much do so. And Dusk, welcome on in. How you be? I hope you're having a good day there, buddy. Let's zoom out here right quick. Hope you're having a good day. Let's give a shout out to Dusk. If you haven't checked out Dusk, I highly recommend that you do. They play a good variety of games. Really funny time over there. Really chill times over there as well. And if you're a big fan of Pokemon, like a big fan of Pokemon, you're going to enjoy there. And also possibly Final Fantasy 14. You're going to enjoy your time there. And everybody stopping by from Dusk's stream. Hi, my name's Lampy, small-time illustrator, football-sized Moth. Yes, the bug is the streamer. I do a lot of drawing streams, occasional gaming streams, and sometimes some live 2D rigging streams. And today is one of those drawing streams. Today, we're just drawing a Yu-Gi-Oh monster. Why? Because I've been working on a lot of stuff. We just revealed the Birds 2.0 model. Been working on a lot of other projects. We finished off a good number of them. And so now I'm just taking the time to sit back, relax, and draw an old Yu-Gi-Oh monster that literally made one attack in the entire series, died right after, and was never seen again. I love this card. So yeah. Also, if you gotta take care of things, go take care of those things. Never feel bad about raiding and running, because that's what raids are all about. But if you decide to stick around, I greatly appreciate that. I hope you enjoy your stay. And yeah, Dusk, what were you up to? What were you chatting? What were you doing? What were you playing? I hope it had, or yeah, I hope it was well. I hope it was good. Good to see it there, Toxic. Thank you for the follow, Mars the Raccoon Paws. Thank you for the follow. I greatly appreciate it. Welcome to the Moth Fleet. I hope you enjoy your stay. By the way, you're lamping now. If you don't know what that means, don't worry about it. But yeah, what were you up to there, Dusk? I hope you had a lot of fun. I'm just a nerd? Fair. That's honestly a reasonable way to go about life. Welcome to the cult. Wait, no. Wait, hold on a minute. No cult. Oh yeah, let me see. I was looking at memes everyone sent in. Ooh, nice. Any good ones? What was your favorite meme? Hope you saw some really funny memes. Yay, cult? No cult. What is wrong with you people? Stop trying to join cults. Why are you always joining cults? Can't you all be normal for once? Right, we're on Twitch. You know what? I'm just gonna go back to my drawing. I'm just gonna go back to drawing a Yu-Gi-Oh card. Let's see. I was flashbanged by so many, I don't even know. Ah, fair. That sounds like a lot of memes. Did they make memes of you or just memes in general? They made memes of you. That's very admirable. And that's really awesome. Cheese? Cheese! Hold on, I think we got a cheese emote. Folks, for those of you that have emotes, drop the cheese emote. Doesn't even have to be the cheese emote from this channel, just drop cheese. Because I think we all deserve to see some cheese. Thank you there, Glass Shark. Alright, let me see. What else am I trying to do? What else am I trying to add here? I don't want to drop them. And we're banning Ryu. Teach you to not drop some cheese. Anyway. There we go. Thank you there, Dusk. Feed the raccoon? See, there you go. Folks, feed the raccoon. Feed the raccoon cheese until they blow up. And then You just see the fondue fly everywhere. Granted, you also see organs fly everywhere, but ignore the organs. Just focus on the cheese. Focus on the fondue. Because fondue is a fun guy. No, wait, no, that doesn't work. That's about mushrooms. You know what? Don't worry about it. I don't know how memes work. Or I don't remember how... See? Yeah, I don't know how jokes work. Don't worry about it. It's fine, I get cheese. Yeah, see, there you go. I have stinky cheese. You know what? Okay, to be fair, Dusk, to be fair, stinky cheese is the best cheese. It's as the old saying goes from an episode of Family Guy. When Brian took a whiff and it was horrible, he said, it's either bad meat or good cheese. Let's be honest, that's not wrong. Also, Siri, welcome on in. Let's give a shout out to I Not Siri. If you haven't checked them out, I highly recommend that you do. They play a good variety of games. They play a lot of the repo, and it's a very chill time over there. So if you're a fan of repo, that's a good place to go. Fondue, not fondant. Yeah, see, there you go. There's that one. Anyway, so let me see. What sort of monstrosity am I working with here? On the upside, I also realized while drawing this monstrosity, I also noticed that I don't have to do the... I don't have to draw that one... Okay, I'm going to show you something, folks. Whenever people... Or yeah, whenever you have to draw a lizard or a dinosaur, at the end of the cheek, there's this one thing that sticks out. I don't know what it's called, but there's like this little flap of skin that kind of holds the mouth together. Since this is a skeleton, that part doesn't exist. So we don't have to figure out how that's going to work. We just draw whatever we got. And you know what? That is A-okay in my book. We'll figure out the rest from there. I miss undead monstrosities like this. I miss when Yu-Gi-Oh! Monsters... Okay, to be fair, we still have Yu-Gi-Oh! Monsters that look like this. As a matter of fact, a new one just came out that oddly reminds me of this. But yeah, you know what they need to do? They need to make a remake of this monster. I want a remake of this monster. Like, upgrade this sucker. Make it easier to summon. I want more of this. Just make a whole big 5 deck where you have this monster and another 5-head dragon. And a Jinzo. Thank you, Lampy. Yeah, no problem. How are you? So far, so good. Just taking some time to chill, taking a bit of a minute to figure out the rest of the game plans in the future. As we got, though I did say, we're all done, I'm finally free. That's not entirely true. I got a lot of games that I need to play. Well, not even so much need to play. I finally get an excuse to play a lot of games that I've been wanting to play. Like Risk of Rain 2. Risk of Rain 2 is one of those games. Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel, I'll be honest, I'm on the half and half about Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel. Like I said, I like playing Yu-Gi-Oh! It's also, you know what? Yu-Gi-Oh! To me is the equivalent of League of Legends. That's the best way to call it now, and I really hate the fact that I just compared Yu-Gi-Oh! To League of Legends. Jesus Christ. But let's look at the comparisons. Toxic fan base. Kind of pretty bad game, but you still play it. Overpriced stuff. And every Yu-Gi-Oh! Player is in agreement that, yeah, this game and ourselves kind of suck. Oh my god, Yu-Gi-Oh! Is... Jesus Christ, Yu-Gi-Oh! Is, it's League of Legends. Folks, I think I need to put Yu-Gi-Oh! Down now. I think I need to stop playing Yu-Gi-Oh! Huh. Whatever. Anyway. Oh, let's see. But yeah, that's all I've been doing. I've been working on a lot of projects. I've been low-lifing Elden Ring. Also, someone that I know has been playing Elden Ring. They really got into the game. And then I told them that there's a mod that lets you play multiplayer, or it makes multiplayer a lot easier. And now they're thinking about playing more Elden Ring after they finish the first play, or yeah, their first run. I'm like, Elden Ring collab, let's go. Or at least a community night. I can't wait. Also, ad starts in a minute. And apparently I can't snooze them. Why can't I snooze them today? That's a weird situation. Anyway. But yeah, how about yourself there, Siri? I hope things have been good. Or maybe use a D&D similar monster, the Draco Lich. Wait, what were we talking about, the Draco Lich? Okay, I know that the Berserk Dragon looks a lot like the Draco Lich. But yeah. Expensive as fudge. I love that mod. Yeah, same. And yeah, you're not wrong. Yu-Gi-Oh! Is expensive, and so is League of Legends. But dang it, I just can't put the card game down. Even if I don't even play... There are times, and I'll be honest, I'm in that point where I don't even play the game anymore as often as I want to. Mostly because Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel... It's not the best of options. But it is... It's not the best of Okay, actually, I take it back. It's one of the decent options, I suppose. I prefer other options, but this is unfortunately the best of options we got. Unless you're a fan of Duel Links, then I suppose there's that. It's an option. It is an option. Yo, Blobby, welcome on in. Let's give a shout out to Blobby. If you haven't checked them out, I highly recommend that you do. Really awesome people. Some of the chillest streams you're ever going to see. They play a variety of games. They play Voices of the Void, I think it's called. Something Void, Star Selector, Marvel Rivals. And they also do perfume making. So if you want to check any of that out, go check out Blobby. I highly recommend it. And ad break. You know what? We'll come back to that. We'll say it one more time when they come back. But yeah, let me see. I love Duel Links in the early days, like when Fusion Dinos was the best deck. What's Fusion Dino? Or which one's Fusion Dino? Is this Zombie Dragon? Not quite Zombie Dragon, but it is a dragon zombie monster. It is called the Berserk Dragon. One of my favorite monsters, even though it didn't do jack in the actual anime. All it did was give the two main characters a big scare for one turn, and then it died. That's basically it. But I could definitely tell you, despite it not doing as crazy... Yeah, despite the fact that it wasn't as crazy in the anime, I can definitely tell you, back in the day, I made this card work. I made this card really go ham. So I had a combo with this thing, where... So, in order to explain the combo, I have to explain the monster card, or the magic card. All you need to know about this monster is that big attack. Big attack. That's all you need to know about this monster. Now, in order to summon this monster, you need a magic card. And normally, the magic card is kind of a hindrance to keep you from getting big monster on the field. However, that condition that magic card used made it so much more beneficial. So here's what you need to do. In order to summon this dragon, you need to activate that magic card. In order to activate that magic card, a level 8 or higher monster on your side of the field needs to die and go to the graveyard. Doesn't matter how they go to the graveyard, they just need to go to the graveyard. But before we get to all of that, let's also give a shout out to Mary Lamb. If you haven't checked out Mary Lamb, I highly recommend that you do. They play a good variety of games. Really hilarious streams over there. Amazing art. Awesome person. Overall, just really great people. And they also just got themselves a 3D model. Go check it out when you get the chance. I highly recommend it. But yeah, so what they did... Or yeah, so that's how you get the monster onto the field, is having a level 8 monster. So basically a big monster on your side of the field, going straight to the graveyard. Then you activate your magic card. Then that magic card gets this big dragon out onto the field. And that is not a once per turn. If you have more than one card, or more than one of the magic card, you can get multiple of these guys onto the field. Now, why do I bring all of that up? Because here's what my combo was. It was a ritual monster that where you pay 2,000 of your life points, you nuke the entire field. Everything blows up except for that ritual monster. So if you summoned up that ritual monster, and you summoned up another level 8 ritual monster, and then you nuked the field with the first one, that means one level 8 ritual monster just went to the graveyard, aka the level 8 monster that you needed to play that magic card. And if you kept one or more of those magic cards in your hand, then you get to play not one, but two of them. Summon those big dragons. Your opponent's field is empty because you just nuked it. And so 35 and 35 plus the 24 attacking ritual monster that nuked in the first place, that's over 8,000. Boom, big money. And that's usually what I did with this monster. I just summoned up 2 level 8s, nuked the field, played 2 copies of the magic card to summon 2 copies of this guy, and then just smacked directly. It was a high risk, high reward type of combo. It didn't always work. But by God, if I was going to take that chance, I was going to take that chance. And before anyone asks, no, it wasn't a consistent combo, which meant I wasn't able to do it all the time, and that meant I didn't rely on it all the time. But if I got the opportunity, you best believe I'm taking that opportunity when I get the shot. And it was a very small and simple combo too. But again, since it was small and since it was simple, I had to heavily rely on praying that the cards popped up in the right opportunity. If they didn't, well, new plan. Although I will say, that deck and that combo also gave me a burning hatred for Karibo for a moment. For a time, which is funny. Since, you know, we made a live 2D model of Karibo. But anyway, there was a time where I hated Karibo. Why? Because I went through all the steps, went through that combo, and I hit my opponent, or I was going to, you know, I nuked their field, which means they have no monsters, no traps, no nothing to defend themselves. Or at least that's what I thought. Because when I attacked, I smacked them with my first monster. Hit them with 35. Smacked them with my second monster. Hit them with 24. All I need to do is hit them with the third berserk, or the second berserk dragon, and then I win. And since they have no cards on the field, what are they gonna do? Yeah, what are they gonna do? They got nothing on the field to stop me. They drop Karibo. Well, that just lost the momentum of that story. Welcome on in there, Alice. How you be? I hope you're having a good day there, buddy. Let's give a shout out to Alice. We're actually working on a PNG for them, so look forward to that. And if you're a fan of Slime Rancher, that's a good place to go. But yeah, thank you for stopping by there, buddy. I hope things are going well. I hope things are good. But yeah, anyway, so long story short, they stopped my one-turn kill combo with a single Karibo. They were supposed to die on that turn, but since they played that Karibo, they survived that. I swear to God, that was a legit Yu-Gi-Oh moment for them. And then they played a magic card called Lightning Vortex, which basically destroys all your face-up all your opponent's face-up monsters by discarding one card in your hand. So my entire game plan, my entire combo, just went out the window after that. And since I used all of my cards to pull off that combo, I basically lost that duel. It's definitely one of those moments that really made me think, you know what? I really should have thought this one through. But yeah, that's Yu-Gi-Oh for you. Thank you, my bad. I'm gonna go back to lurking. All right, you do your lurking there, Alice, and I thank you for stopping by. I greatly appreciate it. I hope you have a good day, a better tomorrow, a great week. And thank you for the posture check. And yeah, thank you for the posture check and the quack. And welcome on in there, Dice Mistress. How you be? I hope you're having a good day, everybody. Just dropping in, handsome. Yo, thank you. I greatly appreciate that. Hope you're doing well. So far, so good. After working on so much, I'm finally taking a break. Kind of. I'm gonna go back to work on a live 2D model after this, because I just showed someone the live 2D model that they commissioned. So, or I showed them some progress on it. So we're on the right track. We're on the right step. I'm hoping to get that model finished by the end of I don't know when I'm going to get that model finished, but I know it's going to be in the next month or two. That's what I'm aiming for. Also, I'm hoping to get those Lampy plushies back in stock. I've been working on that one. I feel like I'm nearly there. Again, they're slowly but surely. Also, if you hear some yelling in the background, that's actual cultists next door. They do the church thing literally every day. Anyway. Moth can't comprehend breaks when all they do is work nonstop. Basically. Cult? No cult. Well, technically, yeah, there's one over there. That's why I want to move. But, yeah, no cult. Oh yeah, which reminds me. Okay, so I think I mentioned this part, but just to be safe, I'm going to mention it again. Hold on a second. I think I'm going to sneeze, but I can't quite tell. Nope, no sneeze. Cult mentioned? Okay, yeah, cult was mentioned at least once, but that's not the point. That's not the point at all. Anyway, so going back to it, that's also why I'm trying to get out of here. That's also why I'm trying to move. The only downside is the places that I've been looking at that look fairly reasonable to move out to, the housing ain't too bad. It's just, I don't know how good the internet would be out there. I don't know if the internet's going to be any decent if I get out there, which means there's a possibility that if I do get the opportunity to move, I might not be able to do streams until I figure out a good internet, until I can find a good internet provider out there, in which, not going to lie, I don't know if you could find a good internet provider out in the desert. Because that's where all the decent housing that I could find in this area is out in the desert. That's the struggle of living in the city. Like, if you live in the city, amazing internet. Terrible rent. You live out in the desert, you could actually get yourself a mortgage. An affordable mortgage. Not too sure how the internet sounds out there. Food is like 2-hour walk. 30-minute drive, maybe. 20-minute drive. Actually, you know what? It might still be an 8-minute drive because, you know, there's nobody on the road. Maybe. Let's see. Do you want to move to my attic full of spiders and no cult stuff? No cult stuff? That's all I needed to hear. But yeah, knowing my brothers, it's going to be a little tricky. It's going to be a little difficult. And I know full well that if they ever wanted to move somewhere, that's the last time that they plan on moving. So that's why I'm looking at it, trying to figure out where would be a decent place to go. Where would be a good place to drop. You know, just to finally just drop off. And that's a tricky one. That's also why I've been thinking to myself, like, okay, I need a game plan to figure out. This is my game plan. This is my main end. Oh, you know what? Let's just call it an end game goal. Like, this is the big goal. The big life goal that I need to figure out. Getting a house. That is the big end life goal. That's the number one goal I'm trying to figure out. How to get a house. Well, yeah, how to get a house in this day and age. In this economy. It's not going to be easy. But I have a couple of ideas. They're not going to be anytime soon, but I have ideas, which means I need to start pushing merch. Okay, when I say pushing merch, I don't mean like I'm going to be selling stuff. Okay, well, how do I put it? I need to start making stuff. More models, more projects, more things. Which means, do not worry there, folks. I will not be, you know... How do I put it? When I say all of this, I don't mean to pressure anybody. I'm just letting y'all know this is my game plan. This is what I'm going to try to figure out. This is how I'm going to like throw anything, or this is what I'm going to start throwing, or what I'm going to try to start working on. Projects left and right. Heck, there might even be projects in the background that y'all may not even know about. It's that kind of game plan. Like, all right, we just got to get we just got to get merchant projects and like passive income out there, like nobody's business. This is a personal project. This is a personal project. This is a me project. So don't worry about it there, folks. You won't have to worry about, or you won't have to hear about it too much other than just me talking about what I'm working on in the background. Other than that, yeah, that's about it. Although my brothers have been telling me ideas like, hey, you should make this shirt. You should make that shirt. And I'm like, I should make shirts again, but at the same time, I don't want to make shirts again. Which is funny because that was my first passionate business that I really, yeah, it was the first business that I really went ham on, and I think I did pretty well on it. It's just that after a while, I was like, I don't want to deal with this no more. I don't want to deal with shipping. But I gotta deal with shipping. Oh, let's see. It's full of cult stuff. Okay, yeah, nope, I'm not dealing with that addict. Spiders is one thing, but if you got cult stuff up there, nah, I'm good. I ain't doing all that. I just realized this dragon has 80s metal hair. Prove me wrong. Look at that. That's 80s metal hair right there. You know what? I think we... Nah. You know what? I think this is fine. We'll leave it where it is at the moment. Let's get to the next step. Let's actually bring this down just a little bit. Maybe. Maybe a little more right over there. And I think we're going to have Dark Magician and Flame Swordsman in the foreground. I think that's a game plan, because those were the two monsters that this monster was facing. So yeah, we're going to put that. Let's sketch out the bone skeleton part. Figure out this weird insanity of a beast. More 70s than 80s. Oh, let's see. More 70s than 80s. In the 80s, Aquanet. Oh, let's see. In the 80s, Aquanet and Moose made the hair go even taller. Oh, I see. Oh, you know what? Fair. I could see that now. Like, 80s would have been like, maybe something along those lines. It would have just looked like Super Saiyan. That's basically what the 80s would have looked like. Which makes a lot of sense now that I really think about it. Like, when did the Super Saiyan come out? What year did the Super Saiyan come out? Was that the... Yeah, when was that? Was that late 80s, mid 80s? I feel like it was late 70s to early to maybe even late 80s. I feel like the Super Saiyan came out in the late or mid to late 80s, somewhere around those lines. Yeah? Ah, fair. What's Moose? No, wait, no. I remember what Moose is now. That hair stuff. And wait, Moose is to... Okay, the only thing I remember about Moose is that it greases up the hair. That's all I remember about Moose. Is that the one that makes it stand up? Give you the Polnareff haircut from JoJo's Bizarre Adventure? Yo, Brina, thank you for the raid. I greatly appreciate it. Let's give a shout out to Brina. If you haven't checked them out, I highly recommend that you do. They play a good variety of games. They play a lot of the Cuphead and the Darkest Dungeon. Really cool time over there. I highly recommend checking them out. They just got some new emotes. So if you want some really cool emotes, go check out Brina Belladonna. If you're a fan of the Cuphead or the Darkest Dungeon, that's a good place to go. Or Little Nightmares. I highly recommend it. And everybody stopping by from Brina's stream, Hi, my name is Lampy, small-time militia, football-sized Moth. Yes, the bug is the streamer. I do a lot of drawing streams, occasional gaming streams, and sometimes in live to do rigging streams. And today's one of those drawing streams. Today we're taking a chill day to just draw Yu-Gi-Oh! Monster. This one in particular. Very cursed, skeletal dragon-looking thing. I really like this monster. So that's what we're drawing today. I hope you all have a good day. I hope you all enjoy your stay, and if you gotta take care of things, go take care of those things. Never feel bad about raiding and running, because that's what raids are all about, but if you decide to stick around, I greatly appreciate that, and I hope you enjoy your stay. And how was the stream? I hope it was good. I hope it went well. And yeah, welcome on in there, Brina. I hope things have been good. I hope you had a lot of fun. And super lucky 886. Thank you for the follow. I greatly appreciate it. Welcome to the Moth Fleet. I hope you enjoy your stay. By the way, you're a Lampy now. If you don't know what that means, don't worry about it. Also, the music stopped. Give me a second. There we go. And Lampy's a derp now. You know what? That's fair. Also, why is VTube Studio all the way up there? It's got to be down here. There we go. Perfect. But yeah, how was Darkest Dungeon? Did anybody survive? I hope it was good. And welcome on in there, super lucky. Hope everybody, or yeah, hope you're having a good day. Mousse helps make the hair stay up like Aquanet hairspray. Pre-made greased hair. Ah, okay, so it does give you the Polnareff haircut. Or the Guile from Street Fighter. Okay, fair. You can just call me Lucky. Alright, Lucky it is. Thank you for letting, or yeah, thank you for the clarification there, Lucky. It went well, lost a few people in Darkest Dungeon, but it's okay. Ah, fair. You're always gonna remind me of that Shrek meme. Some of you may die, but it's a risk I'm willing to take. Or it's a risk I'm willing to, no wait. It's a sacrifice I'm willing to make. I think that's how it went. Anyway, let's take this part, because what I wanted to do. This is too... Yeah, this one ain't really... We're getting there, but not quite. Here's what we're going to do about that. Actually, you know what? Keep all of the stuff that I left there, because I know if I don't, it's not going to quite reach the spot that I'm looking for. So let's bring this further up. We're going to reduce the opacity on this. We're going to make a new layer. We're going to try this again, because what I want to do is make the shape of the skeleton thingy a little bit closer to where it's facing the enemy. Let's make it a little bit closer where it's facing the enemy. Let's see. You missed a few things. I also passed super info from Dragon Ball. Ah, fair. Thank you for letting me know there, Spock. Give me 1 second, though. Let me just, sketch up this dragon a little bit more. Oh, it doesn't have, frontal fangs. It's just all fang, or just, like, all rows of teeth. They're all about somewhat moderately equal when it comes to this dragon. Okay, so fair. You know what? Let's take some liberties here. Let's make this dragon look very cursed. Make it look worse than it actually looks like in the anime. Let's stylize it a bit. But, you know, we're still gonna keep to the traditional theme of this thing. But we are gonna make it look, we're gonna take some stylized liberties to make it far more gruesome. Add some more texture to this shell of a beast. We're gonna take some Dead Space features. In a way, if that makes any sense. You know what? We're just gonna add these eyes right here for the sketch for now. It's not gonna stay this way because this is still kind of goofy, but does give an idea on where we're trying to go with this. So we're gonna keep it something like that for now. All right, let me see. Oh, that is a lot. Okay, while Dragon Ball was out of copy-paste, the first power-up was in Dragon Ball. Ah, fair. True. I just wanted to know, when was Super Saiyan, though? Super Saiyan transformation popped up in March 1991. Ah, gotcha. I always thought it was like in the late 80s. Dungeon Meshy if it was cool. What do you mean if it was cool? Dungeon Meshy's already cool. I don't know how to feel about that one. The only thing that terrified me was Elf Senshi. Like, I don't know what happened to Senshi. That wasn't even Senshi anymore. I've said it more than enough times, but yeah, y'all know what I mean. But yeah, what do you mean if Dungeon Meshy was cool? Also, I mean, technically, I guess the Hunter Lampy works for that one. I was gonna say, I think you need the Flamethrower Lampy for that one. That's the one that's used for cooking. Also, where's the other two characters? Where's Peter B. Parker and, the Paladin? Or is he a fighter? I think he's a Paladin. Yeah, what is Laios? Is Laios a Paladin, a fighter, just a regular knight? What is he? I don't think he's a Paladin now that I think about it, because I feel like whatever he's... I feel like him eating all those monsters would have been like a... Yeah, I don't think he's a Paladin now that I think about it, because I feel like whatever he's... Or all the monsters he's eating, I feel like that's against some sort of oath. I don't think he really has an oath, so... I think he really is just a fighter. I think if there was a class for him, I think it would be fighter. Really trying to think about that one. Dragon Ball had a lot of dealing with the Moon Rage in the 80s series. Oh. Okay, that's fair, that's fair. But yeah, I really thought that, you know, looking at how Dragon Ball's hairstyle was, that definitely looked like it... Well, not even Dragon Ball, but Dragon Ball Z. I really thought Dragon Ball Z would have been the one that would have had the 80s, or, you know, would have been something from 80s, because it really gives off that 80s style. Look at Vegeta's hair. You can't tell me that... Moon Rage? Oh, the... Ozaru? The Ozaru? Basically, when Goku turns into a giant monkey. I think that's the Moon Rage. Okay, so yeah, the Ozaru. Uzaru. Something. Giant ape. A great ape. There we go. Wait, which one is the... I'm trying to figure out which one this one is. The Heimer. Sinheimer. I guess that's Spider-Man. Close enough. Great ape? Yeah, the great ape form. But anyway, let me see what's this one say. Okay, let me finish the rest of this. Dragon Ball had a lot of dealing with the Moon Rage in the 80s series, requiring the tail being cut off. Oh, had a lot of dealing with the Moon Rage in the 80s series, requiring the tail to be cut off. There was no need for Super Saiyan, or yeah, Super until the later story arc. Ah, fair. Also, didn't I hear that Super Saiyan, the main reason why Super Saiyan existed was just to change up the hair so that they didn't have to, you know, color that in all the time. All he needed to do was just add an outline and then boom, he's done. You know, lessen up the work. Which, not gonna lie, very smart move. Very, very smart move. Especially since, as someone who's worked on comics before, yeah, that's a lot of freaking work. So if you could find any sort of way to cut corners in a creative way, take it. Take that opportunity for all it's worth. If it can lighten the load, take that opportunity. But at the same time, I'm also the type of person where I'm like, I'm gonna try to make it easier for myself. Makes it 10 times harder. A lot of folks that have been here have seen that happen more than enough times. Heck, if you saw the boss fight stream, you saw firsthand me taking an easier project, a simpler project, and overcomplicating it every time. Without fail. Every time. Even bigger than Great Ape? Really? I didn't know there was a bigger Great Ape. Okay, which other people will you have in the party if you were in Darkest Dungeon? Okay, so... What other people would you have in the party if you were in Darkest Dungeon? That's a good question. That's a good question. I need to figure out which character would be... yeah, I'm trying to figure out which character... If I had to take a group of people, who would be the remaining two? Because I would have to find 3 other characters to fill in the rest of the... Or fill in the rest of the roles. Who is taking the role of Dogman? Who is taking the role of Laios? That's a good question. That one I would need to figure out. Who would take on the role of Laios? I need to see. Just for the jokes of it, Icy is definitely being in that role. Although to be fair, I think Icy would be more of a Marcel than anyone else. Even if the bird has that expression, I feel like Icy would be more of a Marcel. Icy's definitely Marcel. As everyone else has been agreeing, apparently I'm definitely a Senshi, so I would need to find out who would be Chilchuck from that anime. Who would be who would be the halfling? Or Peter B. Parker. Who would be Peter B. Parker? Do I know a Peter B. Parker? That's what I need to figure out. I feel like I need to figure out, do I know a Peter B. Parker? And if so, who would it be? And who do I know of who has the personality of a golden retriever? I'm pretty sure I know someone with the personality of a golden retriever. As for who that would be, that's who I gotta figure out. Like, cause I know there's definitely golden retriever personality amongst the group of people that I know. I feel like I want to draw this now. I definitely feel like I want to draw this now. Like, which one of y'all would be a golden retriever? Let me figure that out. Also, who hates mimics? You know what? That's what I gotta find out. Who's the realist out there? And who really, really hates mimics? And then who's the person who gets eaten or killed by a dragon? I mean... Don't worry about it. Anyway. It do be like that? Yeah, it do be like that. Sometimes overdoing it. It's a struggle. Same amount of ink and paint, sadly. They actually added more motion, energy effects to the hair and the power-up, so yeah, 10 times harder there too. Really? I thought they made it easier. Look it up, Oh, let's see. Look it up. I'd want Senshi the dwarf from Delicious in Dungeon. It's always good to have a good cook along who knows how to use the local game anywhere you go. True. True. The only curse about it all is knowing where your food comes from. No one ever wants to see that. I'm the type of I'll be honest with you folks, personally, I'm the type of person who's like, I don't care what it is. I don't care how you made it. Just don't tell me. Or there will be problems. Of course, I grew up in America, so I've always, this is what we've learned out here is that we don't care what you put in the food. We know it's not real food, just don't tell us what it actually is. We don't need to know. Like, is it made of centipedes? Is it made of grubs? Is it made out of bugs? Is it made out of some sort of plastic putty? I don't care. Just don't tell me. I don't need to know. If I knew how everything if I knew how everything where I live was made, I'd never eat anything. I would starve to death. Because I'd know full well, like, this isn't real, that isn't real, that's made out of something else. I don't even like any of the things that are made out of that. Don't tell me how the hot dog is made. Don't tell me how the chicken nugget is made. Don't tell me what you put in the burger. I don't need to know any of that. Just Hand me the burger. That's all I need to know. Mountain Dew. You know what? I like Mountain Dew. Just don't tell me how it's done. Like, if someone tells me, like, you're actually gonna eat that, you know that not another word. Let me live in my ignorant bliss. It's not too much of a bliss, but let me live in it for Christ's sakes. Let me not know. That's all I ask. Tell nothing. That's all I ask. Don't ruin Mountain Dew for me. That's exactly what I'm saying. That is exactly what I'm saying. First place where you find people who want to know what it's... Oh, let's see. Number one place where you find people who want to know what is in it is the NRA annual meeting. I don't get it. Oh, the NRA. Yeah. You know what? That makes sense because they're like... Wait. Yeah, no, I don't get it. Why would the NRA want to know what's in it? Oh, you would want to know what's in the NRA, or... Wait. Yeah, I don't get it. "100% Moth burger?" See? That's what I mean. I wouldn't want to know that it's 100% Moth burger. Also, why do I feel like I've heard of Moth burger before? I could swear I heard someone mention Moth burger. Anyway, how you doing? Yo, Mattias, welcome on in. How you be? I hope you're having a good day there, buddy. Let's give a shout out to Mattias. Really funny people. Really hilarious streams. Really, yeah, just overall really awesome people. Go check them out. They play good variety of games. And also, we played Risk of Rain 2 with them. So if there's someone who's playing Risk of Rain 2, you already know. They're great people. Anyway, I'm back. What I miss? Welcome on in there, Lucky. We were talking about food and how I never want to know what's in it. I never want to know what's in it. Not in a million years. Not once, not now, not ever. Never want to know what's in the food. Alright, let's see. The NRA has hunters. They want to know if you got all the shot back out of the food. Oh, yeah. Okay, you know what? That makes sense. That makes sense. If I'm correct, that's why they usually say, like, they want to make sure that you don't put too many... Yeah, you don't want to shoot the game too many times. Like, you don't want to shoot the... whatever you're hunting too many times, because now that's too much lead in the animal. Like, these deer... Yeah, these deer steaks are great. What's in it? A belly full of lead. Like, okay, how many bullets? How many shells did I mention that I brought with me? Okay, we don't want this food anymore. Are bullets really made of lead? Sometimes. Yeah, actually a lot, yeah. Actually, yeah, most of them. Yeah. That's why they say the whole, at least 5? Yeah, see, there you go. At least 5 boxes of shells. I wanted to make sure the deer was dead. Alright. But yeah, how you be there, Mattias? Hope things are well. Sorry, I've been quiet in your streams. Do not apologize. Never apologize for that. As I always say, no one has to do anything here. The only thing you gotta do is respect each other, respect the streamer, and I will do my best to do the same for you. That is the only obligation here. None other. So if you lurk, that is great. If you don't, or yeah, if you do, that is great. If you choose not to, that's also fine too. So never apologize for that. But I'm glad that you've been here, or I'm glad that you've been enjoying. You respect me? Shut up, Ryu. I kid. In all honesty, I may make those jokes all the time, but in all seriousness, Ryu, you're awesome people. Never forget it. Even if I talk so much smack and vice versa, you're awesome people. And if anyone tells you otherwise, they're lying. And, probably projecting. Anyway. Unless there's something I don't know about this duck. Although I will say, it's always awesome when people that you know show up here and then they tell me all your weaknesses and then I can exploit them later. That is the best feeling in the world. But yeah, you're great people. I'm a lurk and keep you tabbed. You're amazing. Have a good stream. All right there, Mattias. Thank you for stopping by. I greatly appreciate it. I hope you have a good day, a better tomorrow, and a great week, and whatever it is that you got to do. I hope it goes well. Bullets are lead because of the mass to keep the muzzle momentum when hitting the target. Ah, fair. Yeah, I shoot a good bit, and I have to wash my hands and shower because all of the lead after the range day. Ah, fair. Well, there's your answer. There you go. I need to hit a shooting range. I haven't hit a shooting range in forever. I've only done so a few times, but that's when the budget was easier to work with. But yeah, I definitely want to try that again. It was fun. And not gonna lie, I thought the Magnum would have had a bigger kick. Don't hit it, shoot it. You know what? You're right. I should shoot up a shooting. No. No. Wait. Now that I think about what I just said. Which, this is a joke. For safety reasons, this is a joke. We are not actually doing that. God, no. This is a joke. But yeah, I should hit up a shooting range. I feel like that would be fun. I haven't used a Magnum in a long time. Like I was saying, I would have expected more of a kick from it. It was a 45 and everything. Maybe that's not the one that I'm thinking of that has the big kick. Because I know that I've heard of some guns having like a really strong kick from that. The FBI here in the stream. Like, keep an eye on that bug. Like, this is the one we've been waiting for, people. This is the one we've been waiting for. You down to eat scorpion tacos? So long as I don't know it's scorpion taco, I'm pretty sure I'd be down to eat it. Again, this is one of those things where it's like, I'm willing to eat the scorpion taco so long as I know that it's not a scorpion. But yeah, let me see. You want a big kick, follow... Oh, let's see. You want a big kick, follow your avatar's example, and get something like the Taurus Judge in hand. It is a handgun that contains chamber shotgun shells. Now we're talking. I need to find this Taurus Judge. Now we're talking. Although, funny enough, okay, so someone sent me information about how to get a shotgun. And yeah, $300 as to be expected. I looked into the information on that, like, yeah, I'm not surprised that guns are pretty pricey. I just want a shotgun just for thematic reasons. But like I said, before I can get a shotgun, I need to prioritize priority number one. Finding a place where I know I'm not going to move ever again after I go there. Like, I gotta buy my coffin house. Okay, I know that's pretty morbid to call it that, but let's be honest, that's what it is. Like, if it's the house or the place that you know is going to be the last place that you live, is it not a coffin home? Is it not a coffin home? And I know, like I said, I know it sounds morbid, but when you really think about it, ain't that what you really want? Don't you want a coffin home where you know this is where you're staying? You never have to move again. This is where the rest of your life is going to be. That sounds peaceful to me. Knowing that this is where it is, this is where you stay, you're never going to have to worry about going anywhere else again. Doesn't mean that you don't go anywhere else again. No, absolutely not. I mean, I know a lot of people where, you know, they found a stable living, stable housing, and then they, you know, went on vacations and traveled and all of that stuff. But That one home is their home for all eternity. And I'm thinking, that's a pretty good... That's what I want. That's what I want in life. I want a coffin home. Alright, let me see. It is a scorpion, just without the poison stinger. Ah, fair, fair, fair. See, I don't want to see that. Just grind up the scorpion into some ground beef, and then tell me nothing. So long as the poison isn't in the scorpion. Then, yeah, tell me nothing after that. Alright. One of my uncles has one of those, and I want to shoot it so bad. Fire it. You want to fire it. You don't want... Well... Actually, yeah, well, I was gonna say, I don't know why, but ever since one of my brothers told me this one, it does sound like one of those things where it's like... Sir, this is the second stream. You don't have the Maid Lampy redeem back. Oh, yeah, you're right. Okay, I need to put that one back there. Hold on a minute. Let me, tell you what, I'll add it tomorrow. Remind me to add it tomorrow. Remind me to add it tomorrow. I'll try to remember it then. Remind me so I don't forget. Because as you can see, I tried adding all the rest of the redeems, and I accidentally put the Necro, I think I put the Necro sound alert instead of the Necro sandwich. I could be wrong. Fun fact, with Super Lucky, it has a beef texture. Why does it have a beef texture with Super Lucky? Yeah, I put the sound alert, but I didn't put the... I don't think I put the Necro Sandwich redeem. Is the Necro Sandwich redeem there? I could be wrong. Anyway, we're just going to add the tail over here. Just sketch up the tail like nobody's business. Because I think I got the pose for the dragon that I want. Oh, Necro Sandwich is redeemed. Okay, so the Necro Sandwich does exist. So we still have that one. I just need to put that other redeem, I suppose. Anyway, let's put that sandwich. Speaking of which, as I mentioned before, folks, if you want this Necro Sandwich as your very own, it is available on the coffee page now. Big thanks to all of those that contributed to make the Necro Sandwich. Oh, hold on a minute. Big shout outs to everyone who contributed to the Donathon last week and made this and many other goals a reality. So, one of the many goals is that now people have the sandwich available. So I hope you enjoy. 2,000 channel points, Necro Sandwich. Yeah, that's the one. That's the one. Oh. Oh, you have the beef texture, not the scorpion. I don't get it. All right, moving on. Let's get back to the sketch at hand. You know what's funny about this monster? Crazy thing about it, that it's got these weird arm rib things sticking out on the sides, and I still don't understand why that is. I don't know what the purpose of these things are for. I feel like they're kind of like the necromorph thing, where they just kind of pull out and just pry themselves into you and just pull you in. Although, considering this thing is a colossal monstrosity, I still don't get that. But yeah. Yo, Mr. Bean, thank you for the raid. I greatly appreciate it. Let's give you a shout out. Gun. Thank you for redeeming Gun there, Glass. Let's give a shout out to Mr. Bean. If you haven't checked them out, go do so. And what were you up to? I hope you're having a good day there, buddy. I hope you're having a lot of fun. And everybody stopping by. I hope you enjoyed the Hollow Knight and everybody stopping by. Hi, my name is Lampy, small-time illustrator for Full Size Moth. Yes, the bug with the sandwich is the streamer. I do a lot of drawing streams, occasional gaming streams, and sometimes on live 2D rigging streams, and today is one of those drawing streams. Today, we're currently drawing a Yu-Gi-Oh monster. Why? Because I honestly just wanted a break. I wanted a break from things. I'd been working on too many projects. Now I just want a personal project to work on, and this is one of those personal projects. We are drawing Zombie Dragon. Well, not Zombie Dragon or Dragon Zombie, but Berserk Dragon. Close enough. There you go. Which one? That's a good question. Yes. Oh, I ate a scorpion before. Oh, that's what you meant. You ate the scorpion and it tastes a lot like beef. Oh, well then, yeah, see, there you go. That's what I mean. Like, if, just grind up the scorpion into some sort of ground beef. Don't tell anyone that it's ground beef, and then boom. Also remove the stinger. Or, you know, remove the poison barb, and yeah, you're good. And I think that would be a solid, meal. Oh yeah, that also reminds me. Okay, so, well, there's a lot of drawings that I need to do. Glad the Fortnite goal was reached. Yeah, I'm glad that the Fortnite goal... I agree, I'm glad that the Fortnite goal was reached. I'm glad that the Yu-Gi-Oh goal was reached. I'm glad that people can get the Necro Sandwich now. And most importantly, I'm glad that that's where it stopped. I am honestly glad that that's where it ended. Because, for those of you that did not see, these were all the goals that we reached. And looking back on some of the other ones after that, once we got to a higher level, that's when the goals started becoming detrimental to me. Like, revealing the month of my birthday. Reducing the maid redeemed to 10. The Yu-Gi-Oh box giveaway would have been fun. Revealing the day of my birthday. The Lampy plush would have been fun. Having to add another project on top of things. Don't get me wrong, I would have loved to make the live 2D model, but I'm also relieved that I don't have to put in more work. Oh, giving Lampy plushies cult robes. I am so glad we didn't reach that goal. I'm also glad we didn't reach this goal. And honestly, I would be terrified if we reached that goal. Because if we reach this goal, I would honestly be surprised, perplexed, and a little worried that taxes are going to be a pain to work on after that. But most of the time, I would also have looked at it like, all right, which one of you? How? Where are you getting the money to do all of this? I'm worried about you now. So yeah. I'm glad that it ended at the Necro Sandwich. We reached 300k, how big is the cult then? That's a good question. That's a very good question. But yeah, if we ever reach that goal, like I said, that's when we do the cult arc. But luckily, we are nowhere near close to having an audience that could actually pull off that goal. I think. Comfortably pull off that goal. I think. Sometimes I worry. Sometimes I look at that goal like, ain't nobody gonna be able to pull off that goal. Am I right? 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 So anyway. You can actually drink the venom. I have done it with Cobra Venom before. Okay, to be fair, I know that you could drink venom, mostly because that's not how venom works. Venom is, Venom's the type of thing that's supposed to run through the blood and not be consumed. Poison is the one that kills you via consumption. Which is funny when you think about it, because, you know, the Pokemon terminology calls them poison types when they should actually be venom types. Most of the Pokemon should be, most of those Pokemon should be venom types. Like the snakes, they shouldn't be poison type, they should be venom type. The bugs, depending. The plants, yeah, they're poison type. The plant Pokemon are definitely poison type. the power plant waste Pokemon like Grimer and Sludge, or Grimer and Muck. I think those ones are radioactive. In which case, those ones should be. Honestly, I feel like those ones should be some of the most dangerous of Pokemon. Like if you find okay. Actually, now that I think about it, I think a green Slimer or a green Muck would be one of the most dangerous Pokemon to even have, let alone encounter. Because if you encounter a green or a green Grimer or a green Muck. Actually, no, now that I think about it, radioactivity really isn't always as green. Because again, sometimes a lot of the time it's blue. Or in the case of the elephant's foot, it's just like, what is it, like black tar? Or it looks like black tar, but just being near it, just seeing it, means you're probably going to die. So yeah, I take it back. Like, surprisingly enough, a lot of that radioactive material, it's not green. Wait until I get paid? Joke's on you. The goal is gone. The weekend's over. It reacts in blood. Ah, fair. Okay, so that's Venom for you. Venom reacts in blood. That makes sense. You're just glad Scott didn't drop by, or the other heavy hitters. Yeah. Although, to be fair, we did have 3 heavy hitters that day. We definitely had some heavy hitters. But yeah, in comparison, there's like 3 people that I know of where if they showed up, God knows how many goals would have been reached. Also, what was it? Actually, yeah, I said it was gonna be about a month, so I guess I got to keep the profile picture and the everything else until
Yo,
the
Lappy,
16th of next
how
month.
are you doing? 5 months subbed. Here's to many more. Keep being awesome.
No, you keep being awesome. I'm just gonna be a schmuck. Yo, Umbra, thank you for the 5 months. I greatly appreciate it. How you be? I hope you're having a good day there, buddy. Hope things have been good. Look at reactors, and active energy generation is blue. Even the waste isn't green. Oh yeah, no, like I said, I know exactly what you mean. I've seen all of that stuff. I've been looking into that sort of thing, especially since someone told me about what is called the demon core. After I looked into that, it turns out, yeah, no, it's very, very blue. Surprisingly so. Okay, let me see. What else could I put for this? We just put the entire body. Now it's time for the arms. Let's add some arm to this. But I also am thinking about some foreshortening thing. I'm thinking about trying to add like that very, very, just have the arm just looming out there, looming forward. That sort of thing. Again. Why? Because I really like the idea of just, I've been trying to figure out that perspective stuff. Was tempted to drop big, but I do follow your advice of thinking of my wallet, so I only donated within budget. And I am glad to hear that, because don't get me wrong, I do appreciate it when anyone and everyone supports. If anyone chooses to support, I appreciate if anyone ever chooses to support. But I also want to make sure that you folks don't go broke. Don't go broke just for the funny ha-has. Without context, that sounds weird. Anyway, don't go broke simply for the funnies. Don't go broke just to support. Support yourself first. If you can afford supporting others, then yeah, sure. But only if you can afford it. This is why I usually tell people, whenever I hear people say, I wish I could, but I'm broke, I'm like, banned. No, I'm kidding. When people tell me I wish I could support, but I'm broke, I'm like, yeah, do not worry about that. Worry about yourself. Why? Because can't support others if you can't support others if you can't support yourself. Am I right? So always make sure to support yourself. Ads start in a minute. Go broke just to learn your birthday sounds funny, not gonna lie. No, don't go broke just for birthday. Save your money. Make sure you're in a comfortable place before you start going ham. And this applies to each and every one of you. I want y'all to always remember that. If you, like I said it before and I'll say it again, and I'm going to repeat this one as many times as I possibly need to. If you can comfortably support someone, then yeah, feel free, by all means, comfortably support that person if you know that you are going to be fine after you do it. But if you're a little worried about it and you do not know, save it. Do not do the thing. Support you give can be much more limited if you die. Exactly. You don't want that. You don't want that. Like, that's the way I'm looking at it. Like, I want you folks to live comfortably. As much as I myself would like to live comfortably. But if you ain't living comfortably and you gotta watch your budget, then watch your budget. And don't let anyone pressure you into not watching your budget. If anything, I'm gonna pressure you to watch your budget. Save your money. Save your money right now. I don't care what you say, save your money. Of course Twitch would stop me halfway. Of course the moment I start saying save your money, they just cut me off with ads. I see what you're doing, Twitch. I see what you're doing. We'll wait for the ads to finish. We'll catch up with everybody who's still in the chat. Lampy idea. Fallout run with only a double barrel. Funny that you mentioned that there, Glass Shark. I do have Fallout New Vegas. And I have been wanting to play that game just so I could constantly say the lines, "That's Vegas, baby." That's basically it. That's the only reason why I really want to play Fallout New Vegas. Not enough for good things about it, but mostly just for the purely for the meme. I'm just gonna be if the moment I get to play Fallout New Vegas, you are going to be so annoyed. And you are probably going to hear "That's Vegas, baby" in your sleep. Because I'm not going to not let up on that. I am not going to let up on that. Like, you're going to hear that every 5, maybe 30 minutes. Between 30 to 5 minutes, you're going to hear that. Like, anything happens, like, well, oh, we just got killed. That's Vegas, baby. So look forward to that. Look forward to that. I need to find an opportunity to play it too, though. Okay, waste money on you. Got it. Write it down. No. Throw money if you like, but save your money. $5. You don't have $5. Yeah, exactly what Blobby's saying. Like, don't let someone like that pressure you into paying. Like, don't let people go to you and be all like, yeah, don't let people be all like, you don't have $5. If you're watching these streams, you have $5. If you don't have $5, why are you sitting here watching streams when you should be working? Blah, 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 blah. Like, nah. $5 is just like a meal. You eat a meal a day. You don't have $5. Blah, 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 blah. Nah. Nah. Do not let that. Like, do not let people tell you what to do. With that being said, save your money. I swear to God, save your money. I don't want to hear that one of you is on the street because you didn't save your money because you were throwing it over here. No. You save your money for whatever it is that you got to take care of. Outside of that, yeah, that's basically it. Joke's on you. I'm making $16.50 an hour as a janitor. Nice. And I'm at work while watching. You know what? Fair. Fair. Still, save your money. Okay, let me see. Budgets are so boring, I'd rather watch streams. Porque los dos. Budget while watching streams. Just keep the money in the bank while you watch streams. There you go, problem solved. Keep the money in the bank, keep the money in a Roth IRA, keep the money in a shoebox. Invest. There's a lot of things to invest in. Do not invest in crypto, though. Don't invest in crypto. Anything else, but don't invest in the crypto. 9.9 times out of 10, it's a scam. Invest in anything else. Invest in Pokemon cards. That's a better invest. Funny enough, I think investing in Pokemon cards would be a much better investment than investing in crypto. But crypto is a super dog. Don't invest in, don't invest in Superman's dog. He's a scam. Okay, let's see. I'm back. Leader Moth. I'm not a leader. I am not a leader. There we go. That's the only one. Invest in Moth Cult, though. Do not invest in the Moth Cult. All you're gonna get are plushies. Wait. 9.9 times out of 100. So it's safe to invest. Got it. No, I said 9 times out of 10. 9.9 times out of 10. I did not say out of 100. Wait, did I say out of 100? You're twisting my words. Now I know I'm being gaslit here. 9.9 times out of 10. It's a scam. Don't invest in the crypto. Don't invest in Superman's dog. It's just a ploy by Batman to take all your money. Actually, no, it's a ploy from Superman. It's a get-rich-quick scheme from Superman so he could combat Batman and all his money. Because he already knows about Batman's evil plan. Well, maybe evil plan. Superman already knows Batman's contingency plan to best him with finances rather than hand-to-hand combat by buying the Daily Bugle. No, wait, the Daily Bugle is Spider-Man. The Daily Planet. There we go. Actually wants plushies. Well, give it time. We're almost there. We almost got the plushies back, so do not worry about that. The plushies will be back soon. I want to say in another month or two. I know I said that last time, but this time for real. Or, yeah, this time I... Actually, no, maybe even this coming month, considering how much, considering the amount that we got, or, considering the donathon, we might actually be able to get the plushies this month. All right, let's see. We need Moth plushie. We're getting there. We're getting there. They're almost back. We're getting there, slowly but surely. Okay, let me see. Etsy. Thank you for the Etsy. Oh, right, I need to change that, because the Moth plush are not there at the moment. They sold out a while ago. We're working on getting more Moth plushies. Buying the news outlet and firing Superman is wild. Yeah, or keep him there as an employee. Like, what you gonna do, fight your boss? That's what I thought. Like, you throw one punch, boom. There goes your severance package. That's how Batman beats Superman. Lawsuit. Lawsuit and becoming the boss. Like, now Superman works for you. Or, he could do like what he did in the Superman, or yeah, he could do like what he did in the Superman cartoon back in the day. What's it called? Shoot his shot with Lois? That's a real good way to get back at Superman. Although it depends on the part of the time. Like, because if I'm correct, when he did that, Lois and Superman weren't a thing, or, Lois and Clark weren't a thing yet. Anyway. Daily something. Yeah, basically, daily something, daily something. Okay, but you don't tug on Superman's cape. You don't spit into the wind. You don't take the mask. Oh, let's see. You don't spit into the wind. You don't take the mask of an old Lone Ranger, and you don't mess with Jim. Who's Jim? And yeah, well, okay, if you're a villain, you don't tug on Superman's cape. I think the only people who get to tug on Superman's cape are usually kids. As you know, that's how kids, interact with people. They just tug on your clothes and then they ask the question. But if you're someone like Darkseid, yeah, that's probably not going to end very well after that. Although, to be fair, now that I think about that movie, I think Darkseid still whooped Superman in that movie. Superman was not really that... They did Superman dirty in that cartoon. Or in those movies. In the New 52 movies, they kind of did Superman dirty. Not as bad as Green Lantern, though. Not as bad as Green Lantern. Like, they did Green Lantern dirty in those New 52 cartoon movies or animated movies. They did him dirty. Like, one of my favorite scenes is the most humiliating Green Lantern moment. Like, literally, Green Lantern's just floating there. He's like, don't worry, Green Lantern's got this. Flies all the way to Darkseid with a giant construct hand, punches, construct hand shatters on impact. Doesn't even phase Darkseid. Immediately after, like not even a split second thought, punches him right back, slams him into a wall, he hits the ground, and then he gets jumped by parademons. Most hilarious scene I have ever seen. You know what? Hold on a minute. For those of you that don't know what I'm talking about, I am going to find that scene, and I'm just going to drop the link so y'all can see this Green Lantern. Green Lantern. Oh, wait. Okay, all I had to put was Green Lantern, and the rest of it already knew. Lantern gets jumped. This is the one. Let me just double check on this to make sure. Yeah, this is the one. Okay. Alright, I'm just gonna drop this link right over here so y'all folks can see it, because y'all need to see this. This is the most, Ryan Reynolds? Nah. But it sounds like something that would happen with Ryan Reynolds. There we go. This is the Green Lantern scene. Most hilarious scene, but it was also one of the scenes where they did the Green Lantern the most dirty. Alright, let me try to catch up something. Alright, let's see. Daily something. Daily Star originally, that became Daily Planet before it became a movie. Ah, gotcha. I thought the newspaper that Superman works at was owned by Batman in some timeline. It might have been owned by Batman in some sort of timeline. Because honestly, that might have been where one of the jokes came from. It might have actually been in the comic where Batman is just like, I bought your job. Get out of my office. I wouldn't be surprised if Superman actually did that in one of the comics. Let's see. Yeah, if you want to buy plushies, here, Throne. Yeah, I guess there's that too. Like, folks, if you want to help, if you want to speed up the process of getting the Lampy plushies out into the world, go check out the Throne. You can also reserve one by, you can also reserve one there on the Throne. So yeah, there you go. If you wanted a shot at a Lampy plushie, that's the best way to, reserve your spot, or even, speed up the process. There we go. It's a fun song. Oh, it's a song? I gotta check that out. They used that Canadian in the live action. Wait, what Canadian in the live action? Jim Croc mentioned? Wait, is that who it was? Is that Jim Croc? Wait, who's Jim Croc? Hey, Lampy. Yugioh? Yeah, we're making a Yugioh monster. Check it out. We're making Berserk Dragon. I'm currently working on this here sucker a bit. We're getting there little by little. Slowly but surely. How about yourself? I hope things are good. Welcome on in there, Karibo Lord. I hope you're having a good day. The Deadpool guy? Technically, kind of, but not quite. Well, again, like I said, if you go look at the YouTube video, technically, Ryan Reynolds did play that Green Lantern, but it's not Ryan Reynolds this time. Let's see, I call myself Karibo Lord, but the first phone case I ever got was Blue Eyes. You know what? That's fair. I think a lot of people really like Blue Eyes. Like I said, Blue Eyes is like the Blue Eyes is essentially the mascot of the series. Like, let's be honest with ourselves. Because I know a lot of people question, like, actually, I'm surprised that this was even a question in the first place. Like, granted, I know that there's a lot of variations of Karibo, and that Dark Magician is Yugi's ace monster, but let's all be honest with ourselves. First thing that comes to mind, Exodia and Blue Eyes. And whenever anyone talks about Yu-Gi-Oh! That doesn't know a lot about Yu-Gi-Oh!, the first thing that comes to mind to them is Blue Eyes. Blue Eyes is meh. Dark Magician Girl is it? Tell that to the rest of the... Yeah, tell that to Konami, because apparently Dark Magician Girl is only there to be a Dark Magician card. Prove me wrong. Granted, they gave them their whole archetype, but you know what sucks about the Dark Magician Girl archetype? Or the Magician Girl archetype? It sadly works better without the monster that inspired the entire archetype. Which is why I always look at that and think they need to make a new Dark Magician Girl. Because when you could play the very archetype without it, and in fact it's better without it, that's really saying something about the archetype you just built. You need to fix that. But anyway, going back to it, Blue Eyes, that's the mascot. We all know it. Some may not like it, but let's be honest, that is the mascot. Anyway, let's see. Yeah, that's the Mook from the live action. Yeah, wait, who's the Mook from the live action? I can think of one worse for Green Lantern, but it wasn't in a fight where Batman stole his ring and said, "You were in concentrate." Yeah, there's also that. See, that's what I mean. It wasn't even in a fight. The fight didn't even start. A Batman already bested him. Like, that's one of those things where it's like, they did Green Lantern dirty in this series, in this movie. Like, he was just a running gag. You'd think that would be the Flash, but nah, it was the Green Lantern that was the running gag. The comic relief character, and he's supposed to be like one of the main superheroes. Okay, let's see. What's your thoughts on Guy Gander in the upcoming Superman movie? Wait, there's an upcoming Superman movie? Also, who's Guy Gander? I'm trying to remember, which one's Guy Gander? First thing that come to mind is Kaiba's ego. True, but what is Kaiba associated with? Blue Eyes. I haven't actually played the card game in years. That's fair, that's fair. That's understandable then. But yeah, ever since then, like every other card that every other Magician Girl card or Dark Magician Girl card has always also been tied with Dark Magician. It's always like one of those cards where it's like, yeah, it's just basically one of those cards. Anyway, let me see. I sent a Discord message with the song I was quoting. Ah, okay. I'm gonna have to check that out later then. I'm gonna have to check that out after the stream. Alright, let me see. I think the new Superman movie is it looks pretty good. I haven't seen it, but now I got to. I didn't even know there was a new Superman movie coming out. Guy Gander is the least liked Green Lantern. Oh, okay, I know who you're talking about now. For having a bowl cut hair and is very rude. I remember Guy Gander now. If I'm correct, he was like a side character, or like a side. Yeah, if I'm correct, in the Green Lantern series, he was a side character. I think I remember him. I think he had some redeemable moments, but for the most part, he was a wet nap. And honestly, I'm gonna just need to see how they portray him in this next Superman movie. Then, the new Superman movie is made by James Gunn in July 11th, one day after my birthday. Yo, congrats. Okay, so if it's made by James Gunn, then you already know that Guy Gander is there because, you know, Guy Gander sounds like a James Gunn character, if that makes any sense. Like, he sounds like the type of character James Gunn would work with, if that makes any sense, you know? Because, again, look at Guardians of the Galaxy. Okay, granted, Guardians of the Galaxy, those are characters that, you know, they're a ragtag group of, a ragtag group. But, let's be honest, if you were some sort of, if you were on the opposing side, they would get annoying real quick. That's the one thing I will say. It's like, oh, here we go. That's the best way to put it. It's like, have you ever seen drunk people in movies and cartoons? Or not cartoons. Well, Simpsons is a cartoon. Well, anyway, have you seen drunk people in movies and shows where when you're watching them, they're hilarious, but if you have to actually deal with an actual drunk person in real life, the fun is far, far from, you know, actually being there. Like, it is not fun when you actually have to interact with drunk people. Like, absolutely plastered people. I feel like that's what the Guardians of the Galaxy are like. Where it's like, yeah, they're fun. They're wacky. They're goofy. Because we don't actually have to deal with them. We get to watch them from a distance. But if we actually had to deal with them, I feel like it's one of those things where it's like, yeah, listen, buddy, pal. Can I call you pal? Maybe not so much. But, you know what? Let's, tell you what, I gotta get going right now, but you stay here. You'll be fine. Anyway, I gotta run. I feel like it's one of those things. Wings up, slow flutter it is. Hold on a minute. There we go. Thank you for redeeming slow flutter there, Lucky. Okay, let me see. Let me try to catch up some things. Fans made fun of Superman flinching when he gets thrown. Oh, let's see. Fans made fun of Superman flinching when a can gets thrown at him, so they use CGI to not make him flinch. Wait, what? Wait, what do you mean they use CGI to make Superman not flinch? Okay, to be fair, that kind of makes a little bit of sense, because let's be honest, when, you know, it is an actor. And when you say you're going to throw something at somebody, I feel like it's going to be very, very difficult to train yourself to not flinch, if that makes any sense. Isn't there a new Superman cartoon where viewers are lusting over Lois Lane? Is there? There might have been. I didn't know people were going ham over Lois, but I'm trying to think. Which cartoon was that one? Was it My Adventures with Superman? I don't know. This is the first time me hearing about this. Let's see. Posted the Superman trailer in the Movie Talk channel for you to see afterwards. Alright, I'm gonna have to check that out later. Also, welcome on in there, Naruto. How you be? I hope you're having a good day there, buddy. Guardians of the Galaxy is a D&D party. True. So it's a bunch of crazy murder hobos. Gotcha. Yep, that sounds like a D&D group right there. But yeah, let me see. All right, we're gonna try to focus on this for a little bit. Get these claws in there, because I want very creepy dragon claws, zombie dragon claws, very skeletal, goofy dragon claws, kind of. You know what I should have done? Actually, no. Let me look at the dragon one more time. Oh, actually, you know what? It does have more of a skeletal hand than I'm giving credit for. Hold on a minute. Okay, I know what I need to do. Because I was thinking, like, you know what would make this creepier if it didn't have these giant talons? And it actually had, like, somewhat more humanoid-looking skeletal hands, but still had the talons at the end of those humanoid-looking skeletal hands. And then I look at this dragon like, oh, it actually does have that. That makes much more sense. Give me a second there, folks. I'm just gonna do a bit of work here, and then I'm gonna catch up with all of the reading. But for right quick, let's make some very creepy skeletal-looking hands and stuff. Also, what was that? Yo, hi, Dragon. Thank you for the raid. I greatly appreciate it. Let's give you a shout out there, buddy. Folks, if you're a fan of Yu-Gi-Oh, this is the best place, or this is a good place to go. Go check out High Dragon. I highly recommend it. And everybody stopping by from High Dragon stream. Hi, my name is Lampy, small-time illustrator, football-sized Moth. Yes, the bug is the streamer. I do a lot of drawing streams, occasional gaming streams, and sometimes some live 2D rigging streams. And today is one of those drawing streams. Today we're working on a Yu-Gi-Oh monster. Why? Because I feel like it. That's basically it. I hope you all enjoy your day. I hope you all enjoy your stay. And if you gotta take care of things, go take care of those things. Never feel bad about raiding and running, because that's what raids are all about. But if you decide to stick around, I greatly appreciate that. I hope you enjoy your stay. And how was the Overwatch there, High Dragon? I hope things were well. I hope things were good. Whew. Okay, let me see. I used to be a drunk person, but now I'm in rehab. Honestly, fair. If it's help, or I hope it's helping then. Because, yeah. Sounds like it sounds like it may have been a rough experience. I can only assume. Someone's always listening. I mean, it is Lois Lane. It makes a lot of sense. But yeah, I didn't know that there was a new cartoon where people were going ham. But actually, not even just Lois Lane. I was gonna say, like, that's TV series for you. Doesn't matter who it is. Doesn't matter what character. Someone's got to find someone to lust over. Look at Elden Ring. Like, apparently people went absolutely... Okay, you know what? This is pretty... Or, yeah, I was going to say, like, for this character, I think it's oddly funny that people went absolutely feral for the giant wolf man. Which... figures. But yeah, let's see. Snyder fans just super hating on the new movie. I'm not gonna get into that one because that's a whole other ballpark that I'm leaving alone. But yeah, I'm just gonna leave that one alone. Is that Berserk Dragon? That is Berserk Dragon. Like, or as I was telling folks, this is one of my favorite monsters, even though it barely did anything in the anime other than look cool 5 minutes before the next turn and it died. But I do not care. This is one of my favorite monsters. But yeah, after hearing that part, we're gonna leave the Superman movie topic alone, because that, after I heard that part, I already looked at, like, that is borderline, if not already leading towards a political conversation, and one of the main rules, no politics. We're leaving that alone. Last thing we want is for a heated debate over something like that. We're leaving all of that alone. Because if I've learned one thing about the internet, it's this. Actually, not even the internet. If I've learned one thing about life, it's this. Leave politics at the door. No one can... people don't handle politics. That is why that is one of the main rules, like, no politics. That, and whenever it comes up, it's never a civil conversation. There's always... this person is being an idiot, that person's just a wimp, that person just has a fragile ego, this and that, blah, 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 blah. And I'm like, you can have the conversation, you can have the topic, you can have the criticisms, but can you at least do it without the venom behind it? That's the only thing I will say, is that that's the main reason why talking about politics, never a good idea. Because there's always venom. And not the good kind of venom, not the venom. not the freaking, not the Marvel Venom. A different kind of Venom. A Venom that you do not want in the, it's the type of Venom you don't want in conversation. So that's why we leave that stuff alone. The moment it pops up, it's like, nope, shut it down, nope, out, nope, 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 nope. Okay. It was, but I've been sober for half a year. Yo, congrats! That's a good sign. That is a very, very good sign right there. It's zombie, but does not count as a dragon. Technically, but on all honesty, but yeah, still, it's a zombie, zombie being zombie. Or, you know what? That's the best way to put it. A dragon can be a zombie. There we go. That's the best way to put it. A dragon can be a zombie. And this dragon's a zombie. There we go. But we love politics. You know what? The ticks can do whatever they want so long as they're not drinking my blood. Let the ticks do whatever they feel like. Alright, let's see. Fair, this is a chaotic stream, but it's organized chaotic stream. Exactly, exactly. I do not like ticks. Parasites are bad. Honestly, fair. To each their own. Zombie dragons are a thing in D&D. Also very true. Aren't they called Draco Liches or Dragon Liches? Something like that? Or is Dragon Lich and Dragon Zombie two different things? No, in D&D, they're probably two different things. Five points he reads a pun. Pass it over, let's see. Pass it over, he reads it. Huh? Okay, let's see. Or just undead dragons, not always liches. True, true, true. Okay, you know what? That's fair, that's fair. Draco Lich is powerful in sorcery, and then there are dragon zombies that are less powerful. Ah, fair, 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 fair. They are two different things? Okay, good to know, good to know. So there's the Draco Liches, and then there's dragon zombies. Gotcha, gotcha, gotcha. I had a feeling, since it was D&D, that there'd be two different characteristics behind it. Alrighty then, let me see. Just gotta add these skeletal hands here and there. Add all of these crazy suckers. We're almost there. Almost finished with the sketch. Which also reminds me. So, I also got to work on some other... I got a lot of other projects to work on. I do know a good number of folks have shown me a good number of folks have given me info on some of the things that they want me to draw from the Donathon last weekend. Which also reminds me, I should also bring that one up again. Folks, for those of you that had contributed $5 or more in terms of, $5 or more worth of bits or subs, or, just straight up donations in general. Actually, let me just toss this right over here right quick one more time to let everyone know. Because it was last weekend, so I feel like everyone who contributed, if you believe that you contributed $5 or more bucks, I want you to take a good look at this. And if there's any incentives that you see here that you would like, feel free to message me. Yeah, feel free to message me. Let me know how much you believe you contributed. I will double check with it for you. And if everything goes through, everything's cleared up, and we're both in agreement, then you could pick one of these based off of, you could request one of these based off of the amount that you contributed that weekend, if you like. No pressure, by the way. You don't have to, but I just thought I'd let everyone know if you contributed this weekend and you reached, or yeah, and you believe that you contributed a certain amount and you would like a doodle, a sketch, or one of these requested opportunities, feel free to drop in and all of that stuff. I totally contributed over 100 bits. $5 is 500 bits. Indeed. So if anyone contributed a certain amount and you think that you did, feel free to message me on any of the socials. Entirely up to you, but at the same time, no pressure. If you do not feel like talking, or if you just wanted to contribute and expected nothing in return, that is completely alright too. But you do have the opportunity right here. There you go. I thought I'd just let y'all know about that. Alright, back to the dragon drawing. Let's see. Because now we need to... Okay, so there's that thumb. So what we need to do next... is add that claw right here. Add that point right there. Finish that off. And there we go. We should have our claw right there. Let's clean that up a little bit more. And there we go. We're all set. We got Dragon Claw. Although, to be fair, it is just a sketch, so we could fix it up later. Thank you for the save there, no sir. When was the last time I saved, now that I think about it? I did not save. Berserk Dragon. Not to mention, I will say this. How much is a custom art piece usually, Lamps? Ah, good question. Okay, so this is the perfect time to put the vgen over here. There we go. Normally, custom art pieces, for custom art pieces, there is the vgen over there. It gives you all the information that you need, which, by the way, I will also say this. When it comes to the vgen prices, they are negotiable, and they can be, and the prices, though, those are the average prices. They are not the base price. Or yeah, those are the prices on average, which usually means that depending on the amount of work that someone's expecting from it, they can either go up because of complexity and how many figures or characters that they want in it, and they also have the opportunity to go down based off of, you know, the simplicity or how fewer characters are involved in it. Like, for example, if you have a character that looks like a Genshin character with all the bells and whistles and trinkets and intricate designs, don't get me wrong, those look amazing. But I'm charging more. If you have an art piece where you're like, I want 15 people that I want 15 people in this entire image, can you get it done? Yes. I'm charging more. And with that being said, there's also the flip side where it's, all right, so I have this character. It's just a ball with a face on it. I'm charging more. I'm kidding. That one I'm actually charging less, because if someone shows up and just says, all right, so I got like about 3 characters I want you to draw. Have you ever seen the ghosts from Pac-Man? It's kind of like that, except with bows on their heads. I'm probably going to be charging less, because obviously a lot less work, there are no hands, a very simplistic design, so I'm bringing the price down. Whereas if someone wants, you know, let me put it to you this way. Yeah, you know what? Yeah, that's the best way to put it. Like I said, if someone wants me to draw a character very similar to the Pac-Man or the Super Mario design, the price is probably going down. If they want me to draw a character like in a lot of the usual gacha games or mech, price is going up. That's the best way to put it. Or if it's somewhere met down the middle, like I said, depending on the style, or yeah, depending on the style, because again, there's also the point of whether they want a very well-designed background, if they don't really care much for the background in the first place, or something around the middle, then yeah, it's like that. And that applies to all of the projects I got there. Like, for example, yeah, like literally any of the surfaces that you see there on the vgen when it comes to art commissions or even rigs and any of that sort of stuff. If someone comes up to me with something where they want more stuff added to it, it'll be charged more. If people come up to me with something that on paper, or yeah, not even on paper, like when looking at it in the long run is relatively easy, I'm probably bringing the price down. That's usually how it goes. Whew. I hope that clarified. And thank you for the question there, Blobby. I greatly appreciate that. Okay, I legit can't remember. I'll check it out, because I know I saw a lot of, or yeah, I have basically the records of everything that everyone contributed. So y'all let me know and I'll see. If you want me to check, I'll check. And Roadkill, thank you for the raid. I greatly appreciate it, folks. Go check out Roadkill. They do art. They also, yeah, they do art, and they also make live 2D models. They drew and rigged their own one, or yeah, they drew and rigged their own live 2D model, if I'm correct. And yeah, go check them out. Also, it's a really fun time over there. Really fun, really really fun, really active streams. If you're a fan of Minecraft, that's a good place to go. And everybody stopping by. Hold on, let me put the gun away. Wings down, there we go. Everybody stopping by from Roadkill stream. Hi, my name is Lampy, small-time illustrator, football-sized Moth. Yes, the bug is the streamer. I do a lot of drawing streams, occasional gaming streams, and sometimes some live 2D rigging streams. And today is one of those drawing streams after a long project. I am just taking the day to, you know, draw whatever it was that I feel like drawing. So, yeah, we're drawing a Yu-Gi-Oh monster called the Berserk Dragon. This thing. So yeah, I'm just taking that opportunity to just draw this monster. And I hope you all enjoy your day. I hope you all enjoy your stay. And if you gotta take care of things, go take care of those things. Never feel bad about raiding or running, because that's what raids are all about. But if you decide to stick around, I greatly appreciate that. I hope you enjoy your stay. Whew. It's got a mohawk. I don't know about mohawk. It looks more like a mullet to me. Terror in the front, party in the back. That's a mohawk if I ever done seen, or that's a mullet if I ever done seen one. Prove me wrong. That's what I meant. Ah, fair. Then yeah, this dragon has a mullet. Alright, let me try to catch up some things. But yeah, Roadkill, how'd things be? Oh, I can't stay, but I hope you have a good stream. Well, that's rude. No, I'm kidding. Alright there, Roadkill, thank you for stopping by. I greatly appreciate it, and I hope you have a good night, a better tomorrow, and a great week. And again, I thank you greatly for the raid. Whatever it is that you gotta do, I hope it goes well. What time is it? It's almost 10? Yeah, that makes sense. That definitely makes sense. You know what? At this hour, this is that part of the hour where it's not even a surprise. Okay, let's see. How about if someone commissioned the bird from Posed? Oh, let's see. What if someone commissioned the bird form Posed as a shield logo? Wait, what do you mean? Bird form posed as a shield logo. Oh, okay, I understand what you mean. Okay, wait, let me try to catch up with a lot of things. All right. So yeah, there's your answer on that one, the commission page. Although to be fair, yeah, I wish I could really say what's a reasonable answer, but yeah, that's basically the answer for the art piece. Although, like I said, if there's PNG, yeah, it also depends. If it's a PNG, it's obviously going to be a lot lower. Like, I would say for PNG, it'd be around between 75 to 100. If it's a full art piece, I want to say between 150 to 200. If it's a rig, it depends on the rig. Like if it's a small rig, well, it also depends if the rig has an art as well. Or yeah, there's a lot going on behind that one. Anyway. Alright, sweethearts, I gotta get going. There is a song on my mind that is absolutely bugging me. Ah, fair. You go figure that one out. And I hope you have a good day, a good night, a better tomorrow, and a great week. You take care now there, buddy. And I thank you for stopping by. I greatly appreciate it. I want a 60 inch by 60 inch mythological landscape print with specific mythological creatures and a mythological portal, or and a magic portal. 60 by 60 inch. That is a full-on mural right there. I am definitely charging a lot for that one. Like a full-on landscape too. Yeah, that art piece is paying rent for the next 2 months for me. If I gotta make that entire thing, that's paying rent for me for the next no, not 2 months. Now that I think about it, 2 months, that's too low. For the next 4 months. There we go. That's how I'm looking at it. Anyway, how about if someone commissioned the bird form posed as the shield logo? Ah, fair. Okay, so since that one's a PNG, and since that one's a logo, I think that one would definitely be relatively low. I feel like that one wouldn't be too expensive. I feel like that one might be in the, wait, shield logo. Let me look at the shield logo right quick before I start dropping numbers. Shield logo Marvel. Oh yeah, that one's definitely a relatively low one, because looking at the logo, that's a relatively simple design. So I would say for that one, that would be like about 30? 30 on average? Maybe even 25? Because again, it is just a... Okay, let me bring this one up onto the screen, because what I saw was requesting this, maybe, but as the bird, like the bird's bird form. So I'm like, yeah, that's a relatively simple enough logo. I think, yeah, that one, maybe even 20. I'm not even certain. That might even be lower than that. But yeah, that would be a very simple pricing right there. Okay, let's see. So there's your answer there, Spock. So the horns are the business... Oh, so the horns are the business end? Yeah, that's the business end. You don't want to be on the business end of this dragon. Horns are always the business end. See, Narissa knows what I'm talking about. Okay, end to bed. Good night, everyone. All right there, Ryu. Thank you for stopping by. I greatly appreciate it. I hope you have a good day, a better tomorrow, and a great week. You take care now there, buddy. What about a PNG Lampy cult flag? See, that one's gonna be pricey. A Lampy cult flag is going to be very, very pricey, because you are gonna have to pay me a lot to make that happen. That would have to be a goal. You know what? I'm writing that one down. Let's see if y'all folks actually manage to pull that one up. I'm writing that one down for next time, because the 3K celebration is right around the corner, so I should probably put that one as an idea. All right there, Spock. Let's see if you can pull this one off. You eat the sandwich, not let it possess you. Huh? You mean the sandwich isn't supposed to take over? But the sandwich told me that's how it works. You mean... Oh, wait, hold on a minute. You mean to tell me the sandwich was lying to me? You're telling me I can't trust food? Alright, let me see. What else am I trying to do? Okay, so... Cult flag goal. You want the Lampy cult flag to be a thing? There you go. Best of luck. I'll let you know when the time arrives. Then we'll see. And we'll see. Posted in Lampy clips in server. Yeah, you could clip that one. You could have that idea. Don't worry about it. You'll see it in the next goal, or yeah, you'll see it in the next list of goals. And then we'll see if you actually manage to commit. We'll see. We'll see. But yeah, also welcome on in there, Fenrir. How you be? I hope you're having a good day there, buddy. The worst part is the eyes fit too well. I know, right? As soon as I accidentally saw the eyes change like that, I was like, oh, I gotta roll with this. I gotta do the thing. You will commit? We'll see. We'll see. We'll see if... It's not about whether I'll commit. It's about whether y'all will commit. We'll see if you can reach the goal. We'll see. We'll see how serious you all are about it. And when you fail, and you will fail, I will sit back, I will laugh, and I will look at all of you like, I thought y'all wanted the flag. I thought y'all wanted a logo. I thought y'all wanted that lampy cult flag. Where's the cult flag there, folks? Where's the cult flag, huh? Oh, I thought you were serious about this. Where's the flag, huh? That's a shame. Well, 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 well. Watch someone drop CM Burns level cash for the flag. Ugh. Scott's asleep, right? Probably. It's pretty late at this hour. They're probably not listening. They're not listening right now. Yeah. Because that's the main thing I worry about, is that once I put one of these goals and then Scott rolls on in like, so, we're trying to get a flag? Like, oh no. Oh no. But we'll see. We'll see. I'm listening. We'll see. We'll see. Yep. Totally not coping right now. Totally not coping. We'll see. We'll see. Just wait for the the 3K celebration. Yeah. Because, not gonna lie, it is literally right around the corner. Are we gonna push for it? Absolutely not, because I don't feel like making another celebration stream. They take a lot of work. And coming up with incentives, that's also a lot of work. Where are you at? Let me see. What number are we on? How close are we to the celebration? I am at... here we are. I am currently at 2K 942, which means we are literally 58 away. Yep, 58 away. That's why I'm like, we are really close. Celebration? Yeah, we're almost there. We're almost there. I want to say give it another month. 2 months. Another month or two. We'll be there. Okay, what? Okay, so I saw that part. But yeah, anyway, what was I talking about again? I don't remember. Anyway, let's get back to the drawing at hand. Let me see. Clicker noises. Wait, what clicker noises? Oh, we were talking about clicker noises? Gotcha. Why are we trying to do clicker noises? I'm trying to remember. How did they sound in the Last of Us? That's the sound I'm trying to figure out. I don't remember. I'm just accidentally doing ASMR. We're gonna stop now. ASMR, Lampy's being hunted by clickers. Anyway, the video game sounded sounds a lot like the Demogorgon. I also didn't hear what the Demogorgon sounds like. I think the only sound I remember from the Demogorgon was from the... Wait, actually, does it make any sounds in Dead by Daylight? I'm trying to remember if it makes any sounds in Dead by Daylight. I don't know. Oh well. Why are hands tough? If there's one thing that I always look back on... Oh, that wasn't even drawn on the right layer. You know what? That's fair. Anyway, I'm going to take this part away. We're going to try to draw that part of the hand one more time. Alright, let me see. Thoughts on some of the card companies give the... Oh, let's see. Thoughts on some of the card companies give the artists. And yes, he screams in DBD. Gotcha. Wait, thoughts on what? Okay, thoughts on some of the card companies give the artists. Could you clarify that question one more time? Because I think I got I think I got a little confused on how to comprehend. Currently waiting on 2v8 to matchmake. Ah, fair. You know, I've been hearing good things about 2v8. I've been hearing, like, whenever 2v8 pops up, like, everybody's on it. Could you eat roaches that have been cooked? So long as I don't know that they're roaches, sure, why not? If I know that they're roaches, absolutely not. I'm not eating that. You can't make me. Like, if someone tells me $1 million, all you gotta do is eat this roach. Yeah, nope, I'm walking. Like, but it's $1 million, and that's nightmares for the rest of my life. No amount of money is worth the nightmares of eating roaches. I don't care what anyone says. Like, yeah, but you'll be set. You'll be able to fulfill some of your dreams out in the world. Yes, that ain't escape, or that ain't changing the number of nightmares I'm gonna have every night. So Fear Factor, you can keep your money. Like, I always see those ones. I always see I remember seeing those episodes of Fear Factor and just thinking, no amount of money is worth all that. No amount of money is worth eating all of that stuff. Like, I'm willing to, like, if I was given the opportunity, I'm pretty sure I'd be able to pass the part where they leave you with terrifying creatures. If I'm surrounded by the roaches, I'm probably going to be absolutely squeamish, but I'm willing to sit there, tolerate the roaches. But the moment they bring up, like, all right, you have to eat all this disgusting stuff, I'm out. I'm done. Like, what? But the challenge just started. You haven't even tried it. I don't care. Oh, wrong one. Lampy, get over here. There we go. I'm like, I don't care. I don't care what you're selling. I'm not eating the ox testicles. I'm out. I honestly, nope. And that's basically how it would go about. That's basically how it would go. Like, the first moment they bring up the disgusting food, like, I'm done. I'm out. Nope. Can't make me. Alright, let's see. I meant how they give you... Oh, let's see. I meant how they give you the prompt. Sorry, it's 1 a.m. Wait, what prompt? Okay, let me try to look back on that. Thoughts on some of the card companies... Oh. Card company prompts. Wait. I'll send you an example on 1 sec. All right, okay, sounds good. Because yeah, that's the part I'm looking at. Like, thoughts on some of the card companies give the artists. Oh, give the artist prompts. Wait, something like that? Oh, well, I guess we'll figure out what they mean. Okay. They're about to add it to custom. Wait, they're about to add what to custom? Well, I guess I'll find out once we're there. Okay. I just saw on the news George Wendt from Cheers passed away. Wait, which one's George Wendt from Cheers? Which one is he? Is he the big guy? Is he the Is he the mailman? Oh, they're about to add customs to the 2v8. Oh, okay, fair. But yeah, which one is he from Cheers? Why did the 10 o'clock news lead to a celebrity passing? Oh, the big guy who was friends with the mailman. No! I mean, it makes sense considering how many years it's been, but dang. Dang. Also, ads start in 30 seconds. I'll send some examples. Alright, sounds good. Alright, back to the drawing at hand. Dang, the dude from Cheers or the big guy from Cheers is passed. Dang. At least people remember. Or at least some people remember the guy from Cheers. Dang, that's wild. That is wild, as well as tragic. He was like the main dude that everyone remembers from Cheers. Like, if there's anyone who remembered Cheers, they remembered him. George Wendt was also voicing many Pixar characters. Oh, voicing many Pixar characters. Wait. Which Pixar characters did he voice? Because if you say Ham from Toy Story, that's the mailman. Which one did he voice in the Pixar movies? Like, which Pixar movie and which character was he? I'm trying to remember if I remember him. Okay, let's see. Location. A kitchen. That's for saute. Wait. Okay, I think you still need to clarify one more thing, because I don't quite understand the question. Wait, what's going on here? Yeah, I'm looking at this right here. Like, hold on a minute. Saute being the name of the card Magic Gathering. Okay, yeah, I think you need to clarify a bit more, like, okay, context. Go back. I need you to start from the beginning. I need you to start at the very beginning on this, because you gave me an example, but you still didn't give me the context of said example. Like, what are we talking about here? Oh, that's all the artist is given for making art on each Magic the Gathering card. Oh, thoughts on the prompts that the artists are given in making in card games. Oh. How much are they getting paid? That's what really matters. Well, yeah, let me see. Let me look at this now that I understand the context behind it, because that was the part that I was not understanding. Okay, so the context is these are the prompts that companies give the artists to make these cards. Location, kitchen, or maybe the set of TV cooking show action, a gigantic monstrous hand, maybe from the croissant or cloud scraper. For example, stirs a wooden spoon in a huge skillet or wok instead of the pan. Hundreds of little beebles are getting sauteed. The beebles look anywhere from panicked to comically dead. I don't see where the problem is. Here is his voice acting page. Ah, fair. Okay, so the other thing is, unfortunately, links cannot be added to the... Yeah, links cannot be added to the chat because, you know, sometimes, you know, links are dropped without permission. But yeah, I'm looking at that. Like, I don't see where the problem is with the you know, the card prompt thing, especially if they are, you know, given to someone to draw. If this is what they're told to draw, and then they're like, okay, draw this, best of luck. Yeah, I don't see where the problem is. Especially if the artist is getting paid for it. Yeah, I don't see where the problem is. There was a greeting for Norm in every Cheers episode. Yeah, I miss those times. I remember. Like, without fail, the moment he walked in, they're like, Norm! Like, everybody in the bar. That's why that was that's why that they chose that, or yeah, that's why that song fit the show so well. Sometimes you want to go where everybody knows your name. And they're always glad you came. You want to go where people... Yeah, you want to go where something, where troubles are all the same. You want to go where everybody knows your name. And then you hear the rest of the piano. Such a good song. And I'll be honest, the only reason I know that song is because of Cheers. I mean, in all honesty... Well, actually, yeah, I was going to say, in all honesty, that's where anybody learned anything, is from TV. Like, I reckon... I mean, I mentioned that before about the Chips Ahoy song. But yeah, that's also the other thing. Like, whenever you heard any song, it wasn't even the actual song. It was just you heard it on a commercial or a TV show beginning or TV show opening. That sort of thing. And when they're like, have you heard this? No, what is it? Like, you never heard of the band or the song or the artist or the singer? Like, maybe? Like, look, let me play it for you. And then when you hear it, like, oh, I remember that. That's from that one show. Like, really? Yeah. That's all you got from it? Yeah, it's from that one show. That's all I need to know. Because that's just how life was. All right. You want to be where people see our troubles are all the same. Okay, so that's how it went. Gotcha. There's a YouTube channel that made a parody of the Cheers song for video series they made. Nice. What was the parody song about? What was the parody song? Because now I'm kind of intrigued. What was this parody song all about? Alright, let's zoom out. We were working on that hand for too long. Then again, that's hands for you. Hands are tough. And not even forward tough. They're just frustrating. This is why people usually talk about, like, the worst part. One of the most difficult things about drawing is hands. So I commend the people who animated Yu-Gi-Oh! Because they had to draw hands like nobody's business. Every time, all the time. Nothing but hands. Nothing but hands everywhere. Like, if they had to draw, like, if they were... And the people who made the comic, you know, Kazuki Takahashi? Props to him for making an entire series where he had to draw a bunch of hands. That is a skill. That's a legitimate skill to make an entire series where the main focus is on the hands. Okay, channel is how it should have ended. The series Oh, I remember the Villain Pub. I forgot about that series. I haven't watched that. I haven't watched that YouTube channel in forever. Mostly because I don't know what it was. It was just, you know, movies kind of stopped interesting me as much. So whenever it was how it should have ended, I'm like, I didn't watch this series, so I don't know. All right, let me see. Let me see. Don Bluth even... Oh, let's see. Don Bluth even understood that, and one of the perks when he was crowdfunding was a video lesson on drawing hands. Don Bluth? Which one's Don Bluth? I'll be honest, I can never remember people by names. So whenever someone brings up a name, I'm like, okay, which one was that one? You're gonna have to clarify a little more. There There was a guy in my class back in school who was obsessed with drawing hands. He would do lots of absurdist, surrealist stuff. Oh, absurdist? Surrealist stuff where it's just hands upon hands upon hands. Now I wonder, did they go to work on the My Hero series? As there's a character that's just hands upon hands upon hands after a while. Like literally he has a literal set of armor made out, like he literally has a suit of armor made out of hands. Also trying to think, I feel like I've seen something very similar to that, where it's just hands over hands over hands, and it's like, Jujutsu Kaisen has a character with lots of hands too. You know what? They may have went off to make that too. Or they may have went off to go draw that too. And honestly, the surrealism that the the surrealism that you just brought up, that is admirable. That is commendable. That also sounds very impressive, but Jesus Christ, I don't know if I could ever accomplish that. Okay. I feel like I could accomplish that. I just wouldn't want to. That's the other thing. So I give props to that person because Jesus Christ, that's a lot. But if they have a passion for it, see, this is what I always bring up at the end of all of it. This is what I bring up at the end of the day. When it comes to learning any sort of craft, the number one thing you need for all of it is the passion. And that person has a passion for drawing hands. They enjoy drawing hands, where most other people would look at that and just think, Jesus Christ, dear God, no. But that person right there, that's a strong skill right there. Okay, let's see. The secret of NIMH. Okay, the other thing I'm going to need to bring up is that I don't know acronyms either. You bring up an acronym and I'm like, you want to know how bad I am with acronyms? Someone showed up once talking about being a voice actor, VA actor. I looked at that as VA. Or no, it wasn't a VA actor. It was, they work in VA. I was like, I don't know what VA is, but congrats. Congratulations on working at VA. And then someone had to literally tell me, Lampy, that's voice actor. Oh. Why didn't they just say that? Anyway, okay, let me check some things. Don Bluth, An American Tale, The Pebble and the Penguin, and Titans A. I don't know what AE stands for. Okay. He was gifted, but a little weird, so teachers would bully him. Teachers would bully? Okay, I'm not surprised that teachers would bully, but I'm a little surprised that teachers would bully. But when I saw the message saying, but, they would get bullied, I was like, yeah. People can be cruel like that, and then I see it's the teachers, like, Jesus. Now you know that's a problem. I kid you not, okay, as messed up as that is, and I'm not going to take away the fact that that is messed up. That's pretty messed up right there. I will say this. That is on the level of something you would hear in a comedy of something. Like, Simpsons even made a joke like that, where it's like, it was messed up times. I got bullied by everyone. I got bullied by the students. I even got bullied by the teachers. It's like, wow. Yeah, that's like, in a TV setting, that's funny. Real life, that school needs better teachers. Okay. What is a acronym? Acronym. Oh, acronym. An acronym is when you shorten a sentence an acronym is when you shorten words to just the beginning letters. Like ATM, automated teller machine. ID, identification. That sort of thing. BMW, whatever that's supposed to mean. AE is after Earth. Oh, gotcha. I understand. A lot of teachers in Asian countries are abusive. Dang. Sorry to hear that. It's even worse that I had the derpy eyes when I was saying all of this. Going back, okay. Yeah, that's pretty messed up. I'm sorry to hear that there, Blob. That's... Yeah, that just honestly ain't right. Don Bluth was a former Disney artist that made his own animation company and was was in competition at Disney that made them stop doing half-hearted work and made them start doing things that actually made them start doing actual quality things again, like The Little Mermaid. Oh! What company did Don Bluth start? Was that Pixar? I don't even remember anymore. Alright, we're gonna zoom out. Oh, my brain is a bit stupid for big fancy words. That's okay, that's okay. My brain, too, is a bit dumb when it comes to the acronyms. Like I said, I've had way too many times where someone's looking at me like, you don't know that acronym? I never know acronyms. The only ones I ever knew in my life was TV and ATM. And even then, there was a time where I did say ATM machine because I didn't think that through until I really looked back on it and realized, wait, ATM machine is redundant. Same thing with PIN number. For those of you who don't know, PIN stands for personal identification number. So whenever you say PIN number, it's a little redundant. You're just saying personal identification number. Okay, let's see. Pixar was Ed Catmull, L.V. Ray Smith, and Steve Jobs, supposedly. Who the hell is Steve Jobs? I'm sorry, I couldn't help it. I had to make that joke. Like, as soon as I read the name, I was like, I know what I have to do. Don Bluth Animation released under United States Artists and many other companies. He had different funding and distribution on most of his movies. He even animated video games, Dragon's Lair, Space Ace, Dragon's Lair 2, Time Warp. Oh, he was the one. Yeah, his company was the one that made Dragon Lair? Oh, gotcha. Or Dragon's Lair. Gotcha. That is very impressive, because not gonna lie, whenever I looked at those, I know someone who was playing that game, and when I was watching that, I was like, Jesus. That is some impressive animation. This is a goofy looking game, but the animation is absolutely phenomenal. Like, that is wild. I don't know who Steve Jobs is. I don't know who Steve Jobs was, but I hear he likes a particular fruit. Yes, a particular fruit. If I'm correct, he also made a fruit company that sucks so much butt. But we're not going to say the name of that fruit company, because the last time I talked to smack about said fruit company, my internet died. Shoutouts to anyone who was there during that day. And more fun, Dragon's Lair came out the same year as Super Mario Bros. Oh, that's crazy. Does Steve have a job for me? Possibly. His job is to ask you to buy more. Well, actually, Steve Jobs is dead. Or Steve is dead. So he's out of jobs. All right, let's see. Thanks for the shout out. Wait, what shout out? Wait, what? I'm confused. Anyway, going back to the drawing. Whenever I get confused, I just look at it like, I don't understand what's going on. It's time to draw again. If I don't understand the context, I'm just going to go back to drawing. Because you know what? I understand how to draw. I think, maybe, sometimes, depending on the situation. That's usually how my life goes. Like, I don't know what's being said. I don't know what's going on, but I know what I can do. I'm going to draw. I'm going to draw until the world makes sense again, which means I'm never going to stop drawing. I'm always going to draw until I can't draw no more. He's selling the item in his new home. You decide, or yeah, you decide where. Wait. You said shout out to people where... Oh, okay, I understand now. Shout out to people who were there when the stream died. Oh, gotcha. I understand. And yeah, no problem. I'm glad you like the shout out. And Lampy, did you hear the BS they're doing with Nintendo? Which one this time? Is it the $90 games? Is it the exclusive FromSoft game? Is it the fact that they're charging you $25 for a manual? Which one are we looking at? Also, how true is the manual for $25 thing? Because, like I said, I need to look more into that, because I know people were going crazy over that, like saying, oh yeah, they're charging you $25 for a manual. Or for like a guide on how to use your Switch. I'm looking at this thinking, okay, ain't no way they're going like that crazy. I'm gonna need to see a little more about this. Also, the music stopped. Hold on a minute. Music, come back. Also, hold on a minute. Because this is not even... This ain't even the playlist no more. And last thing I need is YouTube going like, hey, so we know you don't really watch this stuff, but this is a brand new thing that everybody's watching. It's trending. You should watch this too. And I'm like, I don't care about... What are people usually watching? I'm trying to think. I'm trying to think of a generic thing that's usually on YouTube. You know what? I know one. I'm just trying to watch anything else, and then YouTube recommends, like, hey, you should totally watch this person react to this one game that you don't care about. Like, you should watch them react to this, or you should watch them react to, someone else getting mad about someone else's reaction, and then they're going to react to someone else's reaction of someone else's reaction, and then it repeats and rinses and blah, 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 blah. I'm like, just go back to Elden Ring lore. Just tell me about the Elden Ring lore. That's all I want to know. Just let me see Elden Ring lore. Let me see the crazy fan theories they got out there. That's all I want. That's all I want in life. Just give me music and crazy souls theories. That's all I want to know. Okay, let's see. They can lock you out of your console. I see. Nintendo user agreement that they will brick your Switch too. Oh, and no data on the new cartridge for it. Oh, good to know. Luckily, I wasn't planning on buying a Switch 2. Because I'll be honest, because I was telling, or yeah, as I mentioned the first time the Switch 2 came out and people were going crazy for it, I'm like, I can't afford it. That's the only thing I'm looking at. Like, this ain't a morality thing for me. This ain't a, oh, this is I'm doing this for a greater good or this and that. I'm looking at it like, I'm not buying it because I can't afford it. You think I'm going to spend $500 on a console? I didn't do it for the PlayStation 5. I'm not doing it now. They said any modification and they will brick it. Even repair? I feel like, well, you know what? Let's give it more time. Give it more time. Let's see how true the, or yeah, let's wait for more information on this, because let's be honest. When the first amount of the first amount of any information that usually comes out is the most exaggerated. So let's give it a minute. Now, Don't get me wrong. That doesn't always mean that it is not, or yeah, that doesn't mean that it's wrong. It's just that sometimes it can be over exaggerated. And then when people look more into it, like, oh, it turns out it's not exactly as bad as people were saying. But then there's also certain situations where it is exactly as bad as people were saying. Sometimes even worse. Like, when a lot of the consoles said they're no longer having backwards compatibility. I looked at it and thought, you know what? Maybe it's not as bad as people are saying. Maybe they won't have backwards compatibility for, you know, consoles from way before that. And then it turns out, yeah, no, they're just not having backwards compatibility at all. And then you have the ones where it sounds like it's a good thing. And then you find out, oh yeah, no, it's actually, it actually kind of sucks. Like, what happened with the PS4. And I'm never going to forget that, because I remember. So, folks, for those of you who are there, some of you may remember this, but I'm going to let you know. I talk about this one all the time, because I am still mad at Sony for this one. So, there was an E3 event a long time ago, where Microsoft was talking about how the Xbox One was going to have all of these features for your TV, and they were like, yeah, we're going to have this for your TV, we're going to have that for your TV. Are we going to be able to play our previous games? No. Oh. Well, are we going to have this? Or, yeah, are we going to have this? No, you're still going to have to pay for internet. Or you're still going to have to pay for gold, just like you did on the 360. We may also do this and that and here and there. Like, oh, that actually kind of sucks. And then Sony rolls on in right after, like, wow, great job there, Xbox, great job. I want to let you, let me tell you something, folks, though. You see all the horrible, dumb things that Microsoft was doing? Yeah, Sony ain't going to do you like that. Sony loves you. We're going to give you backwards compatibility. Yeah, absolutely. And everybody ate it up. I'll be honest, I ate it up. I was like, yeah, that's what's up. See? Sony, that's the way to go. And then I learned from my friend, oh yeah, no, they lied to your face. Like, what do you mean? Then I find out during that time, when the PS4 came out, they implemented PlayStation Plus. Or not so much implemented PlayStation Plus, but they made PlayStation Plus a monthly thing. Backwards compatibility did not actually happen. And just like most of the other ones that were saying, yeah, we got backwards compatibility, what they actually meant was you could go onto their store and buy the games that you had on your PS2 and your PS3 and buy them online all over again. Yeah. And so when I looked at that, I looked at it and thought, you know, Sony, you know, PlayStation, I can at least respect Microsoft right about now. I'm at least going to give Microsoft some respect. You want to know why? Because they at least told us when they were going to spit in our food. Like, I will at least give Microsoft the respect and say, you at least told me that they're spitting here. I'm not going to eat this, but at least you told me they're spitting here. I can at least respect that. But when you tell me, when you spit on my cupcake and tell me it's frosting, now, no. However, they had Bloodborne, so I bought it anyway. Although, to be fair, I bought mine used. So suck it, Sony. I did not buy a brand new one. No. I looked at that like, you know what? I'm going to buy mine used so you don't get that money. You already got that money from someone else, but you're not getting my money. Whoever I'm buying this from, that's who's getting that money. Suck it, Sony. That's how I looked at it, like, yeah. But I still want Bloodborne, so I'm going to kind of pick this up. So, yeah, there you go. Well, I take it back, because I guess Sony still got my money, because I still bought that PlayStation Plus so I could buy it online. Or so I could play it online. But then they tried to take another year from me, and I was like, nope, hand that one back. I was on customer service for God knows how long to get that one. I only played Bloodborne for like a year online, and it was well worth it. But the moment they tried to take another year, I was like, nope, hand that one back. No, you only got 1 year. Because you know what? I like Bloodborne. I'm going to play Bloodborne. Also bought that one used. But since I got to play Bloodborne on the PS4, 1 year is at least worth it. But outside of that, nah. Get the rest of the money back. Anyway, let's catch up with some things. Also, Chaos, welcome on in. Let's give a shout out to Chaos. If you haven't checked out Chaos Puppy, I highly recommend that you do. If you're a fan of the Yakuza, that's a good place to go. If you're a fan of high-end energy, that's a good place to go. If you're a fan of questioning what on earth a person just said right then and there, that is definitely a good place to go. And also, be ready to question what you just heard. Because it's going to happen a lot. But yeah, go check them out. Really awesome people as well. Most importantly, really awesome people. Really great folks. Really funny times. All the good stuff. All right, let me see. Let me try to catch up some things. They said any modification. Okay, so yeah, there's that. Any modifications? So yeah, I don't plan on buying one of those, so I'm fine with that. Okay. Put Mario's hat on Link. Oh, let's see. Put Mario's... Wait, I lost it. Oh, there we go. Put Mario's hat on Link. Whole console lock. They also said you don't own it. Yup, PC time then. You pay $500 for the privilege, but if you want, I'll try to pull up a quote from them. One sec. All right. I'm gonna need to hear more of this. Download any software, even Nintendo software, with any modifications to the software, and they will brick it according to them. Xbone, yeah. You know what's funny? Like, the Xbox still hasn't stopped outliving the joke names when it comes to that one. You got the Xbox One. We called it the Xbone. You had the Xbox Series X. We called it the Sexbox. And whatever next, you know what? This is the only thing I look forward to when it comes to the Xbox is, what name are they going to put this time? What name are they going to put? And let's see how that one gets scrambled. I can't wait to find out. No, seriously. Whose idea? Who thought it was a great idea to call it the Xbox Series X? Seriously, whose bright idea? Okay, anyway. The backwards compatibility was nearly nothing. Exactly. It was almost nothing. So the compatibility there wasn't worth it. They only got PS1 compatibility on limited titles this year for the anniversary. Well, that sucks. Well, walked in to suck at Sony. Then you walked in at the right time. Accurate on the last one. Very, very true. You're awesome. I recommend you to everyone. Yo, I thank you, and I'm very honored to that. And honestly, yeah, honestly, I'm honored by that. And at the same time, I'm also going to recommend I'm also going to recommend you folks to everyone else, to each other, because you know what? Y'all deserve it. Y'all deserve it more than I do. But the fact that you took the time out of your day to just hang out here, I don't know what to say. Okay, let me see. I shall be back. Lurk. All right there, Lucky. You do your lurking, and I hope it goes well. Whatever it is that you got to do, I hope you have fun. Or I hope you get it. Or yeah, I hope you, you do what you got to do. That's all I'm trying to say. All right, let's see. I saw a streamer use Xbox Series X to test their caption software. It kept running into Xbox Series. Wait. Okay. To test their caption software, it kept turning into Xbox Series X. Okay. I don't even know what to say about that. I don't even know what to say about that. Like, that's some... Xbox is serious. That's all I could really say is Xbox is really serious about that one. Then again, I feel like it's one of those things where maybe someone didn't think this through. Like, they heard all of this, they thought, this sounds like an amazing name. This sounds epic. And then once they see, like, everyone making jokes about it, like, oh my god, it does sound like that, doesn't it? Yeah, oh, yeah, it does. Wait, you didn't know? I had no clue. Like, what do you mean it... The wet box? Like, yeah, I thought that was an inside joke. It wasn't. I wouldn't be surprised. Like, there's that one person just sitting there, just completely, just. You know what? I think the bird should express this one, because I think the bird has a perfect expression for it. I believe that there's one person that just saw everyone calling it calling it that, and just having the face of the bird right now. Hold on a minute. And there we go. Just looked at seeing everybody calling it that box, and just having that absolute look on their face. There's got to be at least one person that had that face. Okay. It was a hell of a moment. I told them, hey, your captions are really accurate. And they were like, really? Watch this. I apologize. That one was too funny. That one literally had me coughing up a lung on that one. That is hilarious. Series X did have a Blu-ray player, didn't it? I think so. Does it? I don't know. I don't have an Xbox. Like, I'll be honest. Oh, yeah. If I'm correct, somebody said PC all the way. Who said PC? Because I know one person... Oh, PC is the way to go. Oh, yeah. So, okay, Lucky's gone. But yeah, Lucky has the right idea. PC, because... Again... I bought, what's it called? After seeing that you could just play Elden Ring on your PC or any other game on your PC, and the only thing you really have to pay for is internet and the game itself. Yeah. PC all the way. Just get yourself a PC at this point. Because, let's be honest, sure, you may have to wait for certain games many, many years later, like the God of War series, but the fact that you know that eventually the God of War series is going to be on the PC, might as well pick it up. Granted, you may not get Bloodborne. You know what? Close enough. Yo, Plague. Welcome on in. How you be? I hope you're having a good day there, buddy. Let's give a shout out to Plague. What were you doing? What were you up to? I hope things were well. Also, no one has to answer that question whenever I ask it. I just want you all to know. No one is ever obligated to answer any question. Like I said, there are no obligations here other than to respect each other, respect me, and I will try to do my best to do the same for you. And if I fail at that, let me know so I can do better. Alrighty then. That's basically it. If your PC is new enough, my notebook has trouble doing a single-player Minecraft due to graphics processing. True. You're not wrong on that. Going through extreme war batteries with light bulb spiders. Swarms of them. Wait. Okay, hold on a minute. Going through extreme battles with light bulb spiders. What's a light bulb spider? I am intrigued and terrified. But yeah, get the flamethrower. I respect the cult. No cult leader. There is no cult leader here. Went from fun adventure to full riding and running away with a partial victory. You know what? Honestly fair. Wait, what was the fun adventure? Oh, okay, I understand what you mean. In Vintage Story, There are things called locusts. They are robot spiders with light bulbs. Friends I had gone through maybe 30. Oh, I thought you meant in real life. Oh, thank God. Whew. Also, thank you for the giant emote there, Umbra. I greatly appreciate it. But yeah, thank God. I thought you meant like real spiders being called light bulb spiders. I was like, I have never heard of a light bulb spider. Is that something in Australia? Is that something in Florida? Where do you find these giant light bulb spiders? Or yeah, where do you find these light bulb spiders? This is the first time me hearing this. And I find out it's a video game like, whew. I thought you were having like I thought you were dealing with like a real life scenario where you were dealing with swarms of spiders. Like, how are you on the internet just chilling? Like, oh yeah, I had to deal with a swarm of spiders not long ago. Like, I am in Florida. Oh, how you holding up? I heard that there were, I remember hearing about the storms there last year. Also the fact that you live in Florida. I apologize. But yeah, I am sorry to hear that. I know the struggle of living in an area that is known for... I know what it's like to live in an area that is well known for... Or maybe not well known. Well, yeah, well known, but I know what it's like to live in an area that is infamous. After all, I live in California. So I know all about living in an area where it's like, oh, you live there? I am so sorry for your loss. Like, somebody has to be. That'd be terrifying. I don't want to deal with that. I honestly agree. Like, if you see like a swarm of spiders, I mean, yeah, sometimes you got to do what you got to do, but at the same time, like sometimes, you know, like swarm of spiders, yeah, I don't know about this one. You mean the mild breeze? Yeah, it's good for my... Right, I forgot. You live in Florida. I forgot. Wait a minute. Okay, just to be safe, just to be 100% certain. Plague, you identify as a man, right? You identify as a Florida man? You're a Florida man, right? Yeah, I just want to make sure. Bro, the stream buffered midway through California. See? Even the word is pretty bad. Even the word is pretty bad. Like, I try to say the word, and yeah, it's going to... That's how bad California is. I can't even say it without messing up, or without something messing up. Yes? Oh, okay. Then yeah, that's fair. That's fair. To hear you say, like, oh yeah, that was a breeze, like, makes sense. Because I still remember seeing that video that dude, when a tornado came in, that just went out there, boxer shorts, American flag, and just stood out there while freaking Raining Blood from Slayer was playing. Dude was an icon. I am a Swamp Florida man. I can summon gators. Not gonna lie, that's pretty impressive. That's actually pretty impressive. I can only summon pitbulls. Let's see. I identify as human because people question if I count as one when talking to me in person. Honestly, fair. I can sympathize with that. Sometimes I question if I'm human. And I'm not even from Detroit. Or yeah, I'm not even from Detroit. But sometimes I question if I'm human. Although, folks probably looking over here like, Lampy, why are you questioning that? Clearly you're a bug. Like, oh yeah. Anyway. That dude is my neighbor. Jokes. He's the northern, or yeah, he's more northern than me. Ah, fair. Honestly, fair, but still very commendable. Like, I hear about a storm, I'm like, yep, nope, I'm staying inside. Or I'm staying underground. I ain't dealing with no hurricane. That person literally stood out there, like, literally stood out there with the come at me bro pose. American flag and everything. That's respect right there. Being human. A game and a curse. True, true, true. And a joke. Let's be perfectly honest, that's also a joke right there, like, being human. Ah, good luck, friend. Good luck. Although, to be fair, I will also say, I feel like we take a lot of things that we have for granted. Like opposable thumbs. Like, we look at all the other gifts that every other animal has. In like extreme speeds, phenomenal strength, swimming under or breathing underwater, that sort of thing. And then we look at ourselves and think, what do we got? And then we forget. We have physical stamina. We have opposable thumbs. And we have computers. That last part is either a blessing or a curse. Personally, I think both. Because in all honesty, the internet is a very, very valuable thing. It's also a huge waste of time sometimes. I can definitely tell you that much. The amount of times, or the amount of things I've gotten done because of the internet is phenomenal. But the amount of times I've also just sat there just scrolling for no reason, not even paying attention, also ridiculous. And then I look at that and realize, Jesus, I gotta go for a walk. I haven't talked to my friends in months. Or weeks. Alright, let me see. The gift of language that... Oh, let's see. The gift of languages that is multiple choice? Possibly. Yes. Opposable thumbs and common sense. Wait, no, just thumbs. Yeah, basically. I was gonna say, wait, common sense. Where's that part? When do we get common sense? You know, there was a time where someone would pop up and just bring up, like, Lampy, what is your wisdom of the day? And I would try to come up with some things. I wouldn't have everything on the spot. But it's funny that nowadays I've been thinking about a lot of things. I've been writing a lot of stuff down. And that question is long since passed. But I could definitely tell you, if anyone ever asks, like, Lampy, what is your wisdom? I'm going to give you some wisdom of the day right now. Common sense isn't as common as you think. That is the wisdom of the day. Common sense is not really common. Alright, let's see. Yes, I'm picturing a moth with opposable thumbs, and it's both glorious and terrifying. True. Hold on a minute. A moth with opposable thumbs. Or opposable thumbs. Give me a second. I'm trying to see which one of these could show opposable thumbs. I got an idea for this. What is a good option here? You know what? This is a good option. That's one thumb. Now I need to find the other thumb. Give me a second. Opposable thumbs. What's another opposable thumb that I could use? Ah, you know what? Perfect. That's got thumbs right. I think there's a thumb there. Select, reverse, flip image. Yeah, there we go. Opposable thumb. Perfect. Opposable thumbs. Moths with opposable thumbs. All that comes to mind is violence. Nothing but violence. Only violence. Never give moths opposable thumbs. It's not going to end well. So anyway, you know what? This image works perfectly. Like moths with opposable thumbs. There is no thought behind those eyes, only violence. Give me your wallet. Ah, perfect. Anyway. Thumbs equals violence confirmed. Yep. Wars, those only happen because we have thumbs. Alright, let's see. Mirror the accent? I should have, but I thought I used the axe too many times. Let's come up with something else. Alright, let's see. Always said common sense is uncommon. Add a nice ring to it. Very, very true. More people have horse sense than common sense. What's horse sense? Alright, let me try to catch up with a lot of things. We're going to scroll up a little bit. Okay, I'm picturing a moth. Okay, so I saw that part. That's how we got to this point. Horse sense. The sense to run back to a burning bar. Oh, okay, you know what? They already answered that question for me. Perfect. Alright, I'm going to sleep because I overextended my time because my work schedule. Oh, because my work schedule. All good, all good. You go get that sleep, you go get that rest, and thank you for stopping by there, Plague. I greatly appreciate it. And I hope you have a good night, a better tomorrow, and a great week. It's almost 11. I should be calling it soon, too. But I'm going to finish this sketch first, then we're going to call it. Okay. Why is there a gun aimed at me when I came back? I mean, to be fair, if you're at a Lampy stream, the gun's always pointed at you. If there's not a gun pointed at you in a Lampy stream, you know something's wrong. Nature is beautiful. That's nature for you. Yeah. Thank you there. Yeah, thank you there, Chaos. I'm glad that you like that. Okay. Thumbs equals violence confirmed. Indeed. And Fenrir pulled out a gun as well. Nice try, but we got more guns than just one. Which, by the way, folks, if you like the gun, or the mace, or the sandwich, you can find these all available on the coffee page. Just put exclamation point KOFI, and you could get all the, yeah, you could get all these assets and the sandwich live 2D model absolutely free. That's right, folks. We don't charge you anything. You want a sandwich? You get a sandwich. You want a mace or a gun to threaten your audience or use them for YouTube videos or some sort of video editing? Use them for any purpose. You want those things? Use those things. Oh, you brought in more guns, huh? No problem. No problem at all. We got a solution for that. There we go. Problem solved indeed. Looks like we have ourselves a good old-fashioned showdown. Or a good old-fashioned duel. Mm-hmm. And I see your guns. I see the battle that y'all are trying to pull. I see the stunts you're trying to make. And you know what I say to that? Pull. Whoops. Wrong button. There we go. Pull. Flash warning. There we go. One of these buttons I'm supposed to push. Hold on a minute. There we go, and we're back on track. I see. Bring a mech to a knife fight? Indeed, we bring a mech to a knife fight. Like someone said, or yeah, someone says anything remotely threatening, we get into the car. Like, alright. You want to try that again? I can't wait for... Even better yet, I can't wait for freaking whatchamacallit. I can't wait for June. I can't wait for May to be over. For specific reasons. Will the car overlay make a comeback? Absolutely. Because I didn't make that car overlay for no reason. I'm planning on using that car overlay for like games where I either have to drive or I have to pilot something. I'm looking for games where I get to pilot stuff. I need to, you know what? You know what I should do? I finally have the opportunity. I should do this. I need to buy Titanfall off of Amazon because I'm gonna play Titanfall on the PS4 because honestly, I can't play it on PC. EA expects me to download too much stuff just to play one game. It ain't worth it. So I'm gonna go buy Titanfall on Amazon. I need to do that now. Looking forward to Mech Warrior. Which one's Mech Warrior? Hold up, I'm looking up Mech Warrior now. Wait. Okay, first, let me finish this off. Because I still want to make the terrifying claws of this here creature. But yeah, folks, if you have any mech or driving games that you would recommend that I play that will work great for the car overlay, let me know, because I need an excuse. I legitimately need an excuse to use that car overlay, because while I was making it, I was like, okay, I need to look into some games. I didn't even tell people the reason why I was looking into those games, but I was like, I need to look into some games for where I could use the car overlay. And for those of you that don't know what the car overlay is, hold on a minute, let me show you. For those of you that may have missed it on Saturday, this was one of the assets that I made for the boss fight stream, the boss fight stream last time. And I've been looking into games to figure out how do I use this? Where do I use this? I need to find a reason to use this. Why? Because come on. I need some sort of excuse to use Eurobeat. I need some sort of reason to use speed. It doesn't even have to be a driving game. It could be a piloting game for all I care. If you have a game that has some sort of piloting, some sort of driving, some sort of POV where you are in a vehicle, whether it be air, sky, or water, it could be a submarine game for all I care. So long as I get a POV where I am piloting something, that's all I want. So I can use this. Only reason. And whenever I attack, you better believe I'm adding the fire. I'm using the flamethrower for something. And the cannons. Either way, I'm using this thing. Why? Because I really want to. Like, I'm not leaving this behind. This ain't collecting dust. I don't like to make things that collect dust. So, although sometimes I do make things that collect dust, but not everything's gonna collect dust, especially not that. Okay, let me look into some things. Okay, so looking forward to Mech Warrior. Okay, Mech Warrior sounds like one. You mean Mech Amend? What's Mech Amend? Mech Warrior is a series that goes back to the early Xbox, and it's still ongoing. Interesting. I'm gonna have to check this out. Honestly. Yeah. Okay. There are technically 17 Mech Warrior games already. I think you should have this as a commission option. That too. Honestly, that too. I am definitely thinking of having that as an option. I need to set up something for that. Because, yeah, I really wouldn't mind making this, like, making it a... Okay, I will definitely say this. I have been looking into other options when it comes to live 2D rigs and live 2D assets. Because I know I'm not always going to get a live 2D model to rig. There will be moments where nobody's looking for a rig, or they're getting a rig, but it's from somebody else. And I personally feel like I do need cheaper options. I'm not going to drop the prices on the rigs, but I might, give cheaper options on live 2D rigs. But at the same time, I feel like live 2D rigs, they can only get you so far. I think it's time to branch out. It's time to make other things. It's time to make things that people could add to their streams while they're still enjoying their current model. Like, let's say someone, for example, let's say someone gets a live 2D rig. They got it from somebody else. That's great. That's fantastic. But as for you, as a person who draws and rigs as a side gig or as a main job, that, that might not, they have no reason to commission you, which is completely fine because, that's their prerogative. Yeah, that's their prerogative. And it's very understandable. However, for you as a person that does this sort of job, that's an unfortunate circumstance. Again, not bad, not wrong, but unfortunate circumstance nonetheless. So what do you do about that? Well, you give other options. Things that they could add on to their models. Things that they could add on to their streams. Things they could use on the side. Mascots. Alternate models. Smaller models. Scuffs. If that makes any sense. So that's what I'm looking at, like, other options. And you better believe, when I finished the car, I was like, this is a possibility. This is a possibility that could be optional for other people. So let's give that one an honest shot. Also, ads start in 10 seconds, so goodbye. Okay, let's see. If someone has a game they play a lot, and it looks like this POV... Oh, and it looks like this POV would be nice. Oh yeah, I definitely agree. That's why I'm like, that's why I myself have been looking for excuses, games that I could use to use that POV image. I remember there was someone who had a whole mech live 2D set up for Armored Core. Like the inside view of the mech or the actual mech itself. But it was just a model, no overlay. Yeah, was it inside the mech or was it the mech itself? Because I think I might know which one you're talking about if it's the inside the mech POV. It was their model in a pilot seat. Oh, okay, I think I know that one. Maybe. I think I know that one, because I think, like I said before when I showed when I was talking about it on Sunday, I got inspired by seeing one of those type of models as well. And there are the ads. I'll talk about that a little after. In the meantime, we're gonna get back to the drawing. Unless there might be some folks that have what's that one thing where you don't need a sub, you just are able to watch everywhere? Turbo? I think people might have Turbo. For those of you who have Turbo, you might be able to hear. Lobby, let me know if you have Turbo. Turbo? Yeah, it's great. Ah, fair. Okay, so you have Turbo, so I can continue talking about this one. All right. On Turbo? All right, fantastic. Okay, so going back to it. So I was talking about that one, about the car overlay. That one was actually inspired by someone's piloting what's it called? Live 2D model, where it looked like they were piloting a mech. I saw that one. It looked pretty cool. I liked the idea and the concept. And I thought, why have it? But when I thought of it, not when I thought of it. When I saw it, I thought, that is pretty cool. That's what I was trying to say. When I saw it, I thought, that was pretty cool. That is pretty amazing. I have an idea. Because this is definitely inspiring something. But what if, and hear me out, what if it's a POV? Make the live 2D model, but instead of the camera pointing at you, it's through your eyes. And that's the idea I went with, was let's go with the live 2D model where where the audience is seeing it through your vision. And if you're gonna play, but with that one, now gonna need a game where you see through the game's point of view. I was like, yes, I got an idea. I really like that car overlay, it's so good. Yo, thank you, I greatly appreciate that. But yeah, with that being said, I will also say I still gotta give credit where credit is due. I was inspired. I was inspired by someone else's idea because it looked freaking amazing. Granted, like I said, theirs was the point of view where you are seeing them within the mech. And I just thought, you should see through the mech. Either way, they did an amazing job. Hence the reason why it inspired me. And along with that, I definitely need to turn that into an option. And I feel like that's going to be a very, very cheap option because, again, the only thing you really need to do is, just build the interior. That's basically it. Basically just draw the interior, draw the tire, all of that crazy stuff. Then it's practically all set. It's actually not too much work. It's just when you pile it onto everything else, that's when it became a lot of work. So, okay, so here's the thing. Funny thing, going back to all the model talk that I was talking about before. The bird model, a bit of work, but not too much. Very standard live 2D rigging work. Recording all of it, that took a bit of time, but, you know, it was just more so, you know, something on the side. The car model. Car model was actually really, really easy. It was like one of the last things that came to mind when making all of the add-ons. That was very easy, but piling that on top of everything else, that's when it just... The animations. The animations is what took a lot of trouble. Because there was a lot of troubleshooting, a lot of brainstorming. Yeah. It's still very fun, but it was still a lot of... that's where a lot of the work really went into. It was just troubleshooting. The background. I take it back. The car wasn't the simplest part. The background was the simplest part. You know, like the woods. That was a live 2D model all on its own, and all I really had to do was left, right, up, down, orange toggle, green toggle, done. That was the simplest part of the entire thing. But when you put it all together, good lord, when you put it all together. That's what took almost a year. Anyway. Oh, and the rehearsal. But yeah. Going back to the main point, which was the, you know, the idea of turning that into a live 2D commission. Most definitely, because considering that not too many live 2D rigs over the years, definitely best to give other options. Heck, that's why I made the Moth and the plushie PO, or the Moth and the plushie your character here, the drive emote your character here. Funny enough, a lot of your character here options sell so much more. Because two things. One, less work on your end. And less money on their end. That's the one thing that keeps a lot of the live 2D rigs at bay, is that someone could get a live 2D rig, but that's the cost of a car. Whether a cheap car or an expensive car, that's still the cost of a car. Where one of the smaller rigs, that's like, what? 3 or 4 McDonald's meals? Sometimes? Depending? Okay, sometimes they can be as low as a McDonald's meal. Sometimes they could be as high as an Xbox. Or a used console. So, yeah. Smaller options? Smaller options might also be like another way to go about it while you wait for the big option to roll in. Okay, let me try to catch up with some things. A more expensive version would be asking for a custom dash that matches a source. Say, Knight Rider dashboard. Oh yeah, true. Knight Rider dashboard, that one. That could be doable, or that is definitely doable. That might add on to the price. That is most definitely possible. It would definitely add on to the price, but I don't think by too much. Especially since, you know, it is a talking... It would be a talking parameter. And I would say, hey, at least I don't have to do actual mouth rigging. Am I right? Am I right? Yeah, Jesus Christ, actual mouth rigging is a pain. So if I get any chance to do any sort of live 2D model that has a different type of mouth rigging, where I don't have to rig lips, I'm taking that opportunity for all it's worth. Anyway, let me catch up with some things. Okay, pew pew. Pew pew indeed. Actually, Lampy, I do have an idea. We'll reach out soon. Alright, sounds good, sounds good. Yeah, let me know the idea, and I will, yeah, let me know the idea, and I will, basically just brainstorm with you. We'll see what the idea comes up, or yeah, let's see what idea you come up with, and I'll let you know, or yeah, we'll figure something out on that. And I am honored for the consideration. I greatly appreciate that. Alright, dragon hand thing. Okay, I know I made, or I know it's a skeletal dragon, but I'm not making the rest of the skeletal stuff. I am doing what they did. I am looking at the rest of the skeletal stuff and saying, yeah, I'm not making the smaller hand bones. Forget all the smaller hand bones. We're just gonna put one giant, yeah, we're just gonna put one giant piece right here. It's just gonna be one solid part, even though, let's be honest, hands don't work like that. If you've ever seen a skeleton hand, you will know full well that there are tiny little bones in here that let you turn and move the wrist up and down, turn them left to right. That's the whole reason why you have an opposable thumb, is because, you know, those smaller bones let you move those around along with the nerves and the tendons, but of course, but going back to the bones, that's where the mobility, or yeah, that's where the base mobility is in those bones. But nuts to all that, we're just putting solid piece. Because I'm lazy like that. Anyway, going back to this. Same reason why we're not putting the rest of the skeletal parts. We're going with as simplistic as they did. Because there are certain parts where it's like, yeah, skeleton ideas. That sounds pretty cool. And then you see some more, the more technical parts is like, you know what? We don't have to be that, accurate. It's a dark fantasy creature. We could simplify certain points. Yeah. Let's just simplify certain points. Yeah. And you know what? With all the work that I've been doing, I think it's time to get a well-deserved, lazy... What's the word I'm looking for? I think it's time for a well-deserved opportunity to take some lazy liberties. For those of you that don't know what a lazy liberty is, it's a term that I just coined right now, which is basically, I'm gonna take some liberties here and simplify the project a little bit because I don't feel like it. That is the best way to put it. Feel free to use that term to your heart's content too if you feel like it. If you ever feel like taking some lazy liberties of your very own, feel free to use those words. I mean, I can't stop you anyway, even if I wanted to. I wouldn't want to, but even if I did want to, I can't stop you anyway. Now we just got to do a little bit of foreshortening, and for those that don't know what foreshortening is, it's basically where you take a certain object and you warp it to a certain, you warp it to a point where it's much shorter than it normally would be, simply for the fact of giving it a sense of perspective. For example, what would be a good example right here? I would say the gun, but I feel like that's more exaggerated than foreshortened. Like, let's be honest, if you look at a pistol, I feel like looking at this pistol right here, this gun, this is more like a stylized exaggeration rather than a foreshortening. I'm trying to think, what would be a good example of a foreshortening? I know a good example of a foreshortening. Hold on a minute, we gotta get rid of these opposable guns. I mean, opposable thumbs. Or at least not get rid of them, but I need to move one of these right quick. Hold on a minute. Lock all items, unlock all items. Move this out of the way right quick. We're just going to move that to the side. Here's a good example of foreshortening right here. Hold on a minute. There we go. Foreshortening right there. Where you could see that Normally, the gun has a certain length behind it, but when it looks dead straight at you, it lost that, or yeah, it lost the length of it. There you go. I also need to update that gun. Now that I know how to make that work, I need to update that gun. Anyway. That's much foreshortening. Oh. That's much foreshortening would happen with Joker's gun. Oh, Joker's gun in Batman. It's the one in the movie where he shot the Batwing. Oh, wait. Is that the... Okay. Is that the Michael Keaton one? I think that might be the Michael Keaton one. In which case, yeah, that makes sense. This would definitely be the foreshortening for the Michael Keaton one. Locked all items in. There we go. Perfect. All right, let's finish this off, because what we just need to do... Last part, last section. And we're not going to add the rest of the... Well, maybe. Actually, you know what? We are going to take some lazy liberties. You want to know why? Because this is going to give us a reason for the stylization. We are not going to add the legs. Maybe. Actually, yeah, no, I take it back. We're going to add the legs. But not too much detail on the legs. We're actually going to be very, very simple with those. We're actually just going to go like this. Just by that much. There we go. And I'll be honest, I was really glad when I was younger that this card sucked. Mostly because it meant... I will definitely tell you this. For those of you that don't play card games, here's the thing. When a card is really good, everybody wants it. Therefore, the supply and demand effect kicks in. If something is of low supply but in high demand, that means it is going to be a very costly item. But if it's in low demand, then it doesn't have the same standing power, the same price. Because it doesn't matter how rare it is, if nobody cares, then, you know, it doesn't have a lot of value behind it. But if everybody wants it, but it's a very rare item, then of course, it's gonna be, the prices are gonna go through the roof. But, well, yeah, I guess that's the best way to put it. The supply and demand thing. And luckily, this card was not in high demand. Because, again, it wasn't an iconic monster in the anime. So it didn't have a lot of standing power. Its effect was very costly, and did not do a lot competitively. Therefore, nobody wanted this card. Except for me. And because I was the only person who really wanted this card, or I was one of the few that really wanted this card, that meant it was a very, very cheap card to get a hold of. It's not too expensive. Not only that, but since it's a super rare, nobody cares. People only care about super rares when either A, they're in short print, they are no longer in circulation, and they are competitive. Or they are a very, very collectible card. Just remember, folks, collectability will outlast the competitiveness. Like, if a card is very, very competitive, it's going to have a much higher price. It's going to be very, very expensive. But as soon as power creep kicks in, that card's price and value will eventually dwindle. A card that normally would be $100 will eventually drop down to like 16 to 30, 16, maybe even $2. 35 at best, $2 at its worst. Where a card that's only there simply for collectability, that card's going to hold its value for, yeah, that card's only going to go up. Think of it like the stock market. I've always talked about this. Like, whenever it comes to Yu-Gi-Oh! Or any sort of card game, or any sort of retail game, like reselling game, or game that involves reselling, whether it's whether it's intentional or not, if a game can involve a secondary market or resellability, you can do this. And just like stocks, you have the buy low, sell high cards, which are, these cards don't do a lot, but there's a chance that competitively they will jump. Like, someone's going to find a use for this card someday, and when that time comes, that card's going to skyrocket, and you bought it for only cents on the dollar. That is when you sell them like crazy. And then you have the long-term investment cards. These cards, fan favorite cards, iconic cards, you hold on to those. You bought them for like $5. Big whoop. Nobody cares. It's just another reprint of Blue Eyes or Dark Magician Girl, Red Eyes. One of those four. Or one of the hero monsters. 3 years from now, that $5 card becomes a $30 card. Another year goes by, that $30 card becomes a $50 card. Another year goes by, that $50 card is $100. You know. Slowly but surely, it's one of those slow burn investments. Or those slow wait time investments. You see a $5 card, you pick it up. As you know, people are going to want this card later on. Although, to be fair, again, just like the stock market, that may not always be the case. That $5 card may always be a $5 card. It's not always going to work out, but sometimes you can see the telltale sign. Blue Eyes White Dragon, you know that card's going to go up eventually. Depending on the Blue Eyes White Dragon, though. Depending on if it was from a pack, or if it was from a box. If it was from a box and it's single print, or not single print, like, how do I put it? If you just have that single card, sometimes that may not be enough. Anyway, that's all I'm trying to say about them cards. And luckily for me, this was one of those cards where nobody cares. You look at it right now, first edition, even to this day and age, first edition card, probably under like, what, $3? Anyway, maybe. I mean, to be fair, it was from the OG series, so maybe it went up, maybe. But I doubt it went up by much. Anyway, let me try to catch up something. Okay. The one in the movie... Okay, so I saw that one. The Jack Nicholson Joker, yep. Oh, okay, gotcha. So it was that one. The prop gun was 4 feet long. That's a sniper. When a card is really, really useful and gets too costly, they ban it. Yup. And once it gets banned, that's when the card's value practically, you know, just nosedives into a swamp. A lot of really competitive cards also get worn out from use in play, reducing their number. Also very true. Do you invest in stonks, Gamba? I still try investing in stocks when I can. When I can afford it, I try to just, you know, toss some money into the stock market. I don't go for any of the big... I don't try to go for any of the big money, any of the big game. I try to go for the smaller ones that... Okay. When it comes to the stock market, I usually try to go for the smaller ones that just give, like, that monthly dividend. For those of you that don't know what a monthly dividend is, basically, when you buy a stock, you are buying you're buying a portion of a company. And, you know, when that company does well, monthly, yearly. No, not bi-yearly. Sometimes it's yearly. Sometimes it's quarterly. Sometimes it's monthly. You know, they give you a little bit. You know, you get a little bit of a profit from that one. That sort of thing. So, yeah, sometimes I invest in those, and yeah, it takes a bit of time. It's a slow... Again, that one's like one of those slow time investments. But I will say, the benefit of that is that when inflation hits, so do the prices. So do the stocks. So this is also why they say sell low, buy high. I mean, the other way around. Buy low, sell high. If it gets to a really high price and you think, yeah, I think I can comfortably sell this, then yeah, sell it and then buy a lower stock investment using all the money that you just bought from that one. But, you know, if it starts to, if it starts to go low and you didn't buy it yet, that's the best time to buy it because you never know. It's there's a possibility, or there's a high possibility. Also, you want to make sure that when you're going for an investment and you're buying low, you want to make sure that, you know, they've survived crises before. If the company has never had a crisis and it's never had a low dip, that's a worrisome situation, because if it's never had a low dip, that means it has never suffered before. And you don't know if they can bounce back. Think about it like this. It's like the saying about a knight in shining armor. If the knight is in shining armor, that means that armor has never seen battle. And that's the same thing with a company that has never had a crisis before. If the company has never had a crisis before, then you don't know if they can bounce back. Penspin, Penspin. Thank you for redeeming Penspin. Okay, let me see. Wasn't there some funny statistics that Pokemon cards outperformed certain stock investments? Yes, very much so. You want to know how crazy it got? From what I heard, the Yakuza started getting into Pokemon cards. Because that was a way they could do money laundering. Because people were going crazy for cards. That's a good way to hide your money. Pokemon cards. They got busted for it, but the fact that they did that shows that, yeah, the Pokemon stocks, they're up there. They're up there. Bang, zoom, straight to the moon. That sort of thing, you know? Oh, let's see. Or, let's see. Or that $5 voting share in McDonald's Douglas could be what people want to grab to swing a decision changing control of the company. Wait, what's this about a $5 voting share? There are voting shares. Oh, okay. Here's our answer. There are voting shares of the aircraft company only in their first decade and only $5 in their first month of offering shares. Oh, I didn't know about that one. It's actually pretty interesting. Also a little concerning. But yeah, I did not know about that part. Also, hold on a minute. We're going to need to go to this part of the card. Snag all of these. Cut that. Go back down here. Place that there. Merge down. Also, folks, this is also why I bring up, sometimes you may not want to delete your previous sketches, or, you know, when you're working on the sketching phase, you may not want to delete the previous sketches, because this is what we originally had. If I deleted that, I'd probably still be stuck there for a minute, but I kept that there so I can know what I don't want. This is what we started with originally, this is what we have now. But it wouldn't have been as easy to get to this point if I just got rid of this entire thing. Sometimes keeping the messed up sketch that is a little scuffed, that may not be to your desired image, is still very, very valuable, because it'll let you know, you could consider it a guideline. This is how you don't, or this is how I personally don't want it to look. Don't get me wrong, it's not bad, but that's not the look I'm looking for. So I kept it there, so I know what I did want. Mouth more open, having it facing more towards the screen, a little more cursed looking, a little more messed up, that sort of thing. Anyway, let's also add that wing. All right, let's see. Good night, Lampy. Thanks for the stream. Morpheus calls. All right, there. You go get that, you get that, what, blue pill? Red pill? Eat both pills. If Morpheus tells you you can only pick one, eat his hand. There you go. He won't see that one coming. Just bite the hand like, hey, 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 hey. That's not how this works. You said, pick one. Alright, anyway. Blue hat wearing penguin, welcome on in. Thank you for the save. Actually, that's a very smart move, I should say. Thank you for the save there, blue hat wearing penguin. That's a long name. Keeping your old art is good rule of thumb. Even if it's separate from the piece you're working on, it's good to see your progress. That too, that too. Even, and also, I will definitely tell you this. When you look back on your older art, it's either going to make you see two things. You're either going to see some work that you can't even possibly imagine. Like, I did that? That's wild. How did I do that? That means you did a pretty good job. If you could look back on it years ago and question that you actually pulled that off, you can now finally appreciate that art that you did a long time ago. Because you don't see the process that you got to making that. You just see the work itself. The other possibility, the other outcome is you look at that art and you absolutely wince. You legitimately cringe at it. I don't use that word very often. But when I do, I use it in the older original sense, where you look at it and just think, I did that? Jesus Christ, what is wrong with me? And if you do look back on your artwork and think, what on earth is wrong with me? And you legitimately cringe at it, you know what that means? Progress. You became a different person. Or you advanced so much in your work that you look back on your previous work and question, how did I think that was okay? I can definitely tell you, I can look back on my previous work and think, I thought this was okay. Why? How? When? I'll be honest, sometimes I look back on some of my previous Live 2D mode and I think, oh, I could do so much better now. Let me redo this. Case in point, the bird up there. But yeah, if you could look back on that, then that's a good sign. Although now that I'm looking back on it, okay, I would say that only counts when it's your personal work. When it comes to the Live 2D rigs or any of the art and stuff, all of that, I would say it's only fair. I mean, okay, how do I put it? It's okay to look back on your previous work and just think, Jesus, what was wrong with me? When it's your personal work and not a commission. Because always remember this. It may be your work, and you may think to yourself, I can do a whole lot better now. But you also got to remember, someone requested that work from you. Last thing you want to do is look back on that previous work and say, ew. Because now someone who paid you to make that project is going to look at it like, is it really that bad? Oh. And now they're going to be self-conscious of what they just paid for. And now you don't want that. You do not want that. You do not want someone to feel self-conscious about the work that they bought from you. Because now that's going to, that's going to make them second guess if they should buy again. Because, wait, I don't know. I mean, if you thought it was bad before, I don't want to buy bad work. So I probably shouldn't buy from you again in the future, right? So yeah, you don't want someone thinking that. Even if you feel that way, don't express it. Unless it's your personal work, then wince at it all you like. If it's personal work, complain, talk smack about it all you want, wince at it, look at it like, yeah, how did I think this was okay? Only do that with your personal work. Only with your personal work. If it's work for somebody else, say nothing. Even if you feel it, say nothing. That one's just a personal rule of thumb. That's just a personal rule of thumb. Because you never want someone else to feel bad about the work. Only you should feel bad. Only you should. Okay, I'll be honest. I'll be perfectly honest with you. If you do work, if you do that kind of work, if it doesn't matter what sort of work or craft that you do, when you feel bad about the work, it should only be you that feels bad about the work. That's the best way to go about it. That's how I feel about it. Like, only if you're going to feel bad about it, it should only be you that feels bad about it. Whew. I know that sounds weird, but like I said, you don't want someone else feeling bad about it, especially if they paid for it. Anyway. Okay, let's see. Got a question mark. I got a question. I just had a very terrible experience with Adobe. Been wondering if there's an alternative. Yes. Depending on what program you're looking for. If you have been using Photoshop and you want an alternative, there is Krita, Clip Studio Paint, especially Clip Studio Paint. What's the other one? Krita, GIMP, Clip Studio Paint. There are many other drawing programs for that. If you need an alternative for photo editing, that's a little tricky. I never really looked into alternatives for photo editing. If you're looking for alternatives for... Wait, does Adobe do video editing? If it does, DaVinci. Go with DaVinci instead. There's a lot of different options. Also, I would just need to know, what medium are you looking for that you need an alternative from? That's the one thing. Oh, yeah, also, if you use what's it called? What's that one? Adobe Illustrate, then I think Clip Studio also helps with that because they do vector images. Oh, let's see. Even Adam Savage appreciates iterative work and compliments. Seeing the improvements over time, that shows how and why things change, becoming the final product. Yeah, at least don't say it to the customer. Exactly. Don't let the customer know. That's what I mean. You can complain about it all you want, just don't let the customers know. Because again, only you should feel bad about it, not them. Okay, you need to put pride in the work you do. If you do your work for others, if you do work for others, don't second guess unless you're trying to make sure it's perfect for the person that commissioned your work. Exactly. And if there is an issue that you see, you secretly, you can always just fix the issue, go back to the client and say, hey, so I did notice this, and I just wanted to run this one by you. I wanted to adjust this. Here's the adjustment. Let me know what you think. Yeah, see how they feel about that. If they're like, no, it's fine. I'm okay with what it is right now. Like, are you sure? Okay, just wanted to double check with you. But yeah, and then you leave it at that. You end it. Like, actually, you know what? You don't even say, if they say, no, they're fine with what they have, thank you. Don't ask them if they're sure. Don't even second guess it. Like what Myoto said. Don't second guess it. All right. Just wanted to double check with you on that. And then leave it alone. Leave it alone. Walk away. No more. All right. Let's see. But yes, put your pride in your work. Okay. Photo editing. Let's see. Photo editing. I went to Movie Clip Champ for editing, looking at Affinity, but they got bought out by Hanavana. Photo editing. That's a tricky one because I think Clip Studio... Does Clip Studio do photo editing? I think Clip Studio only does drawing stuff. That's the reason why it's called Clip Studio Paint. Photo editing. That's a tricky one for an alternative. Let me figure this out. Folks, any ideas of what would be a good alternative for photo editing? Because I'll be honest, I've only considered Photoshop. Oh, you know what? It's Adobe. I could get away with this. Well, maybe not get away with this one, but I don't feel bad about saying this. What burned you about Adobe? Was it the pricing? Was it the program messing up? What was the issue? I want to know. because I have one alternative. And it's to go back to Adobe, but not really. It's not, how do I put it? Yeah. That's the best way for me to put it without getting into too many details. Oh, the pricing and the 9 hours of support online. Okay, so here's the idea. Okay, so now that you put it that way, a great deal of photo attention or alteration can be done on GIMP, and IMP means the image manipulation program, but it takes a while to find what you need, or yeah, what you need in it. Ah, fair. Okay, so thank you there, Spock. So one alternative you can go with is GIMP. The other alternative is what I was mentioning earlier, where you could go back to Photoshop, but not really. What I mean by that is sailing the 7 seas, I'll always like to call it. Taking the One Piece route, if you catch my drift. Hint, hint, nudge, nudge, yo ho ho, and a bottle of rum. Yeah. Just take a little bit of Captain Jack approach. Captain Jack Sparrow approach. If that makes any sense. Yeah. Looks at the peg leg longingly. Yeah, exactly. Or buy an older version on eBay without dipping into the pirate. Yeah, you could do that too. There's also the other option of buying a much older version. My best recommendation, the latest version, if you don't want to deal with all of that pricing and all of that, is I may look for more open source projects. Ah, fair. Then yeah, GIMP is the best option. From what I'm hearing, GIMP is a good option. But yeah, I would definitely recommend checking out other options, seeing what other free opportunity, or yeah, what free programs are out there. And if all else fails, eBay or going the Long John Silver's route. Anyway, so let's figure out the rest of it. Actually, oh right, that's what I needed to do. That's what I wanted to do. Set up the wings a little bit more. Put a little bit more of the wingedness over here. Put the cursed thingamabobber there. Put a little more over here. How about a little more of that cursed spike talon thing over there? Then we're all set. Sent this wing out further off into the distance. There we go. Because I want this design to be very, very dark. This is going to be somewhat similar. Actually, if anything, this might even be darker than the what's the other one called? Actually, for those of you wondering, like, what idea we're going to go with for this one. I made a Yu-Gi-Oh monster design, or yeah, I made a Yu-Gi-Oh monster art piece a way whiles back. I'm going to show you that one right quick. Before we call it a night. Because I think it's time to call it a night real soon. But anyway, I'm going to show you this one because this is the previous Yu-Gi-Oh art piece that I made a couple months back. Although this is a bit of a redesign, so I think this is a perfect opportunity for a fun little game. For those of you that have watched Yu-Gi-Oh, the old school Yu-Gi-Oh, maybe you may or may not recognize that monster. Maybe. It is quite different from what it normally is. But I feel like there's 3 glaring... Yeah, I think there's 3 glaring points that give away what monster this is. 3 glaring points. But anyway, the reason why I bring this one up is because I think what I'm going to go with here is going to be very, very similar, except much darker. It does look familiar, though it has been decades. That's fair. I love it. Yo, thank you. I'm glad that you like it. The lightning took forever. The lightning was, took God knows how long. All right, let's see. I'll give you one strong hint. It is from the original OG Yu-Gi-Oh series, Duelist Kingdom, but at the same time, it's also from Yu-Gi-Oh GX. Also, first season. But yeah, if y'all, but yeah, basically, going back to it, yeah, I think it's time to talk, or yeah, I think I could spoil the answer now. I'll give it like about 5 more seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Yeah, so it's the, let's see, Monster Reborn. Feels like IKEA bat face with characters on its head. It does look like a bat face, but anyway, it's the Gate Guardian. More specifically, the Dark Guardian. I've mentioned this one many a times before, so basically, there's a monster called the Dark Guardian. It did not look anything like the Gate Guardian, and so I thought, I want to make an iteration. I wanted to redesign the monster to see, like, can I pull off a Gate Guardian, or can I pull off a Gate Guardian upgrade that looks like the Gate Guardian? Now, normally I usually don't like to do that sort of thing because, you know, no one wants to, actually, you know what? I'm just going to say, it is a redesign. Nothing more, nothing less. Is it better? Is it worse? No. Is it different? Yes. That is all it is. It is only different, and it was a fun little project I wanted to try out. That is all I will say about it. But yeah, I just looked at the original monster and thought, okay, I don't know how these two matched up. So let's try to, I want to make a redesign that looks more in tune with the Gate Guardian. That's the only project I really wanted to try. Anyway, it hit me like a truck, but I see it now. Ah, fair. I'm glad to hear. But yeah, the design, or yeah, the idea that I went with was remove the physical form and make it more elemental. You know, the top lightning, the wind in the middle, the water in the bottom, and you know, not make sewage and look like crotch, you know? So that's the other thing I aimed for. Of course, Augie would raid in the moment I say the word crotch. Welcome in, Augie. How you be? Thank you for the raid. I greatly appreciate it. Let's give a shout out to Augie. Hey, yo, Lampy. Yo, Augie, how you be? Everybody stopping by from Augie. Or yeah, one, folks, go follow Augie. If you're a fan of Elden Ring, that's a good place to go. They are playing it for the very first time. Don't spoil it for them. 2, they do a lot of art. They do like some really amazing art. Sometimes it's absolutely phenomenal art. Actually, no. I don't even say sometimes. It's always phenomenal art. Sometimes it's cursed, but still phenomenal. That's what I'm trying to say. Sometimes it could be, yeah, sometimes it can be cursed. Sometimes it can be, what's the word I'm looking for? Not cursed. But regardless, all of it is amazing. And everybody stopping by from Augie's stream. Hi, my name is Lampy, small-time illustrator, football-sized Moth. Yes, the bug is the streamer. I do a lot of drawing streams, occasional gaming streams, and sometimes some live 2D rigging streams. And today is one of those art streams. Today, I wanted to draw this monster right here. One of my favorite monsters in Yu-Gi-Oh! The Berserk Dragon. It sucks. But I don't care. I love this card. And granted, it did not make a strong standing. It was only there for it was only there for 5 minutes of an episode, and then it immediately died. I do not care. This was my favorite monster. So yeah, that's what we're drawing today. We just finished the sketch. And I'm definitely going to make it a whole lot darker. That was the whole reason why I brought up this image before. I brought up this image because I wanted to give an example of what I'm trying to attempt, except darker, because there's no lightning. Actually, I might add lightning, but more so like lightning in the background, so it makes this image look even darker. That's the game plan. Has anyone ever seen, well, I'm pretty sure a lot of folks have seen, what's it called? Ocarina of Time, the final battle in Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time. Specifically the one on the Nintendo 64. That's the type of lighting effect I'm going to try to get on this one. Where the sky, you can kind of see the sky, everything else around you completely dark, and this thing shrouded in shadow. With only their beady little eye Let's zoom on that. Only with their beady little eye mostly being the only thing you could really see. I'm going to try to go for that type of theming on this one. That's the type of lighting effect I'm going to try to go with this. Am I going to be able to pull it off? Well, here's hoping. But yeah, with that being said, let's try to catch up with everybody. Good to see you there, Augie, Odin, Spock. No, wait, Spock's always been here. Ren, Blazar. Yo, welcome on in there, Blazar. Let's give a shout out to Blazar. Go check out Blazar. They play a good variety of games. Really awesome people. My kind of art, then? Yes. They do some very, very cursed art. You're going to love it. I need to look through my cards. There's one card I really liked since I got it. Ooh, which one's that? Do you remember the name? I might know the card. Heck, maybe even give a description. I might be able to answer that one. Especially if it's an older card, I might be able to answer that question. Maybe. That's going to look really cool. Yo, thanks there, Augie. I greatly appreciate that. It also means a lot coming from, it also means a lot coming from you, because your art looks phenomenal. Okay, fighting Ganon under the lightning strikes after he transformed from Ganondorf. That one. That's the type of vibe I'm trying to get for this one. That's the type of atmosphere I'm trying to get for this art piece. That's the one. Thank you. Yeah, no problem. I don't remember it, but they are older cards. I just need to look through them. That's fair. That's fair. I completely understand. And yeah, well, since we're still here, and since we just got raided right now, I suppose we can figure out what's the next step. Not gonna lie, funny story, I was actually looking at this and thinking, it's almost 12, I think this is a good time to call it a night. I just finished the sketch, it's time to play some Elden Ring, and then I get raided, and I'm like, well, time to get back to the line art. We're just gonna remove this, or yeah, we're gonna hide this sketch, we're gonna look at this thing. It's time to get some line art done. We could stick around here for another 30 minutes. I think another 30 minutes is good. And then I call it, play a little bit of Elden Ring until the morning. Either that or go back to the live to do rigging. I don't know. I'll figure it out. I'm either going to do some more work or I'm going to play Elden Ring. Maybe it might be best to do some more work. Okay, let's see. Elden Ring has some battles that help with the feel. Oh, let's see. Elden Ring has some battles that help with the feel you want in this. Say, under the bridge at night. Oh, yeah, okay, yeah, I kind of see what you mean. Like, I've said it before, and I'll say it again. I will definitely say that Elden Ring, out of all the Souls games I have ever seen, even Bloodborne, Elden Ring definitely gives a horror vibe. Like a horror genre vibe. Like even Bloodborne, as many times as I've played that, it gave me the dark fantasy. Okay, Bloodborne gave me the horror vibe in one spot. I'm not going to explain that one spot, but there was one spot in Bloodborne that gave me this feeling, like this chilling feeling, like, oh, this is, this place is cursed. This place is horrid. I don't want to be here. I think I want to leave. Where's my souls? Or my runes or my blood? There we go. I need to get out of here. I don't want to be here. Dark Souls, I've never really had that vibe except for maybe when the Dark Knights show up and it's like, oh, yep, time to go. Actually, not even then. It doesn't give a horror vibe. It's just more like, yeah, that's danger. Time to go. Elden Ring, it's definitely got some areas where it definitely gives that horror genre type of vibe. I'm not going to explain any of those parts, obviously, but they've definitely given me those moments where it's like, I don't want to be here anymore. All right, let me see. I just spent 6 hours on one boss. Will definitely be more variety. Oh, okay, I know which boss I think I know which boss you're talking about. I saw you playing that one, and then I had to do my own stream. I was like, I'm missing out on Elden Ring. But I think I know which boss you're talking about. In which case, yeah, I don't blame you. I beat it. Let's go. Wait, was it the Snake Man? Or was it the Godskin man? The Godskin? Was it that one or was it something else? Because I remember seeing you fight the Godskin man. The one that threw the... Yeah, the one that threw the black fireball at you like it was a pie to the face. Oh, the Godskin Apostle? Yeah! The one that slings those fireballs like comedy pies. Yeah, I don't blame you. The first time I found one of those, I even had a summon with me, and I still struggled with that. And then I just walked away for a while. And I came back like one more time. But yeah, I'm also really glad that you're liking that game. Also, I forgot to mention, everybody here, if you gotta take care of things, go take care of those things. Never feel bad about raiding and running, because that's what raids are all about. But if you decide to stick around, I greatly appreciate that. I hope you enjoy your stay. Because I know 6 hours on one boss, that means you were fighting that boss. You have been streaming for multiple hours. So if you need to take care of things, I do not blame you. Actually, even if someone decides to pop up for a second and leave, doesn't matter how long you've been streaming, doesn't matter how short the stream was, go take care of those things if you need to. Especially if it was a really long stream. Because, yeah. I'm surprised you're awake at this hour. Well, kind of. A little bit. Yeah, kind of. 10 hours going strong? Jesus. Yeah, see, this is what I mean. Although, at the same time, it is Elden Ring. I don't blame you. Every time I play Elden Ring, I'm stuck there for hours on end. Not even a stream. I'm just, like, playing offline. I'm like, I should just play Elden Ring. A couple hours shouldn't be that bad. Is that the sun? Oh, it's morning already. What do you know? Well, in for a penny, in for a pound. Let's keep playing Elden Ring. Yeah, basically like that. When did the sky start getting lighter? Exactly. Oh, I know there's more than one. Oh, I know there's more than one of my favorites of the ones I have. But I found my barrel dragon, and I can't help but love the art of it. Oh, barrel dragon. Yeah, I don't blame you. Do you have the Western or Eastern version? Do you have the censored version or the non-censored version? Because I know for barrel dragon, there's like 2 different versions of it. There's the one where they censored it, where they turned the barrels into laser cannons. And then there's the non-censored version where it's literally 3 pistols. Like, it's a mechanical dragon made out of 3 giant pistols. And honestly, as crazy as it sounds, I kind of like the censored version over the original. As I don't know what it is about the blue fantasy laser cannons. They knew how to make those laser cannons look really, really cool. But either way, both options, really amazing cards. Really awesome stuff. I should draw Barrel Dragon one of these days. But yeah, exactly. When did the sky get brighter? I gotta do Lurk for a little bit before heading to bed. Good luck with the art and potential Elden Ring Lampy. Alright there, Augie. Thank you for stopping by, and thank you again for the raid. I greatly appreciate it. You go get that rest, you go get that sleep, and I hope you have a good night, a better tomorrow, and a great week. And yeah, I completely understand. Like, go get that rest, go get that sleep. Go get that food or whatever it is that you gotta get. Go get stuff. I'm not sure. I know it's shiny, and I need to see through, need to see the different versions. Ah, gotcha. Okay, so let's take a look-see here. Let's take a look-see at some barrel dragons. Barrel dragon. All right, so here's the first version. Or here's the censored version. And here is the... Not gonna lie, I thought I would have... Well... Oh wait, technically this is the non-censored version. So yeah, let's snag this image and just drag this over here. Okay, maybe not that one. Let's try this again. There we are. And this is the non-censored version. Just gonna take this, move it to this side somewhere. There it is. So yeah, those are the two variations right there. Oh, also, ad start in a minute. But yeah. Censored version on the left, original version on the right. Those are the two different variations. They had to censor it because in the West, they censor guns. Which is a shame, but understandable. But yeah. I guess this one, let's see. Mine looks like a mix of the two. It's the blue... Oh, it has the blue censored version, but the barrels of... No, wait. It has the blue of the censored version, but the barrels of the uncensored version. Oh. Huh. I don't think I've ever seen that one before. Maybe this? Maybe this one? Possibly. Possibly. Let me take a picture real quick. All right, sounds good, sounds good. One of the right on the shrooms. Oh, let's see. One of right is on shrooms. Yeah, I could definitely agree with that one. Like, looking at the trippy background, yeah. But yeah, we're going to leave that one there for a minute. We're just looking at Yu-Gi-Oh cards. Why? Because, I don't know. I was told about Barrel... Or, yeah, someone mentioned Barrel Dragon, or Myoto mentioned Barrel Dragon. I was like, I love that card. Especially the censored version. Like I said, I don't know why, but, you know, whoever made the censored version of this card... really, they did a bang-up job. I'm not gonna lie, they did a bang-up job. That's why I like this one, because instead of it just being like, oh yeah, let's just make it toy guns, they redesigned it to make it look more fantastical, more fantasy. And honestly, the fantasy that they went with really does make a lot of sense. But yeah, I was looking at this one, so maybe not, possibly, but we're gonna find out. Myoto said they were looking for another image for it. Electric light, yeah. Also, Cam, welcome on in. How you be? I hope you're having a good day there, buddy. Let's give a shout out to Cam. And what were you up to? There we go. Well, if you don't mind me asking anyway. Anyway, we're gonna drop that, and we're gonna start working on the line art here. We're gonna see what we can do here. Gonna try to figure this out. Let's also reduce the line size. We're also going to erase a little bit there. And for this section, we're actually going to just make the outer teeth. The outer side of the teeth. And what do I mean by the outer side? Well, to make the tooth, you need 2 points. Or you need 2 lines. The outside and the inside. But for right now, since some of these teeth will overlap on one another, we're just going to make the outer side, which is everything on the left. Or everything on the right. I start with everything on the right here. Then we'll make the left sides of said tooth. Once we got everything all set up. Also, we need to bring all of this back because I just realized we're having a bit of an opacity issue here. We can't have that. So here's what we're going to do. Bring all of this back. Take this layer, multiply it a couple of times. That should be good. Merge them down. Merge layers like that, we should be good. I do not want Desperado to sneeze. What's wrong with a little Desperado sneeze? It's not gonna kill you. Okay, let me see. Desperado, why don't you come to your senses? You've been out riding fences for so long now. As they want to be a relevant card. Actually, funny enough, Desperado Barrel Dragon was a very relevant card when it came to... What's it called? Oh, let me see. Wait, it is that one. But I have the holographic of the Censored, which shows the empty barrels getting lit up. Oh, gotcha. It is that one, but the holographic of the Censored. Oh, it is that one, but I have the holographic of the Censored, which shows the empty barrels getting lit up. Ah, gotcha. I understand now. So the holographicness is what gives it that lighting effect. Gotcha. Or the lighting effect that you were looking at when it came to your card. Okay, I get it now. I understand. I get things. I understand the combobulations. I think. Kind of. Sorta. A little bit. I understand things. But yeah, I'm also going to have to call it soon because it's getting pretty late on my end. It's already 12. It's already 12 midnight. But I'm just going to do a little bit of line art stuff. So, as I was saying before, well, actually, let's go back to these ones here. Erase. Actually, yeah, we're going to erase too much. All the way up to this point. And as for these lines, we are not going to care about... Oh, right. Yeah, we got to erase all of this again. Because I forgot we were not at 100% opacity. Let's try this one more time. So, what we're going to do is that we're going to get the lines, and we are not going to care about evenness. Because one thing I've learned about making monsters, and my favorite part about making monsters is that making monsters are not perfect. In fact, the less perfect you can make the lines, the more jarring you can make the creature. If you make it very squiggly, very scuffed, make the details unappealing. Hold on a minute. Earphones are dying on me, so I gotta switch them out. And it's starting to sound very, very digital. There we go. Okay, so the more uneven, the more twisted, the less perfect you can make the design look, the better the horrifying monster you can accomplish. So basically, look for imperfection. Imperfection leads to the perfect monster. Leads to the perfect creature. Look for things that will... You know what? Here's the best way to put it. If you have moments... If you have moments where you see something and it's like, this part is bugging me, I want to... Okay, let me put it to you this way. Let's say you see something like, you see 3 rows of plates. And each row is a set of 5 plates each. But then there's that 4th row. And that 4th row only has 2 sets of plates. And that 4th row, actually, you know what? It's not even the 4th row. You have 4 rows of plates, and each row has 5 sets of plates, with the exception of the 3rd row. The 3rd row only has 2. That 3rd row is probably going to be bugging you, because every other one has 5 plates except for that 3rd row that only has 2. Why does that 3rd row only have 2? That one, if that one bugs you, then you're on the right track on knowing how to make a monster. How to make a gruesome monster. That monster has to give you that feeling of not not even. Not giving you that sense of satisfaction that all of these spots are in the right place. That's the type of sense that you want from a monster. You want that monster to just make you think, it makes sense, it's understandable, but all the things that you know of are not in the right place. Or they are in the right place, but they're not in the right conditions. That is what you want from monsters. You want the monster to give you that sense of, something's not right. Something is bugging me just looking at this thing. That is what you want from a monster. Yo, Odd, welcome on in. How you be? I hope you're having a good day there, buddy. Let's give a shout out to Odd Aussie Gamer. Really chill streams over there. I highly recommend it. I think it would be worse if the third row had all but one of its sets even with the other shelves, but that last stack in between is where everything else is lined up. Oh, wait, let me see. I think it would be worse if the third row had all but one of its sets, even if the other shelves, even with the other shelves, but that last stack is in between everything else lined up. I also agree, because that one's even more frustrating because it's just like, it just needs one more plate. It's just one more plate. But that's also why I've decided, put it in the third row. Put the third row out of 4, so it's glaringly in the middle. It is staring at you now. That is a problem that cannot be avoided by looking away. And that's what monsters need to be. They need to be glaring issues that cannot be turned away from. These things, you have to see them. They are there. You have to accept it, no matter how much you hate the thought of it. That is what a monster is. It is something that you have to accept, regardless. And when I say accept, I don't mean accept as, we have to understand this monster. No, I mean, okay, maybe not accept was the wrong word. You have to acknowledge. That's the word for the monster. When designing a monster, the monster has to be something that you look at that you have to acknowledge, regardless of how much you want to not acknowledge that this thing is there. Like necromorphs in Dead Space. You see a necromorph in Dead Space, you have to acknowledge that those monsters are in the vents. They are crawling around, and they could jump at you at any time. You may not like it. In fact, you wish those necromorphs were never there. But the one glaring thing about it all is that something's not right with them. In fact, they are very unsettling. And you have to acknowledge that they are there. That is the one thing you have to acknowledge, is that they are there. And that's the type of look that's what I like about monsters. Is that, again, all those glaring issues, all those glaring flaws that normally you would have to do, or you would have to fix whenever you're drawing with monsters? No. In fact, the more mistakes you make on drawing that monster, the better. One eye isn't even? Good. This line isn't clean? This line isn't, smooth? Good. That arm is longer than the other? Good. This is the point I'm trying to make from all of this, is that all the issues that you normally would have when you're trying to draw, like, visually, how do I put it? Conventionally, there we go, that's the best way to put it. All the issues that you would have when working or drawing on conventionally attractive characters, attractive figures, all of those issues that you would normally have trying to draw them are benefits to what you're trying to do here. When you're trying to draw a monster, if it's not visually appealing, then you're on the right track. If someone looks at it and thinks, Jesus Christ, what on earth is that? Then you're drawing a really good monster. That's the best way to go about it. Thank you for the shout out, Lampy. How goes the art? So far, so good. We just finished off drawing the sketch for the Berserk Dragon. Now what we need to do is just work on all of the just work on all of the other sections, work on the line art and stuff, see what we could do to accomplish what we need to do. How about yourself? Hope things are going well. Oh, let me see. How do you force Gojira to follow the... Yep, I'm skipping that pun. Oh, how do you force Gojira to follow the no kaiju allowed rule? Yep, skipping that one. I know that one's a pun. Oh, third eye on the side with an offset second. Yeah, exactly. There you go. That's a good way to go about it too. Sometimes you could give them uneven, asymmetrical features, like adding a third eye to the left side but only one eye on the right, or 5 eyes on the left side and 17 eyes on the right, or just making an entire ball of eyes. So imperfections add to the unsettling nature of monsters. Is that what you're saying? Sometimes, depending on the type of monster, because you have multiple different types of monsters when you're trying to work on that stuff. You have the horrific abomination monsters. You have the forces of nature monsters, like Godzilla. You know what? Godzilla is actually a perfect example of 2 different versions of the monsters. Because you have the most traditional Godzillas, which is just giant lizard. That's usually the force of nature type of monster. The force of nature type of monster is the thing where it doesn't matter where you are. If you see it, there's a problem. Could be in the safest environment, could be in the middle of the day. If you see it, there's a problem. And it's not your problem, but it's everybody's problem. And, you know, just giant dinosaur. It's not visually unappealing, but it is a threat. And that one, that's the force of nature type of monster. It doesn't look ugly, but it's definitely, you can tell it's a threat. Then you have the ungodly abomination. What we're working with here is the ungodly abomination. If you see it and you think, Jesus Christ, what is that? That's the ungodly abomination type of monster. And those ones are usually in the middle of the night, but another perfect example, which is going back to Godzilla, is you've seen Shin Godzilla. If you've seen the Shin Godzilla movie, then that one, out of all the Godzillas, that is the only one that I could think of that meets the ungodly abomination requirement or the ungodly abomination trait when it comes to the Godzillas. That is the only one that actually reaches that, especially when you find out what's happening on its tail. You see what's going on its tail, that's when you know, like, oh, this is a problem. Also, what on earth is going on? Like, you see what, when you see the end of the movie and you see what's going on with its tail, you look at it and just think, Jesus Christ, what the? Oh, that's a problem. That is a problem. So it kind of fits both of them. It's the ungodly force of nature. Actually, you know what? Not even godly or force of nature. That's what you call the freak of nature. There you go. That's the best way to go about it. You know what? That was the freak of nature. Anyway. Thank you for the shout out, Lappy. Yeah, no problem. Okay. But yeah, basically, for most monsters, if you're trying to make an ungodly abomination type of monster, then yeah, imperfections definitely help. You benefit from making those imperfections. Folds. Folds also help. Like, if you see folds, because, let's be honest, there are good folds and there are bad folds, but most of the time, when you see folds on the skin, majority of the time, that's an unsettling look. It's a very unsettling look to see folds on the skin. Actually, not even folds, but wrinkles. Like, not even so much wrinkles, how do I put it? There's wrinkly, and then there's shriveled up raisin. Or, how do I put it? Dead skin. That's the best way to put it. Dead skin. When you see dead skin where it's old, it's dead, it's dry, because there is no life in the body anymore, and it's literally just beef jerky. If you, yeah, looking at skin that looks like beef jerky, you obviously tell that, one, since you yourself have skin, you know something's wrong. And two, if they got beef jerky skin, you know something is wrong with them. And something definitely ain't right. And there's a big, big issue. And like I said, I don't even mean wrinkly skin. I mean dead, dried up, no life because there's no water, because there's no life in that body type of shriveled up dead skin. The one that should not, the type of skin that under normal circumstances, you know, cannot move anymore because there's no life in that body anymore. But if it's moving, then yeah, there's a huge problem. And that's what I mean by the abomination. And that's why sometimes adding shriveled up, yeah, giving it shriveled skin or shriveled up skin can also help with that. Because again, that's not right. That's not normal. That's physically not possible. But it's happening. And that's a terrifying thought, because if it's moving when it shouldn't be moving, that means a lot of problems. Again, going back to the abomination, something that should not be. Alright, let me see. Toxic Avenger, Garbage Pail Kids, the new Snow White movie. All three have monsters, or all have monster tips in common, no matter how unintentional. The Snow White movie. Yeah, also the Uncanny Valley. If it gives you that Uncanny Valley feeling where it makes sense, all the pieces are in the right place, but something is just severely off and it's not natural, then yeah. The Uncanny Valley feeling can also give you that sense of fear. That sense of something's wrong. And those are some of the most terrifying of monsters, when everything is in the right place, but it's not... Yeah, everything is in the right place, but it still does not mean that it's good. Like, something is... It's still off. Like, for those of you that have seen... for those of you that play DBD, this might be a good example. Y'all seen that weird creature thing that's inhabiting a body? It's one of the killers. It's like this twisted, mangled corpse, or something within a twisted, mangled corpse, and it still has that smile and the dead eyes. That's that Uncanny Valley feeling. Legion? Maybe Legion? Why do I feel like Legion was the one where it was just a bunch of people? Or is just multiple serial killers? I don't remember. But either way, yeah. Perfect example of this topic is another card I found. Module of the 10,000 Hands. Yes. Yes, as a matter of fact, yes. Module of the 10,000 Hands. One, it's got this texture about it. Module of the 10,000 Hands. One, it's got that texture. Two, it's got green skin. 3, it's got those beady red eyes. And 4, it's got so many freaking hands. It's got too many hands. Too many arms. Why's it got so many arms? Like, here's the funnier part. If you look at Module of the 10,000 Hands and Senju of the... Wait. Yeah. Senju of the 1,000 Hands. Senju looks a lot less unsettling. You know what? We're going to get those Yu-Gi-Oh cards up right quick. First, we're going to show you Senju. Senju of the 1,000 Hands. Actually, I'm going to show you 2 versions of Senju of the 1,000 Hands, because apparently there's 2 different versions of this monster. So, we got this one. Hold on a minute. We got this version of Senju of the 1,000 Hands. Now, this one, most visually appealing out of the 3. I'm going to show you why. Because, 1, all the parts are in the right place. The features on them aren't, they don't give off that visually unappealing look like, 1, the form seems smooth. seems in place. All the parts are where they need to be. And then you got this Senju at the this Senju at the 1,000 hands. And do not worry, I haven't gotten to Maju yet. You'll understand soon enough. But yeah, then you got this Senju at the 1,000 hands. You know what? This one works. This image works. Maybe we could find a cleaner image. There we go. Then you got this one. I forgot to mention teeth. Sometimes teeth and beady little eyes can also give that feeling of unsettledness. Also, shadows definitely help as well. But yeah, this one, in comparison to the previous image that I showed earlier, 1, parts seem a little uneven. 2, folds. There are some folds in those arms. There's some folds in that face. The teeth seem rather uneven. Maybe even a very unsettling. That sort of stuff. Oh yeah, and symmetry. Symmetry also helps. But yeah, the beady little pupils definitely give an unsettling feeling. And then, if you thought those ones were bad, here's the thing. Here's the thing. Well, again, conventionally appealing. Not conventionally appealing, but everything seems to be in the right place for the most part. Still a little unsettling, but for the most part, the face, even with the beady little pupils, everything is still in the right place. The arms, stylized, or, you know, many arms, but they're still stylized. They're still, you know, they still seem in order, if that makes any sense. And then we have the Abomination. Then we have the Abomination. The hands no longer in place. Ears for hands. Multiple eyes. The teeth aren't right. Same old beady eyes. I have no idea what this is. That might be fleshy. Who knows? I don't. But again, ears on the side of the head, that's already something, that's already clearly pointing out something isn't right. There are hands, hands make sense, but the hands are in the wrong place. Eyes, he's got eyes, but he's also got eyes that are in the wrong place. The teeth, he's got teeth, but they're also in the wrong place. This isn't even conventionally human at all whatsoever. Multiple hands coming out of the chest, out of everywhere else. You know what? Going back to it. This guy. Arms where they needed to be, and then multiple arms behind him. So you could still see the physical humanoid appearance. This one, same thing. Humanoid appearance with multiple arms in the back. This thing lost its humanoid appearance. You don't even know if it has legs or a torso anymore. It just seems to be a mound of arms with a face. Conventionally, very unappealing. There are parts that are recognizable, but a lot of parts should not be where they are. And again, I don't know what this is. But, it fits the perfect description and portrayal of an ungodly abomination. Because if you saw this thing in a dark alley, I think you would run. I know I would run. Because, oh, this is a still image. Imagine if it moved. Yeah. Imagine if it just started running at you with all of its 10,000 arms. Not only that, but the arms are not... The arms don't even give off a sense of order. The arms are... Every arm is just doing its own thing. They are unpredictable. Going back to over here. The arms they all had a specific pose, as if they were controlled. These arms, specific poses, if they were in order. These arms, these hands, they're all over the place. What pose? No order. No, no order. No sense of coordination. They're just all over the place. That gives an unsettling feeling because there's also a sense of unpredictability. One hand might just start grabbing onto the ceiling. The other hand might start trying to claw at your face. The other ones might just start breaking the walls down. You don't know what they're about to do. You just know that you should get out of there. Absolutely, just gone. Okay, let's see. I think there might be a better art for the 10,000 hands in the Doctor Strange movie, where he's seeing, where he's seeing hands sprout from his fingertips to move. To move in. Oh, fingertips. It moves onto him being made of hands. That too. That's also a very unsettling feeling. That's also called body horror, because the worst thing you could see is something that could be happening to you. And watching that scene with Doctor Strange, it gives a sense of sympathy. No, not sympathy. Empathy, where you yourself could feel it. You can imagine being in his shoes. Like, imagine if you were the one that was growing hands out of your fingers. And those hands started crawling towards you. Okay, let's see. Legion. Yeah. Too clean in the Vishnu-inspired pose. Yeah, exactly. Too clean. Not a terrifying creature. It has flipped symmetry. Yeah, exactly. Light pupil in the dark eye always feels inverted. Exactly. Again, another one of those things where it's like everything's in the right place, but something ain't right. Inverted eye pupil thing is definitely one of those things that give you a sense of something ain't right. Pupils aren't supposed to glow. The iris isn't supposed to be, or the scleras aren't supposed to be dark. Something's not right here. Okay, if I saw Maju, I'd be dead. That's it. That'd be the end of me. Honestly, I don't blame you. Look at this thing. This is why I like older Yu-Gi-Oh! Monster cards. Don't get me wrong, now, or recent days, we also still get very visually terrifying creatures. We just don't get them as often as we used to. But, yeah, I miss these times. I miss times where you get this. Like I said, we still get them sometimes, just not as often as we once did. I forgot you're a Moth, so when I came back, I thought you were... Oh, no. This is why whenever... Yeah, to be fair, that's fair. That's why when anybody raids, I always say, yes, the bug is the streamer. The bird is the mascot. But yeah, terrifying. I'm so glad I kept old cards. I have. Over a... Oh, let's see. I'm so glad I kept old cards. I have like over 1,000 of them. Nice. Good job, young me. Yeah, good job, you. And this is what I always talk about. This is why, despite the fact that I struggle with playing the game nowadays because, Jesus Christ, too many turns, I still like Yu-Gi-Oh! It's one of those series where no matter how bad it gets, I'm not going to drop it because even if I don't play the game as often as I used to, I still like the new cards. I still like the old cards. I still like having these conversations because honestly, yeah. Ain't no other opportunity. I mean, okay, this is how you know I like a game, when I could have literally a whole 10-minute topic, a whole 10-minute tangent on 3 Yu-Gi-Oh cards. 3 really old Yu-Gi-Oh cards that have no competitive relevance right now. Especially since, you know, Senju of the 10,000 Hands gave a reason for Maju to not exist anymore. Senju made Maju... No, not the other way around, my bad. Reverse that. Maju made Senju obsolete. Because Maju of the 10,000 Hands only gets you the ritual monster. Maju gets you either one of the two. And they both got outclassed by preparation of rights. But you know what? I still like that card. That ain't happening, or that ain't changing anytime soon. I'm still gonna talk about them cards. Oh, let's see. Is there an ongoing Yu-Gi-Oh media like the movie, anime, or comic? There's a good number of them. There's a new one coming out, I believe. Ooh, I gotta check this out. So, there's a good number of... Okay, so there's two different iterations. There's a Yu-Gi-Oh cartoon series. I believe it's Yu-Gi-Oh! 7s. But they might be changing that up. I don't know what they're changing it to. Especially since Konami just made an animation studio. So they might be making series about some of the other monsters. Like the Sky Strikers. Chances are we're getting a Sky Strikers anime, not just scenes. I don't know when, but chances are we're definitely getting that. I just don't know when that point is going to be, but it's definitely going to be a point of time when that happens. I believe the new one that's coming out is the lore one. See, case in point, that's what I mean. As for the comics, they have been making lore comics as well. Don't get me wrong, although to be fair, I will say, I'm not gonna lie, I would like another card anime again. Like, not just the monsters, but I would like some more card anime. Hopefully they still keep doing that, because I would really like a card anime again. One thing is the monsters, and don't get me wrong, the monsters are alright. The monsters are pretty cool. I like the story of the monsters, but there's just something about satisfaction. Like I've mentioned before, many times before, one of the most appealing things to me about Yu-Gi-Oh! Was the fact that when somebody played a card, the first thing that came to mind was, I want that card. If you saw a really cool card out there, again, case in point, Berserk Dragon over here. If it was just an anime monster, like just a lore card, I would have looked at it like, yeah, that's pretty cool, that's pretty awesome, I like it. But since I saw it in an anime, and like I said, even if it didn't do pretty well, even if it didn't do good, it didn't do well, I saw that it was a card. I saw the character play the card. And the only thing that came to mind is, that looks cool, I like that card, that means that card is going to be real someday, I want that card. So this is why I want another card anime, because I want that feeling again of just being like, I want that card. That's what I liked about the animes. More than anything else. Just seeing a card and just being like, I want that thing. I want it, I want it, I want it, I want it, I want it. Also, welcome on in there, Morpheus. How you be? I hope you're having a good day there, buddy. Alright, let's see. But yeah, there's about 2 ongoing animes, and I think there's an ongoing anime. There might be a new there might be a new anime later. But yeah, Yu-Gi-Oh! 7s, it was more a simplified version of the game. They let you mulligan a lot more. And I heard that the story was alright. The card gameplay, on the other hand, was a little left something to be desired. But the story was alright. That's what I heard about it. And as for the comics, yeah, they kind of went for the lore direction, where the comics are based off of the monster stories. Let's see. I believe the new one that's coming out of the lore... Okay, so yeah, there's that. Okay, for me, it was Maju Garzette. Ah, yeah, Maju Garzette. That one was a really cool monster. For those of you that don't know what Maju Garzette is, let me see. Let me go get that image. Ren Maju Garzette. Oh, him. Okay, this was not the one I was thinking of, but I remember him. This is also one of those abomination monsters. Not gonna lie, I always thought that was an eyeball. I always thought this part was an eyeball. Turns out the eyes are right over here and here. We're gonna give him little glasses. There we go. He's a nerd now. Anyway, turns out the eyes are right there, and I think those are teeth, possibly. And if you thought that one was unsettling, hold on a minute. There's worse. Oh, Maju Garzette. My bad. I'm looking at Great Maju Garzette. let's look at regular Yugioh Z. Regular Yugioh Z is the one that gives an unsettling feeling, because, again, loses that symmetry. This one definitely gives an unsettling feeling. Alright, let me see. Card Captors supposedly has a reboot, next generation in the works. Nice. That would be the perfect time for them to sell cards. Literally just created my first Twitch account, this one, and you're the first person I've actually watched, so pretty good. Yo, nice! I'm glad that you're enjoying your time here. I hope. He's like the cooler Summon Fiend. Oh, the Summon Skull? Yeah. Necroface is another unsettling card. Ooh, Necroface. Alright, folks. We're just going to showcase Yu-Gi-Oh! Monsters for a minute. Also, for anyone wondering what were we drawing, here we go. I'm off to bed. Oh, I'm off to bed. Work got me sleepy. That's fair. Also, it's about what's going to be... Oh my god, it's about to be 1 p.m. Okay, we're going to show Necroface, and then we're going to call it here. But yeah, this is what we got drawn so far. I'll be working on the line art later. But yeah, here is Necroface, and then we call it a night. Which is funny, because I'm about to give you Nightmare Fuel. Necroface. I don't know what was up with the GX era, but whenever they made monsters in the GX era, they gave you some of the most unsettling things imaginable. Folks, brace yourselves, because this is horror. This is definitely something. This one right here. Yeah, this is that, again, going back to it, this is that thing that I was talking about where the unsettling abomination, where a lot of things just aren't right. A lot of things just aren't matching up. Things are not in place. Something is seriously wrong. All the imperfections that you could think of. See, you know what? Perfect example. You see this part? Even for a tentacle. That is not right. That is not right. Even for conventional eras when you're making monsters, like even for a conventional sense, these are uneven. These are unsettling. Things are not the way they should be, even for monster stuff. See, the folds, also the folds. The nose, not in the right spot. It's moving too far to the right, the left. That sort of thing. That sort of stuff, it gives that unsettling feeling. That is how you can make a monster. Is delving into the imperfections. Really honing in on those quote-unquote mistakes. Something that you normally wouldn't do, or something that you would see that makes you think, this here, I messed up. If you're working on a monster and you see something that normally you would think, I messed up somewhere, use it, work with it, roll with it. Because again, like I said, conventionally, tentacle, conventional tentacle, somewhat conventional tentacle, somewhat conventional tentacle. What on earth is this? Those are the ones that give that sense of something is seriously wrong. Also, lighting helps. Lighting definitely helps. Pointing the light upward can also help with that sense of something ain't right. Fur indeed. Geez, yeah. GX era and Zeal era are creepy. They very are. I found my old favorites, Blackluster Soldier, since I got both the card and the ritual card. Nice. Blackluster Soldier is a really awesome card. Especially in that anime episode. Actually, whenever they bring up Blackluster Soldier, he's you know what's funny about it? In the anime, Blackluster Soldier is like the fusion in Dragon Ball. He's like the fusion in Dragon Ball. He doesn't pop up very often, but when he does, you know the game's over. Without fail, whenever he pops up, it's like, yep, he's ending the game. He's gonna show up, and the game is gonna be over. Which also makes sense, because when they made the Chaos version of Blackluster Soldier and Void the Beginning, Yeah, most of the time he ends the game. That envoy at the beginning was so dumb. Alright, let me see. So Young Mi was so excited, and another is Kaiser Seahorse. Did you know they made a new Kaiser Seahorse? But yeah, Kaiser Seahorse is also a pretty cool monster. Yo, Archivist, welcome on in. How you be? I hope you're having a good day there. Humpty Grumpty and Ill Blood are horrifying too. Humpty Dumpty, yeah, I can kind of see it. Ill Blood, on the other hand. Ill Blood, that is definitely horror fuel right there. But first, we're going to give a shout out to Archivist, and then I gotta go. Because it's getting pretty late, and I gotta go find out why the dog's been whining all day. Because I think there's something outside that he sees. I do not know. Magician of Black Chaos was the same. True, true, true. Both of those monsters, which is funny because both of them were just normal ritual monsters. No effects. But as soon as they popped up, it was like, and that's game. They knew how to make those ritual monsters seem amazing. 1 p.m.? Yeah, it's 1 p.m. So we gotta call it now. I will be back on Friday. I don't know what I'm gonna do on Friday, but I'm gonna be, probably gonna be working on the... Actually, I think I'll be working on the cam piece again. I want to come back to this one, but this is more like one of those things when I have time, or if I need a break, I'll come back to the Berserk Dragon. But whenever I have to take care of other things, I gotta take care of those other things. I love our pre-5D ritual monsters. Yeah, those ones were great times. Glad I was able to stick around for this one. Thank you for the fun times. Yeah, no problem, and thank you for stopping by. I greatly appreciate it. I'm holding up, doing pretty well. Hope the same for you. Yeah, so far so good. And I'm glad to hear that things are going... Yeah, I'm glad to hear that you're holding up there, Archivist. So far, it's, things have slowed down. It's not as hectic as it used to be, and that's a good thing. But yeah, I still got a lot of work to do, just not as, you know, not as cumbersome. We got a lot out of the way. So, yeah, overall, really great day. And thank you all for stopping by. I'm gonna see who we could raid. Let's see if we can find another art stream. Drop you folks off somewhere over there. I see someone doing art right now. We could probably drop you folks off over there. If there's time. Let me see. What are they working on, as a matter of fact? Let's see. They might be working on live 2D mode. They're working on something. And it looks pretty cool. We're going to drop you folks off with a Rosetta. Yeah, we're going to drop you folks off with the Rosetta. They also draw and rig their own stuff. They also drew and rigged their own model. It looks really amazing. Very unique art style. It looks really cool. We're going to drop you folks off over there. What should we call this, raid? Let's find out. You know what? I want it to be about Yugioh, so we're using these emotes. Yeah, we're gonna go with this. Card raid. There we go. Card raid. And then we just use the little DD Crow over there. Perfect. Use these emotes if you have them. Use whatever emotes you have if you don't. Thanks for the awesome stream. Really cool first stream. Yo, thanks. I'm glad that you like it. And thank you for stopping by. I greatly appreciate it. So yeah, use those emotes if you have them. Use whatever emotes you have if you don't. And we're gonna go raid a Rosetta. They are currently drawing some stuff, and let's go. Yeah, let's go show some support. I'm gonna go get something to eat and some other stuff. There we go. Let's head on out. And with that being said, thank you all for stopping by. I greatly appreciate it. If you would like to support the channel, one good way you can do so is by checking out the link page over here. We got a lot of different options. Yeah, we got a lot of things available. We got affordable models down below. We also got free models. Yeah, we got affordable models on the Etsy page. We got free stuff on the Coffee page. We also have merch, Bloodborne, Yu-Gi-Oh, Lampy merch on the Teespring. And if you or someone you know is looking for live 2D models, both big and small, rigs, just the art, emotes, assets, character sheets, character concepts, all of that sort of stuff, even animations, you can either contact me directly or go to the vgen page over there. With that being said, thank you all for stopping by. I hope you all have a good... Or always remember, you're all awesome in your own way because you folks make these streams and this community what it is. It's awesome chatting with you folks, cracking jokes, brainstorming, all that good stuff. And if you lurk, that's great too. The fact that you took the time out of your day to have this bug rambling on and drawing in the background, means more to me than you could possibly imagine. And don't let anyone tell you otherwise. Alright, go show them some support. Go do the thing. And I hope you all have a good night. Better tomorrow. And a great week. And yeah, like I said, I'll be back on Friday to work on some other projects. So I'll see you then. Laters.